Hey Justin, what's up?
Not a fan of. Plus, I went to most of my military training there, so just bad memories, to be honest. Some bad, some good. Oh, really important question while I got you guys here. Which, which style of thumbnail do you think is most clickable, in your opinion? Because I've tried so many different styles of thumbnails. So like we have like the pretty basic point at the guy and say like something that they might have said, like the John Walker one that did really well. Arrow says, points at him and says, "I'm not okay." It's very simple text. Or do you like the style we did for this dude, the Insane Cycle, where it's just big letters, a black background, like pretty simple, nothing too crazy? Or do you like my face in it? My face in it seems to always do pretty well. Or do you like this old style where it's yellow letters, white letters, and red? I'm curious what you guys think.
No, I'm not gonna watch the new Captain America movie.
They all look big and scary, but I'm just a caveman. Okay.
No, didn't get a new CPU.
Don't want to swam noise, but how come not seeing our Anthony? I'm sorry, but the the whatever you just said, I can't understand it completely. There's something about a girlfriend in Thailand, but you spelt Thailand like Thai, like a literally like a Thai and then land. We're gonna need some better language than that, brother. I think your latest thumbnails are better than the old ones. I like the ones with your face in it. Maybe I should do videos like that. Best ass model. So you guys like the newer ones where my face is kind of in it? That's more appealing in your sense. Keep the same thumbnail. It really stands out. Looks more professional. I haven't paid much attention to which videos I tend to click on, but the ones with the thumbnails possibly goes into. Mainly looking at the title, so not
If only one can join
stressing.
twin commits a crime, should they both go to jail?
Middle row one alpha. Okay.
That's a good question.
Very interesting, you guys. So kind of all over the place, to be honest.
I'm sure if there was a situation like that, they'd probably arrange some different terms in terms of like whether or not they'd go to jail. They'd probably live in some like I don't know what to call it. It's like some sort of like extreme parole supervision thing. But thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
A 3 minute watch time is at least
Let's see.
Discovered it and what it does, but a lot of it is on the types of diet you should be eating, the way different parts of foods affect your diet, hopefully kind of in between, so most people can all understand that chapter as well.
No, there seems to be a lot of disconnect nowadays, all over social media, just in the world in general. We have, because nowadays we have modern pharmacotherapies. We are bringing LDL levels down to such unprecedented levels that we could never achieve before. And now there seems to be a lot of concern that if you have an LDL level that is, let's say, under 20 nanograms per deciliter, that you are at risk for cancer, your hormones will tank, and you're at risk for a hemorrhagic stroke, and it will fry your brain and cause dementia. Help me debunk some of this. Please debunk some of this.
So first things first, yes, there were those concerns back when we really didn't know. And previously, we just kind of had statins, and the most potent statins were rosuvastatin. And in 2001, the Jupiter trial, finally, we were able to get people under 60. The people that ended up with LDL cholesterols in the 57, 55 milligram per deciliter, below 60, they had no further or no future atherosclerotic events. So it was the first time ever where we could get people that low. So for the longest time, the guidelines never really recommended getting people that low.
Dodo Tellers, why did you pay the first month of Jasmine's rent at her new place? Why doesn't her black boyfriend play it? As far as I'm aware, she's not seeing anybody. And the reason I paid for her first month's rent was to get her out of the house as quickly as I could. She was making up excuses to not leave. And obviously, if she's making the decision to break up, I don't want her here, so... Yeah, I told her if she's not gone in 3 months, then I'm gonna, cancel the rent on this apartment, move myself, and then she can just be out on the street. So she found a place, and I agreed to pay the first month rent to just get her out. Also, VG, your record for predictions is very bad. You said 95% chance Kamala would win, 40... I don't think I ever said 95% chance Kamala would win. 40% chance RFK Jr. gets confirmed, and less than that for Tulsi. You're 0 for 3 now. Think I have too much faith in humanity still. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Like, what's the point of saying the speed limit on the highway in Orlando, Florida is 270 miles an hour when no car in production can go 270 miles an hour? Like, that just makes no sense. So it made no sense to say, well, we need everybody under 60 when you can't get everybody under 60. There was no way with just statin medications, even if you added fenofibrates, which were available, and cholesterol and, bile acid sequestrants, whatever.
Yeah, okay, even that's not going to
They become a little intolerable once you start stacking those on. But when you start stacking on, like, let's say gemfibrozil or fenofibrate and cholesterol, whatever was available back then, you could probably get 10% of people under 60. But not enough. So there's no point in setting the speed limit or, to that low when you couldn't get anybody that low. Finally, there was Zetia, there was these PCSK9s, there's bempedoic acid now, there's the once or twice a year injection, the inclisiran, there's all these newer therapeutics, and there's obviously apheresis. Some of these people have, I don't know if you want to get deep into that, but we can almost dialyze lipoproteins in a dialysis machine out of your bloodstream for some people that have them.
You're talking about apheresis?
Yeah, apheresis.
Okay.
People have really high lipoprotein A, or having a severe acute episode of maybe severe pancreatitis or something, which we've never used it for pancreatitis and triglycerides, but really high lipoprotein A's, those people could qualify for an apheresis. It's like a dialysis where we just clear out your lipoprotein.
Well, the new meds will come out soon for the LP(a), so we just don't have outcomes yet.
Right. Those meds are coming soon.
Very soon. 5
of them in the works within the next year or two. They should be available for the people who have the worst case scenarios. These are people that have had multiple heart attacks, multiple strokes, open heart surgery. They'll be approved for those people first. And then as time goes on, sort of like the PCSK9 inhibitors, as time goes on, they'll approve them for like the next group, then the next group, and then just the general public who just needs their numbers much, much lower. Or have lipoprotein A in this case that is...
What are you observing in patients of yours that you see every day that you've gotten their LDLs far below the threshold, say into the 30s, 40s, 20s, even lower than that? Are you observing any mental cognitive decline, anything?
No, so that's, I think we need to get into that. So it doesn't matter what I observe. What matters is the data, right? So I can only see in clinic.
Dodo, donate $2. What are you eating? Tofu and sweet potatoes? No. I've just got a bowl of tofu, and I've got 3 apples here that I'm going to eat. How do you cook it exactly? Can you put it close to the camera? I want to see. I just fry it in a pan with oil, and then I add Korean barbecue sauce. And then I mix it around, and then it creates a nice Korean barbecue crust around the tofu. Also, let me see. Sam Altman is on fire. The company isn't for sale, neither is the mission. Grok isn't open source either. We would like to work with China. We should open source more? What?
Should you have taken Elon's offer?
You refused $1 billion for Elon Musk. What do you want to say to Elon Musk?
Received what from him?
Almost $100 billion, right?
The company is not for sale, neither is the mission. We're happy to buy Twitter if you want to talk about that.
What do you want to say to Elon Musk?
We're happy to buy Twitter.
Yeah? Sam, how can we trust your models are safe? Not much talk about safety here at the summit. How can you reassure people your models are safe?
Model safety track record. I mean, I think you have to look at what we've done. This summit obviously is not as focused on safety. The previous ones have been, but it's an integral part of everything we do at the work.
We call you a scam.
And do you think
Batman? Did you see it?
This calls a lot of people a lot of names. This is not a serious person.
Can you afford your own company
person.
now, though? It does raise that question.
What?
Can you afford to buy OpenAI off the non-profit now?
The board will decide what to do there. The nonprofit will continue as a very, very strong thing. The mission is really important, and we're just, we're totally focused on making sure we preserve that.
And how worried are you about China?
What are we worried about China? We'd like to work with China. I think.
Do you think your government would let you do that?
Do I know that for sure? No. Should we try as hard as we can? Absolutely, yes. I mean, I think that's really important.
And is that important for safety and for trust?
How much is OpenAI? What?
Yeah. If it's not $100 billion, how much is it?
It's not for sale.
What do you think about the critics of Mr. Musk? He said that OpenAI is not open.
I mean, I think OpenAI has done the most to push the benefits of AI into the world of anyone. We have open source a lot of things.
The declaration.
No.
I mean,
Sam, should you have taken Elon's offer?
You refuse.
Um,
$1 billion for Elon Musk. What do you want to say to Elon Musk?
receive what from him?
Almost $100 billion, right?
The company is not for sale. Neither is the mission. We're happy to buy Twitter if you want to talk about that.
let's see the second link. Doge officials have just entered the IRS building in DC to begin their investigation of the agency. This comes after X users overwhelmingly voted for Doge to dig into the IRS just days ago. Oh man. This is not looking good. This is the first time when I'm genuinely thinking this could like collapse society as we know it. President Musk, no one voted for Elon Musk. Why is the world's wealthiest man meeting with the world leaders on behalf of our government? Yeah. He's not even a fucking American. He's an immigrant. Trump complaining about this contract is like an arsonist demanding a refund for the gas he poured. $9 million contract he's raging about was literally approved by his own Department of Defense in 2018 when he was president and his Secretary of Defense, James Mattis, was in charge. Looks like radical left routers was paid $9 million by the Department of Defense to study large-scale social deception. He paid for it. He probably doesn't know anything he's doing and like forgets and shit. Sam Altman comments on Elon's $97.4 billion bid. Elon tries all sorts of things for a long time. Wish he would complete by building a better product. His whole life is from a position of insecurity. Feel for him.
OpenAI is not for sale. The OpenAI mission is not for sale. Elon tries all sorts of things for a long time. This is this week's episode.
You take it seriously at all? What do
Elon Musk just tries to steal other people's ideas and takes credit for it.
you think he's trying to drive at with this?
I think he's probably just trying to slow us down. He obviously is a competitor. He's working hard and he's raised a lot of money for XAI, and they're trying to compete with us from a technological perspective, from getting the product into the market. And I wish he would just compete by building a better product, but I think there's been a lot of tactics, many lawsuits, all sorts of other crazy stuff. Now this, and we'll try to just put our head down and keep working.
Do you think Musk's approach then is from a position of insecurity about XAI?
Probably his whole life is from a position of insecurity. I feel for the guy.
You feel for him?
I do, actually.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. How was my day today? Oh, I didn't really do much. I couldn't really sleep last night, and then I just played some Call of Duty with a buddy of mine. And now I'm here. Dodo Donators, how the fuck do you eat that tofu without rice? It's too wet. Need rice, bet you prob too lazy to make rice or clean the pot. Also, do you always clean your dishes immediately or what? And did Jasmine clean the dishes? How many blocks tofu do you buy per week? Well, I usually have 2 to 4 blocks of tofu per day. So what would that be? That'd be like, I don't know, 20, 30 blocks of tofu per week. And like the rice just adds extra calories. That's the main reason I don't have it with rice. And no, Jasmine didn't clean the dishes. Didn't really do much of anything around here. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo Donatillers, can you ask Dr. Avi if he regrets his vote yet now that Elon Musk is destroying every governmental agency? RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard are confirmed. You should call him. Also, can you imagine how bad it would be if Elon Musk managed to buy OpenAI or TikTok? He doesn't have anywhere near enough money to buy TikTok. I also really doubt he'd be able to buy OpenAI. So, yeah, I guess next time I talk to Avi, I'll ask him about all that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like 30 to maybe 50 patients a day.
Sure.
I did the math. It ends up being 5 to maybe 10,000 a year, closer to like the 8 to 9,000 mark.
It's more than me, but yeah.
That's more than you. But that's still not, a huge enough data set. So they have done huge studies. One of the chapters in the book talks about statins and dementia. One of the most recent meta-analyses looked at a population of 5.4 million people. They found that people on statin therapy had a 20% reduction in dementia.
It was a reduction.
And a 32% reduction in Alzheimer's. And this matches prior studies. Previously, people said, well, we don't know. Well, we don't know. But there was other studies before that also looked at large databases. They found that people with lower LDL and on statins, because of statins, obviously, people on statins had no increase in mild cognitive decline. This is like people say, well, I just get this brain fog. I just don't feel right. Even that was lower in the statin group. The dementia was lower. Obviously, vascular dementia is lower because it's the arteries going to your brain. The vascular dementia is like tiny little infarcts in these parts of your brain. We call them lacunar infarcts. It's like mini strokes that happen in these tiny areas because you have plugged up arteries in little small parts of your brain. You start slowly getting confused over time and memory issues, and your hand starts maybe to tremble a little, or you can't find the words. It happens over decades. It's microvascular dementia.
Dodo donate $2. Check my dono from 3 donos ago. I sent like 5 links. No other text, just links you missed that dono, all the links. Also, bro, 20-30 blocks tofu per week. What the fuck? Isn't that too much? Remember that one case study where bro ate like 3 blocks tofu to got gyno? That never happened. Yeah, dude, I'm pretty sure I clicked all of these links, didn't I?
This is this week's episode.
You take it seriously at all? What do you think he's trying to drive at with this?
I think he's probably just trying to slow us down. He obviously is a competitor.
I already opened all these links. Oh, maybe I missed this one.
We help President Trump?
Yeah.
Well, you have. Yeah.
We're in SpaceX and quietly just do whatever we want.
What's your assessment? Did this work? Is he going to win?
Yeah, it is. Not for now. No.
I think it's done.
You think it's done?
Yeah.
But not for now.
No.
I'm looking at the data as it comes in from every county in Pennsylvania.
I don't like his kid. He's annoying.
No one knew what Mitch McConnell was going to do when he was brought into the Senate on a wheelchair on Thursday. Remember, he's in a wheelchair as a result of a fall that he suffered, but he voted no on Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination to be the next Secretary of Health and Human Services. And he became the only Republican senator to vote against more than one Trump nominee. Now he's voted against 3 of them.
No. Mr. McConnell, no.
That is surprising.
Now, if you haven't been following, Mitch McConnell voted against not just RFK Jr., but also Tulsi Gabbard to be the next Director of National Intelligence. He was the only Republican to do. Mitch McConnell was the longest-serving party leader in the history of the United States Senate. But now he is a rank-and-file member, and he has told his colleagues the shackles are off. So what does this mean for Donald Trump going forward? It means that on issues of national security and defense policy, watch for Mitch McConnell to break ranks.
Elon Musk's son tells Trump, "You're not the president. You need to go away."
Restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? To restore.
That's pretty funny. Guaranteed Elon Musk has been telling his kid this shit. Again, I've already seen that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Donate $2. Any updates on Lee Richardson? No. Also, I was curious what you would do if you wanted to get laid. Would you use Tinder or go to a bar? I just use Tinder. It's just easier, more efficient. Thanks for the donation, M. Dodo donate $2. Elon just gets loans from banks or leverages the stocks to buy these companies. So yes, he probably could buy TikTok and or OpenAI. And at the very least, his cronies like Egghead Mark Andreessen and others could all kind of chip in to buy these platforms. Well, he's already over leveraged as it is, so I'm not so sure. It's also pretty, like, most of his wealth comes from his Tesla stock. That shit is not going to be worth anything in a few years, it looks like. So I don't know. At this point in time, he'd probably have a very hard time securing a loan. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And people with really high cholesterol, sort of like how you have, heart attacks, mini heart attacks, whatever, but these are like tiny and usually imperceptible, but over a long enough time horizon, it becomes obvious. But they looked at even mild cognitive decline. People on statin medications had less mild cognitive decline, less dementia, less Alzheimer's dementia, and less microvascular dementia. That one is obvious because we're getting rid of the cause of vascular dementia. So they have found that over time, but recently this large, gigantic study in 2023, it is in the book in a huge section, demonstrating a 20% reduction in dementia and a 32% reduction in Alzheimer's in people on statin therapy. So that's the one thing.
All right, thanks for the donation, 9014. Excellent spam as always.
Wow, you're late, VGU Sawley. You are on at 6. Also, how can you have any farty in humanity after Trump has won the race for the second time?
That's a very good point. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That people always say, well, yeah, you might lower your cholesterol, but you lose your brain or you get dementia, or, happy, good luck living in.
I've heard a lot of primary care guys talk about saying the statins and dementia, and it seems like they have it backward.
Yeah, they definitely have it backwards, which is why this is another reason why.
I mean, like ass backward. They got it backward. Okay.
They definitely got it backward. But that's another reason why I wrote the book, is because I want doctors. This is going to be the future book, hopefully, that all doctors have to read to understand cholesterol. There is no correlation with taking statins and dementia. In fact, it's the opposite.
You're not no correlation. You heard it from the man himself.
Not only no correlation, but it's a net benefit. People on statins have less dementia. Like, that's not even a question. So that's one thing. The other question that people bring up a lot as well, if you get your cholesterol super low, then you may end up with low testosterone or low androgens, low cortisol.
Dodo donate $2. Republicans are spineless. Let me see.
For 20 years, I've gotten up every morning on my knees and prayed that God would put me in a position where I can end the childhood chronic disease epidemic in this country. On August 23rd of last year, God sent me President Trump. All right. And he gave me. He's now given me, he's kept every promise that he's made to me. He's kept his word in every account and gone way beyond it. I'm so grateful to you, Mr. President. A lot of people told me that I couldn't trust President Trump. I better get it in writing. And we did a handshake, and everything that he told me he was going to do, he has done. Right. And I'm so grateful to him, and I've told you before, I genuinely believe that you are a pivotal historical figure.
Well, he is, just not in a good way.
And you are going to transform this country.
Just gobbling this dude's nuts. RFK Jr. hates him, by the way. He's just gobbling his nuts for cynical reasons. Guess who did it? More than 20 people hurt after a young man plows a car into a crowd in Munich, Germany. Is it a Muslim? It's either a Muslim or a crazy Nazi fascist. Yep, people are kind of getting fed up with cultural enrichment. "24-year-old Afghan asylum seeker." Yep, so it was a Muslim terror attack. Well, yeah. I don't know when they'll learn, but, you know, I'm sure eventually people will get fed up with getting bombed or run over by cars. Also, have you seen this? Would make a good spin-off series. Yes, I've seen that. That was a particularly good series of episodes, the monkey arc. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. TYT donated $2. Mormons.
When people talk about the horrible experiences that they had being raised in the church, almost every single time, if you get really specific with the person and they get detailed about what it was that was difficult for them, it was their family.
It was
and how
daddy
they were
issues.
raised.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was daddy issues, it was mommy issues, it was growing up with mom or dad being incredibly hyper orthodox or very rigid on like, okay, I'm proud of you if you check all the boxes and do everything perfectly.
Okay. Would you drive this?
Is that steering wheel legit?
Yeah.
Is it legal?
Yeah, I mean, they use a yoke in Formula One. They don't have a steering wheel.
Right, but you're not on the highway, Formula One car.
Yeah.
I like driving like this, like resting my hand on the top of the wheel.
Well, I think the autopilot's getting good enough that you won't need to drive most of the time, unless you really want to.
No, I would never drive a Tesla. TYT circa 2019 was weird.
And in terms of, so we've been covering all of the general debates, and we've been trying to note, what are they talking about? What are they spending time on? What are they not mentioning? What are they giving one question to, and then binary, the community? And so there was a specific topic that you wanted to bring up.
So the one that they were excited about was the question that I had about TSA and about the scrutiny that trans and non-binary people experience while traveling. Then there was FOSTA SESTA and like the conflation of sex trafficking with voluntary sex work, being that we're a community that on a national average makes less than $10,000 a year. And so sex work is a means of economic stability out of survival.
Okay, thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo Donate $2 had lots of links pent up. Who do you think is going to be the 2028 Republican nominee? Probably Trump. I'm sure, guaranteed, they're going to try to get rid of term limits. Like, I don't even think that's... There's just no way they're not going to try to get rid of term limits. Your predictions are clearly always wrong, but it's going to be RFK Jr. It's not going to be J.D. Vance. Tulsi also has presidential ambitions. I'm sure she'd try to run, but I see Trump trying to get rid of term limits or something.
Do you view Vice President J.D. Vance as your successor, the Republican nominee in 2028?
No, but he's very capable. I mean, I don't think that I think you have a lot of very capable people. So far, I think he's doing a fantastic job. It's too early. We're just starting.
But by the time you get to the midterms, he's going to be looking for an endorsement.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that this has been the greatest opening, almost 3 weeks, in the history of the
It's
presidency.
definitely been the fastest and the most stuff
Well,
happening.
we've done so much so fast, and we really had to, because they have really, what they've done to our country is so sad. It's so sad. We're going to be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
Do you view Vice President?
Yeah, there you go. He wants a third term. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo. Dodo $20, how does this lower inflation?
Mr. Musk, you said on X that an example of the fraud that you have cited was $50 million of condoms was sent to Gaza. But after fact check this, apparently Gaza in Mozambique, and the program was to protect them against HIV. So can you correct the statements? It wasn't sent to Hamas, actually. It was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes.
By the way, that is absolutely retarded. He didn't even know what country this aid was going to, what it was for, and he's running the Department of Government Efficiency, where he can just illegally pull, funding out of the Treasury Department and shit. So, it's kind of a problem that he'd make such a dumbass mistake like that.
But we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes. I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million worth of condoms to anywhere, frankly. I'm not sure that's something Americans would be really excited about.
Yes, let's have more AIDS and HIV.
And that is really an enormous number of condoms, if you think about it.
So, by the way, it wasn't just condoms. It was condoms and other things like antiviral medications, shit like that.
If it went to Mozambique instead of Gaza, I'm like, okay, that's not as bad, but still, why are we doing that?
To prevent the spread of HIV/AIDS, you fucking idiot. Why are we preventing the spread of HIV/AIDS? Like, by the way, doing that, you end up saving more money in the long term because now you don't have to treat people with HIV/AIDS, which is far more fucking expensive. You have to watch the whole thing, VG. It's amazing. Yes, I've already seen that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Spec King of Christianity. This woman says at the 1.40 mark that the Bible is proof that Jesus exists.
Doubt that heaven exists. Just read your Bible.
Boring. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Scroll up to the main tweet. Well, the superior race fails again. I love how there's like this fucking fat, short, bald, loser-ass Nazi who doesn't have a job. And then there's like this big-ass black guy who just knocks him the fuck out, like zero chance. Yeah, well, so much for being the superior race. Yeah, I'm completely and totally fine with Nazis getting punched in the face. If you see somebody with a swastika armband, yeah, I have no issue with it. Now, I'm not saying it's illegal. It's not an endorsement. I'm not telling you to go out and do it. It's probably still considered criminal. But if somebody were to do such a thing, I'm just saying I couldn't get fucked. Like, who cares if somebody punches a Nazi? Why must I, a STEM major, take an ethics class? 15 out of 23 monkeys implanted with Elon Musk's Neuralink brain chips have reportedly died. Yeah, you might want to take an ethics class.
The reason the boomers give us shit about buying luxuries is because back in the 80s, luxuries were expensive, but life was cheap. Now it's been inverted. Our life is expensive, but our luxuries are cheap. So I think this is where the disconnect's happening. For example, in 1980, you could rent a great apartment for $200, but a television would run you $1,000. So if you bought 3 TVs, that would be $3,000. A CD player was $500, a cell phone was $2,000, a personal computer was $2,500, and a microwave was $500. That's 80.
That's in 1980s money. So the TV is really closer to like, $2,000-$3,000. CD players more like, $1,000, $1,500. Computers back in the 80s, depending on what you're talking about, like a lot of people bought their first computer in the 1980s and they were 10 grand or more.
$8,500. That is 3.5 years rent on luxuries. And $8,500 was also equivalent to a 20% down payment on a $40,000 home. So it was irresponsible if you didn't budget correctly to buy all these luxuries because it could be holding you back. But today it's flipped. Our biggest luxury is our rent for $2,000. We can now buy 3 televisions for $600. We have a Spotify account, cell phone for $1,000. You can get a computer for $500, a microwave for $200. That's about $2,400 a month. So our luxuries is about 1 month's rent, where theirs was 3.5 years rent. And if you want to put this onto a down payment, even if you took the average home of $420,000, let's bring it down to just $320,000. A 20% down payment on that is $64,000. So if you gave up all those luxuries, you would still owe like $61,000. This $2,400 of luxuries wouldn't even cover your closing cost of $10,000 on that home. So the whole thing's been flipped.
Computer and cell phone isn't even a luxury anymore. You really need them to even have a job.
So I think when they see us with the TVs, the avocado toast, and the cell phone, they think that's the reason we can't move forward. But why we can't move forward is because housing, daycare, college, and healthcare is so expensive. But those are our necessities. These.
Yep. It's an interesting way to look at it.
The reason the boomers.
Well, thanks for the donation. Scroll up to main tweet.
God, I hope that Trump does not get a 3rd term because I don't think the country will have the sight-set possibility of survival.
Hopefully by the end of his term, people are so fed up with Trump they just vote Democrat. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I'm pretty certain that Palestinians are more fed up having their friends and families being bombed by their neighboring terrorist state while the whole world has to witness helplessly in the genocidal horrors in Palestine. But yeah, Muslims are the problem.
Why do you think they're getting bombed in the first place? Oh, right. They tried to kill thousands of people. If Muslims are so great, go move to Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, right? Go move there. If Muslims are so much better. If America is so bad and evil, go move to some Muslim country. You won't do it because you know those people are pieces of shit. So, yeah. You won't move there because they're all fucking regressive retards who want to kill Jews, gay people. They treat women like shit. They have terrible, fucked up societies. You can't express your stupid, left-wing, progressive ideals or else you'll get killed. That's why you don't live there, but for some reason you keep trying to defend Muslims. Oh, they're not so bad. Okay, well, fucking move to a Muslim-majority country then, dipshit.
Kitchen, she says that the Bible is proof that Jesus exists at the 1.55 mark.
I don't care, Dodo. She is just a fat retard. Thanks for the donation, though. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Yesterday were pretty accurate. I don't see any way that a country in Russia's position could allow them, just in their position, could allow them to join NATO. I don't see that happening. And long before President Putin, Russia was very strong on the fact that I believe that's the reason the war started, because Biden went out and said that they could join NATO, and he shouldn't have said that. As soon as
He never said that.
he said that, I said, you know what? You're going to have a war now, and I was right about that. This is a
He never said that.
war that would have never happened if I were president.
You don't think it's President Biden's fault, not President Putin? I mean, he's the one.
I think Biden is incompetent, and I think when he said that they could join NATO, I thought that it's okay.
Went undercover.
At Jewish Voices for Peace Shabbat Cornell. Let's see what the small but vocal anti-Israel Jewish activists actually think. I got a septum ring, a spy pen, and a British accent. Wish me luck. Hey guys, is this JVP Shabbat? I'm a British exchange student.
Yeah.
Praying to Israel. That's a bit ironic.
What's your name, by the way?
Ben. Nice to meet
Ben.
you.
Daniel.
Daniel, nice to meet you. What's you guys' like position? Do you feel Jews are indigenous to Israel?
No, it's not the right word.
Right.
It's not the right concept to describe Jewish relationship with the land of Israel.
Right.
I think most or everyone here would consider themselves non-Zionist or anti-Zionist, so, you know.
Same. So you think the Jews were better off like before Israel, essentially?
Yes, I think, you know.
Even though the Holocaust was right before it was founded.
Have you guys been to Israel?
So you all hate Israel, even though only like one of you's been?
Next month we have an anti-capitalist Hanukkah.
What is an anti-capitalist Hanukkah party?
We decided we wouldn't have guilt.
Are there any classes specifically on the war, Gaza, or anything?
There's one been controversial.
Really, why?
What's called Gaza, Indigeneity and Resistance. There was just an article in...
I obviously see the word resistance. I don't get how that's a controversial statement. I feel like resistance is justified if you're occupied. I don't know.
I agree with that.
By any means necessary.
Right.
I don't have any bearing on resistance around the world. I'm not going to police how people express their justified rage.
Wasn't there a professor who got suspended for just saying his beliefs that he was excited?
I was at the rally where he said it.
What did he say there?
He said it was exhilarating. I didn't even think anything of it.
So what did you guys do on the anniversary of 10/7?
That's what I made the pins for.
Oh.
Because we were fundraising.
So you handed those out on 10/7. So you see Hamas as a liberation group?
Yeah.
So what did we learn today about Jewish Voices for Peace? Well, they don't seem very peaceful considering they think resistance is justified. They clearly didn't know much, just that they wanted another pin on their social justice.
Oh, I hate college students, dude. They're some of the dumbest fucks on the planet. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said today, U.S. could potentially reduce the number of troops at a station in Europe in a peace deal with Russia about Ukraine. Yeah, that's stupid. China has tried to convince Trump to hold peace talks with Ukraine between the U.S. Part of the Chinese plan would also be to send Chinese peacekeeping soldiers to Ukraine. Oh my god. Dude, the US could so easily crush Russia. It's just so weak-minded. Russia is so fucking demoralized, defeated. They're on the verge of just complete state collapse. Why in the hell wouldn't you say, we will fucking crush you and end you if you don't return to the, your borders. We know you pussies ain't gonna use nukes, and if you do, we'll wipe you off the fucking map. It's that easy. Make me president. Seriously. Next time you go to vote, write vegan gains down for president, and I'll fix fucking everything.
On Ukraine, when Putin says that he really wants peace, do you believe him?
Yeah, I do. I believe he wants peace. I believe that President Putin, when I spoke to him yesterday, I know him very well.
Yeah, he wants peace. That's why he's bombing children's hospitals. Right. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I think he wants peace. I think he would tell me if he didn't. I'd like to see peace.
Do you trust President
I
Putin?
believe that, I believe that he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject. I think he'd like to see something happen. I think it could have happened a long time ago. I think Biden, number one, it shouldn't have started, but it did. And now all those cities are knocked down like demolition sites. All those beautiful golden towers are knocked down. There's nothing going to replace them. But much more importantly, you lost millions of people. A lot of soldiers, but you lost millions of people. When they knocked down those cities and they're all laying down on the side, they're laying down just in ashes and all crumbled up concrete. They literally look like a world-class demolition site. And many of them, almost all of them, but many of them. And this should have been done by Biden years ago.
Idiots. Idiots, all of them. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
When I was younger, before I went vegan, I ate a crocodile meat sandwich. Would this be okay since crocodiles are carnivores, or still unethical since the company that produced the crocodile meat likely exploited other animals, too?
I have no idea if there's crocodile meat farms. I know most wildlife is protected from animal trafficking or wildlife trafficking. So if you like hunt a deer, you can't sell the meat. I don't know if that applies for crocodiles. I know there's crocodile farms where they make, you know, crocodile leather. I don't know if they actually use the crocodiles for meat. So I have no idea. Thanks for the donation though, Jufeg. Dodo donate $2. It's like this episode of Vegan Gains.
I don't care how many fucking innocent civilians end up dying in fucking Gaza for people to fucking learn that they can't fuck with Israel, okay? I don't care if the civilian casualties go up to 100,000. Those people can learn the hard way if they need to.
So in this hypothetical, all of Earth's population is the same, but there's like just 1 trillion civilians in Gaza, and you know they get killed as a result of this war.
Everyone's a fucking pussy, dude.
This is a guy's word for blender.
You think this actually happened? Or is it editing? I know Richard can't admit that Israel has made rights BTW. Did you hear of Israelis protesting to rape Gazans?
What is this stupid shit? Don't bother sending me the stupid footage, dude. It's just horseshit. I'm not gonna respond to the rest of your comment because you sent me that. Like, learn to have some fucking critical thinking skills. What the fuck do you think this is? You fucking idiot! When you see this stupid shit on fucking Twitter, where you don't see anything fucking explode, you don't get any fucking confirmed kill, you don't see the fucking tank destroyed afterwards, why the fuck do you think I want to see Hamas propaganda, you fucking idiot? Or this episode. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, dude, I love it when I say, look, if Palestinians want to find out the hard way that they can't fuck with Israel and attack them, I don't give a shit if hundreds of thousands of them die. Oh my god, he's so unhinged. He doesn't care about human rights. Like, if you attack a fucking country, there's going to be repercussions. Like, it's so fucking retarded. Like, what are you saying? Oh, they should be able to kill as many Jews as they want. Like, everyone is such a fucking stupid, retarded pussy. Look, if you want to solve things peacefully, then solve things fucking peacefully through diplomatic means. Palestinians don't want to do that. They just want to kill Jews. So, okay, fuck them. If that's the way you want to do things, well, Israel has a response for that. It's called fucking bombs. Get fucked. Get fucked. Learn the fucking hard way. Don't show on stream, donate $2. Would you smash Dillahunty's girlfriend, and do you think she has a nice dick? No. Yeah, I wouldn't. And no, I don't think she has a nice dick. Kind of looks weird. Thanks for the donation, don't you, on stream?
If you had to choose between saving Europe and Israel, which would you choose? Don't be a condescending faggot. Answer the simple question.
I don't know exactly what you mean by the question. So do you mean like, I don't know, my answer might change if it's like I don't know, if like China were to take over all of Europe or China were to take over all of Israel, or are you talking about like nuclear annihilation? My answer might change. But since Europe is just made up of cucked losers, I might just go with Israel. I think I ideologically align with the people of Israel a lot more than most people in Europe. Europeans are just absolute cucked fucking pussy losers. They didn't band together to stop Putin from invading Crimea because they're absolute fucking pussies. They're still not sending troops into Ukraine because, again, they're absolute fucking cowards who won't stand up to tyranny. They allow, like, just the most insane, retarded Muslim immigrants to come into their country, and then when anybody brings up a problem with it, you're racist, you're Islamophobic, you just need cultural enrichment. And then, yeah, 30 people die in a fucking car attack. There's, you know, bus bombings. Concerts are getting blown up by Muslim terrorists, and they take away all your guns. Nowhere in Europe, aside from I think like 2 countries, do they allow you to carry a firearm. They have massive fucking gun bans, especially in areas like the UK. They're just, it's just a weak cuck beta male bitch society. Israel's completely the fucking opposite. Like, they say, we're going to stand up for our own citizens. We know certain people don't fucking belong here because they're dangerous. Anytime one of their citizens gets kidnapped, they will fucking murder and take out whoever the fuck they need to get their own citizens back. There are very few fucking countries, certainly none in Europe, where the government has that sort of responsibility and dedication to their own citizens. They also allow you to carry firearms openly in Israel. So yeah, I think I care a bit more about Israeli society than European society just because they're not cucked fucking bitches. Thanks for the donation though, retard. I forgot my namification, $22. Have you seen this yet? Let me see.
Unless y'all giving me land and 2,000 or more every week.
What could be her motive?
I'm getting my Pakistani passport and Pakistani ID. I'm getting it. Do y'all agree? Mind your business. What?
Okay, so she's just a dumb, crazy bitch. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I can bike really fast, faster than anyone. I'm aerodynamic, the airflow glides down my 21-inch waist into my crotch, helping to keep my body stable on the bike. Since I have a small dick, the air then glides around my small dick, making me fast.
Well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner. This apple kind of tastes like shit.
I thought college students were supposed to be highly intelligent.
No, they're all retarded. Most college degrees are absolutely fucking worthless, and most of these kids are just going to be paying off their student debt while working for Home Depot. So most college kids are just fucking idiots. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo. Sarah donated explain something to me, please. Why is it okay in your mind for Netanyahu to bomb children's hospitals? He never did, but not okay for Putin to bomb children's hospitals. He never did, dumbass. Putin bombed children's hospitals. It's literally caught on video. Netanyahu never did. So what you're saying is just nonsense. What is the trait difference here? Name the trait. It never happened. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Based VG.
Well, thank you, Nut Muffin. Appreciate the donation. Lol donate $2. Let me see. My stepdaughter thinks she's a fox. I'm not okay with it. It's probably going to be boring. Oh my god, the white. Ugh. Yeah, I'll watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Is everyone a stupid retarded pussy, or are you just a fucking asshole? As a side note, you need to do more to make your stream more exciting. The foreign policy stuff you talk about is boring. I mostly agree, Richard. But also I don't think Israel really need our help. They're a big boy. The problem is we are choosing between Europe and East Asia, and we have decided that we'll gamble Europe and hope they beef up on their own.
Like, Israel has to import a lot of their arms, so they at least need arms sales from the US. Again, European society is just a bunch of cucked pussies. I don't know if they're gonna step up to the plate to fight Putin. So, you know, it's fine to pressure Europe into supporting Ukraine and shit, but like, if they're not gonna step up to the plate, somebody has to. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. And again, supporting Israel does not mean you can't support Ukraine. It's a false dichotomy. Dodo donate $2. Want to kiss Gummy in your thumbnail? He looks cute. Also, why didn't you stream that debate with Metaethics? Can you make sure you stream next time you start a random debate? What debate did I have recently that I didn't stream? I can't even remember anything. You start a random debate. Also, if Germany's government was replaced with Israel, do you think there would be a war in Ukraine right now? Yeah, if the Israeli government were in charge of the German government, they'd definitely fight in Ukraine. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Eat blueberries instead, screw apples, they are mid.
Well, I don't have any fresh blueberries. Thanks for the donation, though, Nut Muffin.
Once again, in that case, this time being college students, the similarities between humans and apes is unavoidable at this point.
That is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Just a little tip to all the trolls out there. If you want to donate the name of he who shall not be named, do it while he's gaming and in the middle of a match or boss fight or something where he isn't going to want to / be able to skip the dono.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
Hey, Deloney, I'm happy to talk to you.
I am more happy to talk to you. What is up?
So I have been happily married for 11 years, and I have a stepdaughter who's 13, and then my husband and I have 2 younger kids together. My stepdaughter is a Therian. She identifies as a fox. She wears a mask and a tail and has a YouTube channel of her jumping around like a fox in really short shorts. And this is mostly being done at her mom's house. She's had the YouTube channel for about 6 months, but we just found out about it. She's also had a smartphone since she was 10.
The Tail Company. Why am I getting pregnant furries? Dude, the furry community is just fucking weird. Is this? That can't be it. That matches up. Yeah, she said Therian, right?
I think Trump is doing the right thing. Peace must be secured at any cost.
No, he's basically cucking. Thanks for the donation, Neville Chamberlain.
Stay in the box. No!
Yours, and maybe you can even sense our lifestyle.
Fluid.
You know, I really don't know if I could tolerate this if I was dating somebody and they were like this. Like, if they're always on, all the time, like, pretending to be a fox, I think I'd get tired of it. But maybe if they just do it for, like, few minutes a day and they just need to get it out of their system.
I saw a kid eating some ice cream and a bird flying above him shit on his shirt. Apparently, he thought it was ice cream that dripped onto his shirt. He wiped it with his finger and stuck it in his mouth. He slowly realized it wasn't ice cream.
It's funny you mentioned that because I just saw this video of a dog farting and a cat puking.
What the hell?
Marty, no, honey.
No!
We.
That was the craziest dog fart I think I've ever seen. Then the cat throws up. Gotta watch that again.
What the hell?
Marty, no, honey.
Oh, that's so good. That's pretty funny. The kid ate bird shit. Thanks for the donation, Purple Galaxies.
She's at our house every other weekend, and this last time she came over, she had made my daughter, who's 9, a mask and was teaching her how to jump and filming her with her cell phone and presumably to give her feedback on how to jump better.
Well, duh, Jill.
And ever since...
Duh. Every young fox has to learn how to jump. How else do you think they're going to learn? Hey, can we just stop for a second?
Yes, please.
I hope that if you've listened to the show for a while, you know, like, man, I just wade into some, and what's on the show is not a quarter of what I wade into in the real world, like with real people. And I try to be as like the most compassionate guy. And I've worked with young people my whole career, like teenagers and young adults. And so, man, nothing surprises me.
Poopy scoopy joopy loopy hoopy toopy whoopy roop.
Nice try. Thanks for the donation, retard.
But the fact that there's a name for this, and that you have to say, I feel like we're in the Twilight Zone. That you and I are having this conversation. But continue, Jill. Continue.
That's why I'm calling you, because I don't know. I'm at a complete loss, and I'm shocked. And it is a whole thing, and there's a name, and there's terminology, and there's things that are offensive to them, and anyway. Okay, so ever since this last visit, now my daughter is a Therian also. She identifies as a giraffe, if you're curious.
Dude, giraffes are so cool. I love baby giraffes. I always spell giraffe wrong.
Their giraffe just had a...
This is fucking awesome. Also, that last Donna wasn't the one. True retard.
Let me see. Oh yeah, we already reacted to this. Milo accidentally called out Tim Pool for taking money from Russia and shit. Yeah, I've already seen that. We reacted to it like last stream. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Ass and titties. 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 Daddy E.
Ass and titties are good. Thanks for the donation, Daddy Trump. Are you a fan of Yeti gear? Yeti Garage. Oh my god. I've never actually heard of it. Yeah, I've never heard of Yeti before. If they have backpacks, I'll check out their backpacks.
baby, and it looks so cool how small it is. But
look at the little baby.
This video may fool you, because even though it looks like the size of a household pet, these markers on the wall will show you that this giraffe is actually over 5 feet tall, the size of a human, which can technically still fit in your house.
Look at the little baby. Wow. Oh no. He fall down. Oh, what a good baby. Oh my goodness.
Meet the baby giraffe. When it's born, this little giant already stands at a towering 6 feet, taller than most adults. But don't let that size fool you. Within just an hour, this newborn is up on its feet and walking. Not only that, but
oh, what a good... Oh my god, look at him. Oh, he's so derpy.
Tiny horns called ossicones, which lie flat at birth and pop up later as they grow. Plus,
oh my god, I love giraffes.
Give birth standing up.
Oh my god, that is special. Oh my goodness, she's petting the giraffe and giving him a hug. Oh. Look at them. Oh my goodness. That is amazing. Oh. Giraffe is wondering what this is. Oh, the giraffe says, hello, human. Wow. Oh my god. Oh, what a nice giraffe. He's saying hello. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, that's nice. Oh, what a nice giraffe. My goodness.
This chiropractor came to.
Oh, fucking chiropractor. Oh my god, kill me. Yeah, giraffes are super fucking cool.
The other thing is, so my husband and I were looking
I know it's not
at
funny.
Look up giraffe sleeping. Let me see. Well, they just lie down. It's not terribly interesting.
Meaning that the person, you're saying the person gets a yucky feeling?
Someone at work said nut milk is good. My response was nut milk, I produce that, in fact it's working its magic in my balls right now. I don't need to buy it because I make it. Sometimes I consume the nut milk I make. They put the nut milk back and left.
Ugh. That's weird. I thought they liked nut milk. Thanks for the donation, Flapdoodle Flapjack.
YouTube.
I'm laughing with you. I'm laughing with you.
No, yes, we're laughing and we need help.
And you're crying and drinking heavily. I get it. All of it.
Exactly.
I get it. But the way you said that, hey, the way you said that, if I knew how to do this on my phone, I would make a ringtone. Just simply said, my daughter's a giraffe, in case you're wondering. It would just be my ringtone because that was legendary. The way you said, you said that like an exhausted, exasperated, like, I feel like you like how certain politicians, like executive cabinets, feel after the politician
channel to see what the content is. And there was a video on there that my stepdaughter had made while she was over here at Christmas break with my 2 young kids in it, and we didn't even know about it.
Yeah.
So
No.
Are, okay, first of all, with this theory and stuff, I mean, do I let my daughter continue to be a giraffe? Do I let that ride? More importantly, what rules do I have in place in my home about the internet and screens and social media? And can I tell my stepdaughter not that her cell phone's not allowed here? And then overall, big picture, like what kind of relationship should I have with my stepdaughter, since I'm not her bio parent, but so much of her influence is over my house and my daughter, who's absolutely in love with her, adores her. And I'm sure the reason my daughter's doing this is to gain good favors with the stepdaughter.
Sure. All right, so
who cares? Let her pretend to be a fucking fox and a giraffe. Dodo, donate $2. This may soon become a reality VG. Yeah, probably. Also, this is the debate you didn't record / stream, so don't forget next time. Also, can you read the comments? Watch for a couple secs. It's funny.
Like, if you were dealing with a bully and...
Well, this was on one of my streams. So what do you mean I didn't record it? Oh my god. It's not unreasonable to expect Israel to pay $500 million a month for the Iron Dome. $500 million a month times 12 months is $6 billion a year. This is just over 1% of Israel's GDP, which is about $500 billion. Oh, what a fucking retard. Yeah, waste 1% of your fucking GDP on a countermeasure system just so the fucking crazy whack job neighbors next to you don't kill you. Oh, what's the problem? It's only 6 billion. You know, we could feed the poor and, you know, give people health care, but no, just shoot the missiles coming at you. It's just not that big. Fuck you. What a retard. Oh my god. That is, like, actually psychotic. Is Israel's GDP even 500 billion? Yeah, it is. As of 2022. So nominal gross domestic product GDP, real GDP, constant inflation adjusted is 330 billion. So technically, it is just fucking retarded. Israeli here wasn't much of a debate. It's mostly VG preaching truth. He sees it very clearly and what the Palestinazis for who they are based.
School and he spat in your fucking face or like swirlied you in the toilet, are you going to wait for him to do it again before you beat his fucking ass and knock his teeth out?
I'd probably beat his ass, but I don't think I'd beat the ass of like the bystanders around him.
Look, dude, if you're going to take fucking horseshit from people because you're worried, oh, I might hurt somebody else, then you're going to get walked over, okay?
Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Geez, where do we start here? All right, let's just start with number one. How old's your daughter?
My daughter's 9.
Okay, my daughter's 8. My daughter puts on princess dresses and picks up her little floofy, not really a dog, but goes by, I mean, actually is a dog, but it kind of looks like a squirrel that just got huge and then got dropped in a dryer for a while, right? It's just this poofy little dog. My daughter will take a dress and she'll put like this old Elsa dress on, get the dog, get some sort of like magic staff and run out into our backfield, into the woods. And she has these adventures and whatever. I want to support that and encourage that sort of creativity and adventure and fun and whatever weird world she's fighting dragons in. I want to encourage that all day long. Okay. When my son, who's heading to high school, comes home 1 month dressed like a punk rock kid, 1 month dressed like a country singer, like I want to encourage that. Also, in my house, encouragement comes with I get to poke fun at you too, but also like I love you and I know you're trying these things on. That's adolescent development 101. That's amazing. That's good. That's awesome. Where it crosses a line is when we go out in public. My daughter dresses not in her make-believe garb. And I find it strange that I have to say this, and I say it with as much compassion in my heart, but your daughter is not a giraffe. Your stepdaughter is not a fox. And once this behavior heads into high school, heads into college, heads into adulthood, now I'm going to ask more questions, okay? But right now with your 9-year-old.
So it's totally fine to believe in, the adult version of Santa Claus. Jesus came to Earth to save us. Oh, God's watching over me right now. He's even watching me take a shit and wipe my own ass. And, I pray to him to help me do things. That's totally fine. But pretending to be a fox. Oh, what are you, nuts? Are you insane? There's something wrong with you. You're putting on a fox mask and running around like a fox? Are you fucking crazy? Do you have mental issues?
That's the only kid we got in front of us. If your kid wants to dress up like a giraffe and run in the backyard, I don't have an inherent problem with that. Understanding that she's not going to dress like a giraffe when we go out to dinner. She's not going to dress like a giraffe when friends come over. See what I'm saying? Because you don't identify like that language is just madness. It's.
Hello, I came here from FitX Fearless. Well, hello, sir. How are you doing?
It's so strange that we're even having this conversation, right?
I agree.
I kind of look like The Weeknd. Everyone fucking says I look like every fucking half-black or light-skinned celebrity. The Weeknd, Drake, Will Smith's son. Who else has there been?
We'll never, in our 40s, you and I will never understand it.
No, I understand it. I mean, I've sat with the scholars who try to walk me through it. And maybe this is how civilizations collapse, as I've been told. I just don't give a lot of credence or time because there's real hurting people in the world. This stepdaughter of yours is struggling, hurting, right?
Yeah.
And so she needs some direct connection to some stable, secure adults.
Oh yeah, Zuma
and
Overlord.
to some peers. To answer question number 2, I want to answer it fully. No more one-eye cringing in your home. These are two-eyed, wide-open parents. Absolutely not. I just feel that I think at school, the school that my son attends is not allowed to take pictures of him and put them on the internet, much less a kid. The school at least has some legal standards. I'm not letting some 9th grader or 10th grader put pictures of my child on YouTube or on there. No way. No way. And so, yes, no question about it, that's a firm boundary. When you walk in our house, you don't have a phone, period. You go to your mom's house, I can't do anything about that. That leads me to this. Where's your husband in all this?
It seems that he's to a place where he feels like it doesn't matter what he says to the stepdaughter or her mom, they're going to do what they're going to do. For example, she asked...
Not in his house.
Right, at their house, sorry.
Yeah, at their house, she's
They
right.
asked-
He's right. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, they asked 9 or 6 months ago if she could have a YouTube channel, and he said absolutely not.
Right.
And then we find out later that it happened. The Syrian stuff, he struggles with it. But his problem is with her live streaming to strangers on the YouTube channel.
That are majority adult males.
No.
Oh, I'm sure.
This is not a YouTube.
No. Bro, like, if that's the case, it's weird dork furries. Like, normal people are not watching a fucking furry fan channel.
YouTube channel for other kids dressed like animals. That could be hilarious. If there were high school kids dressing like animals running around and crapping in the woods, that'd actually be funny. If it was just to other high school kids. Because high school kids are hilarious when they're just allowed to be fully high school kids. You throw a phone in there and you put it up on the internet, now it's a bunch of grown men. And it goes from...
This guy has no fucking clue, dude.
That's high school kids being high school kids too. And by the way, don't get me wrong. High school kids aren't just in mass crapping in the woods. I'm using it as an example. Like, high school kids do wild things and they think it's hilarious. And occasionally it is. Not occasionally, sometimes it's real funny. But it's when...
Oh, yeah, it's so weird. Pretending that you're a fox. Oh, why don't we go to the fucking church and drink the blood of Christ and eat his flesh? Yeah, the cracker and the wine, it turns to human blood and flesh, and you're actually committing cannibalism. Oh, you dress as a fox? What are you, fucking crazy? Why don't you commit cannibalism like a normal person? Like, oh, these people are so retarded.
And my friend Sean Ryan said this the other day. When you hand a kid a smartphone, you're not giving them access to the world. You're giving the world access to them. And this is a video channel for grown men. Right. And it sends shivers down my spine that any adult would let their kid do this. But
oh my god, this is fucking retarded, dude. It's not mostly grown men watching your YouTube channel, I can fucking guarantee you. It's just weird furry people.
You're right. Your husband can't stop what happens in that house. Someday, his daughter will look at him and say, "Why didn't you save me?" And so, if the best y'all can do is to create a track record, when you walk in our house, there is no access to the internet here. We're a little house on the prairie. Because I'm going to hit the pendulum so far to protect you. Your friends are welcome over here. You can have fun. You can whatever. But we don't have just...
Well, that's a good way to make your kids hate you. So, good parenting there.
Open, unfettered access to the internet here. Period. And I just don't know why that's such a hard concept to grasp. Because it's going to take one guy offline asking for her private information, and now we're going to be off to the races.
Yeah, right. Oh, some creep on the internet could fucking lure you or something. Why don't you go to church so you can be raped by a pedophile priest? That's much better. Oh, I care about your safety. You can't post YouTube videos dressed as a fox. But you want to go to church and get sexually assaulted? Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, we've kind of already had some...
She's not already there.
Right.
Yeah. And here's what's happening. This young...
All right, well, this is nice and retarded.
Yes, of course. Wait, actual morals. I just got done telling you
do you
that
actually believe in
every
anything they're saying?
fucking thing I prefer is moral, and you haven't been able to give me a single demonstrable argument for why it isn't. Not once.
I just got you to admit that if God told you to, if he commanded you to, you would suck a little boy's dick.
No, that literally never happened. No, I think we're not, because that, by the way, that never even happened. I literally said no. And on top of that...
Oh, sorry. You would rape.
Yeah, that never happened either.
Little boys
Can you go back to the Papua New Guinea argument? Can you tell me why that's wrong for that culture to do that?
Before we do that, Andrew, I just want to go over our poll. So I'm gonna make. See?
to the Bubba YouTube channel. Guys, today's video is gonna be a banger. So you already know what it is. Bubba Army in the chat. So guys, we gotta give it up for Big Lechitas, the Torta Pounder, Big Girl. Guys, it's been a while since we've made a video on.
So what if she identifies as a fox, I identify as great ape? Oh wait, I don't have to, because that's exactly what we humans are.
Yeah, I think people forget that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
On the Strength Cartel, Big Boy, whatever you want to call him, Big Melones, Lechitas. There's a whole lot of nicknames that we have for him here on the Bubba YouTube channel. And
Pussy Neighbor donated $2. Would you react like a pussy like this if your neighbor Minecrafted himself?
I cannot seem to move past the anxiety I feel after witnessing my neighbor take his own life.
Oh, whew. McCall, you're not supposed to see that.
No.
Tell me about it.
You know, it's so funny. There used to be public executions. Like 100 years ago, people would be hung in public. And now, oh my God, I saw somebody kill themselves. Oh, what has happened to society?
So it was a weird situation. My family was packing up to go to an outdoor movie that our town was putting on at the time, and we had just moved there. And so I didn't even know him, but I'd run inside to get a blanket. And as I was inside, I heard some commotion, some yelling, and a pop. And I immediately knew it was a gunshot. And I ran outside, and my little boy had actually seen the whole thing. He said, "That guy shot him. That guy shot him." And so I just seen a man laying on the ground, and I didn't even bother to close the front door. We all just hopped in the car and left. And so for about 15 minutes, I thought it was a murder. And the police came with no sirens. The ambulance came with no sirens, and I was so confused. And they let me know that it was actually a suicide situation. And so I got myself and my son into therapy right after that. My other kids didn't really see it, but we didn't think that they needed therapy, and they're doing fine. But my son has since graduated therapy, but I can't seem to get past it.
Yeah.
It's because you're a fucking pussy. People die all the time. Get over it. Who fucking cares, dude? Thanks for the donation, Pussy Neighbor.
Also, this is not the first time kids identified as Onimolis.
First tonight, a wild accusation getting a lot of attention. Heidi Ganahl, the Republican nominee for Colorado governor, claims students across Colorado are identifying as animals and that schools are supporting it.
And we didn't take those claims lightly. Valley and Colorado Springs 11 each refuted Ganahl's claim, saying it is not an issue. Aurora Public Schools told our partners at the Denver Post the same thing. Doug Co. Schools told us no comment.
Well, we reach out to Ganahl's candidate.
A loss for words because of how she's using something that is fake, and she's twisting what reality is so that she can target LGBTQ kids.
Saying misinformation from the Colorado political.
So that whole dogs and cats story was just to get at trans people, I guess. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And the Strength Cartel is quite the popular character in the Alpha Male universe, the AMU, that we've been cultivating here on the Bubba YouTube channel. And guys, this guy has just been up to loads of shenanigans in the past.
My plan was to go for one specific reason. That was to call out Big Boy Strength Cartel to a boxing match. I honestly really want to box him. I think I would beat his ass. He's too cocky, he thinks he can fight, and I think I'll put them hands on him straight up.
Big Boy would be the perfect opponent with his history with me, with John Bravo, with Joey Stacks. I mean, this writes itself.
And I feel like most people that call Big Boy out are just looking for a big payday. That's not me, bro. I'm looking for a fight. I'm looking to actually start doing this shit. Not just Big Boy. I want to move on to other people too. I actually really want to start boxing some YouTubers.
My question is, why the fuck is it so difficult to make this happen? I mean, maybe Big Boy didn't realize you were serious. Now he does. All these promoters throw hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars $200 at all these skinny little kid streamers. Like, I understand the ones with the big names, but on like the Misfits cards, there's some straight bums. Does no fight promoter see the value in two legit monsters going at it?
My plan was to go
month that I have not covered him. When you don't call these people out, they just go back to their ridiculous behavior. I mean, it's like, it's crazy what happens in a month, but apparently the Trend twins have called him out. They're beefing. They want some leche. Okay, that sounds awful. Let's move on from that. But before we do that, we gotta get into flow state. It's so stupid. So let's get this show on the road.
Look at that scoop. I need
also, I would love to identify as an animal because I hate humanity so much.
Yes. So do I. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Scoop today, man. So there's 350 milligrams of caffeine inside of each scoop, 24 active ingredients. This shit is cracking. You guys gotta get yours at Strength Card. That day. Alan Monk.
Show me this video, Bubba. I thought we were talking about the Trend twins. Okay, yes, I get it. But here on the Bubba YouTube channel, we're cultivating the alpha. Consumes his own product. He always like cuts off and then you never actually see him drink it. It's been like with Strength Cartel, with Big Boy on his channel, and then you see Wes Watson with him and they're like, oh, family, this is family. And what's so funny is that these guys say they're trendsetters, they say that they're influencers and they're changing the world. Yeah, buddy, alpha male shit.
He's already fucking jacked crazy last time you did that shit. Oh yeah, I'm thinking about
potatoes.
I watch your videos before. Hey, man. You do? Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen Michael Hearn going nuts over your shit. Hey, bro. I'm trying to get that again. Hell yeah. Strength Cartel or some shit. Do it. Hey, you gotta find Larry, bro. Oh, no, don't go to Strength Cartel. They go. Oh yeah, but Larry doesn't lie, so he's already fucking jacked crazy last time you did that shit. Oh yeah. I'm thinking about just going up to Big Joe by himself. Are you going there right now? I want to see. In a bit. All right, good meeting you guys. All right, bro. Take it easy. That was funny as hell, bro. What was the weight? It was 2.7.
Thank God our worthless species will be gone soon due to global warming.
Yes. I guess that wouldn't be too bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
218. Mine was 220. This guy's fat, bro. He's fat as shit. I'd rather be fat than small.
So I don't know everything under the sun about the Trend.
Retard donators, dude, this is nuts. Craziest thing I've seen all week. React.
Let's talk about one of my favorite partial differential equation. First, let's start with something that can be modeled with ODE, like constant acceleration motion. Plotting a solution against time, it follows a quadratic trajectory. Now, let's introduce some random noise to the model, which could be caused by turbulence or market fluctuations or for whatever reason. Then, our system becomes non-deterministic, meaning that even if we start with same initial conditions, we cannot predict the exact path it will take. While the actual trajectory is random, the time evolution of the distribution remains deterministic. Now, putting all that into writing, if we have any Ito process, it can be expressed as a linear combination of two terms. The first term is the deterministic part, which is pretty much like an ordinary differential equation, and the second term is the random Brownian motion. And it can be faithfully converted into PDE, which describes the time evolution of the probability distribution, which essentially is a combination of the transport equation and the diffusion equation. Let's talk about one of my favorite partial differential equation. First, let's start with something that can be modeled with ODE, like constant acceleration motion.
I totally spaced out, and I completely forgot what I just watched. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Israeli, donate $2. Let me see.
This week, a new law has ignited a fiery debate around surrogacy in Israel. A nationwide strike is scheduled for this Sunday with politicians, rights groups, and celebrities.
This week, the Israeli government passed the so-called surrogacy law, allowing single women and heterosexual couples the right to state-supported surrogacy, but denying that right to single men and gay couples.
Yeah, well, what do you expect? especially under a Netanyahu government.
I recently inherited a great sum of money, approximately $50 million. And I'm just wondering, what do you think I should do with this?
You're not kidding me.
No, I'm not kidding you.
Put half of it into an index fund. It'll generate like 10% year over year. You'll never be broke ever again. And then buy a nice little property, put, get some fun things and put the rest into savings.
Who in the world left you $50 million?
My parents.
Wow, what did they do?
My dad was into everything, real estate. He was an automobile dealer. He sold private jets.
Wow.
On and on and on.
So $50 million cash or worth of assets?
This is cash.
Goodness.
Holy fuck, that is an insane inheritance.
My husband
Son of a bitch. Wish my parents were rich and died.
doesn't know what's going on. The other gentleman does know that I am married. And I don't want to leave my husband, but I don't want to break things off with this other gentleman either.
So let me give you
She's calling in to say, I don't want to leave my husband, but I'm cheating on this guy, and I don't want to leave either of them. What in the fuck advice do you think is going to be given? Like, you're a bitch. Like, oh my god. This woman's just a fucking cheating, nasty bitch.
another side to this, okay? So, number one, I don't think you love your husband. I don't. I think you love the idea of the security that 7+ years of quasi-stable relationship brings.
Yep.
I also think deep down you understand that you are with somebody of so little character that he doesn't mind blowing up another family so he can hook up with somebody.
Yep.
So I think you found yourself in a pretty
Oh my god. What a piece of crap, dude. Wait,
My husband doesn't.
Okay, that's the link. Our teen is having sex. My husband's furious. Alright, I guess we can watch that. Thanks for the donation, Israeli.
Hi VG. I hope that you are great tonight. So, today at my work, I had a one-on-one meeting with my boss about what could he do to make things better at my work, and I brought up accommodating to me as a vegan. I made the comparison to make it if I was a Jew/Muslim/Hindu.
Well, I wouldn't expect that to go anywhere. They probably don't give a shit. But thanks for the donation, Ben.
All right, let's go out to Grand Rapids, Michigan, and talk to Lori. What's up, Lori?
Hi, Dr. John. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate your time and your guidance.
Of course. What's up?
So a couple of weeks ago, my husband and I discovered that our 15-year-old daughter was sneaking her boyfriend into our home in the middle of the night through her bedroom window.
Oh, man.
And as the story unraveled that weekend, we found out that this isn't the first time and that they have been sexually active in her bedroom across the hall from our room on multiple occasions.
Okay.
So my husband and I are obviously dealing with this a little bit differently. We've doled out the consequences for her actions. And
What are those consequences? What did y'all do? Did y'all go scorched earth?
Well, we didn't burn the bed yet. So she was 5 days away from turning 16. Obviously, driving privileges have not been given to her, so she is riding the big yellow school bus to and from school. Her cell phone has been taken away. She no longer has a bedroom door. She has a bedroom, but no door. And she cannot participate in any after-school extracurricular activities for the rest of the year. Big consequences, yes. And of course, she feels those are too extreme.
So let me ask you this. This is just adult to adult. You're a parent of a daughter. I'm a parent of a daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Taking away her cell phone, taking her door off, taking away her privacy, taking away any after-school connection with kids, taking away her ability to be with her friends. What is that? Connect that to.
Once I made that comparison, it clicked with my boss and told him that I hope that you weren't targeting me for my veganism, and his excuse was that for my vegan option is typically more expensive than the non-vegan option and wants to be fair with everyone lol.
Yeah, no. Pizza without cheese is cheaper than pizza with cheese. But thanks for the donation, Ben. That is some bullshit cope.
Underage sexual activity.
We made those consequences before we found out that she had been sexually active. And I think the majority of the reason for those consequences is because throughout the weekend, we got different iterations of lies. So we tried to at least open up a space so that she could just kind of tell us what was happening. When we found out this was happening, we woke up one morning to a fresh Michigan snow and saw footprints down our sidewalk all the way down the driveway.
Oh man, that's like
road,
a horror movie.
This is how we found this out.
Okay, can I cut to the chase? And I'm going to say something direct, and I'm saying this to my friend, not at you. Okay, I'm just with you on this one. When I used to work with college students all the time, I would call them in and say, "Hey, you've been accused of sexual assault. You have been accused of cheating. I have a whole bunch of texts where you threatened to kill somebody." Like, that was my job. I did that all day, every day. And every time somebody would leave, I would always tell them, whether they were an 18-year-old or they were a 29-year-old, whether they were my grad students or they were a freshman in college, I would tell them, you have 24, sometimes 48 hours to come back and change your story. And I'm going to allow it to be as though that's the first thing you told me. Because I know the terror that is coursing through your veins right now. And when we get scared, we have default, we just react.
Yeah.
Right? And so you get to come back. After 48 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, depending on what the issue was, then you're going to get in more trouble for being a person who lacks integrity than for whatever it is you did. Okay? But I'm telling you that to tell you, it sounds like some of these, or in totality, it sounds like two adults got really embarrassed that they missed something right across their hallway, and they got really pissed off, and they just used all of their power, like a Marvel character.
Yeah.
And the thing that a 15-year-old girl that's sneaking a boy into her room and then is sexually active at 15 is a body that is screaming for connection. And it says,
she's a horny teenager. This guy's a fucking idiot. It's called being horny, dude. And that's kind of normal for teenagers.
as though it's like in the old days when I forgot what it is. They used to, I'll have to think it up. They used to give the cure for diarrhea used to be back in the 1800s was to dehydrate the body, make it worse, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And so for a brain, a tiny little adolescent brain that is screaming for connection so much so they're going to risk everything, that the solution can't be less connection. And my guess is, with this type of response, my guess is, and tell me, dude, you can say, you're an idiot, Dylan, you're wrong on this one. And I would love to be wrong on behalf of your daughter here. But your husband didn't take her out and hold her and say, I'm so.
Nothing matters, we're all going to die, do what you want and get strong. If the world will go extinct soon from global warming, then we may be able to live out a long life still becoming a wise buff beast.
True. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Oh, so sorry. Tell me, okay. My guess is this is a temper tantrum, Dad. My guess is you haven't taken her out and said, there's some things about your mom you didn't know. I'm going to tell you about when I was in high school. I'm going to tell you about when I was in college. Because 15-year-old sexual activity is not safe. They're a child, right? And so I'm not saying they should be allowed to do this at all. I'm all about consequences. I'm all about accountability, okay? I don't care if you're a person of faith. If you're a secular, 15 years old is too early to be having sex, period. End of story. Conversation's over, okay?
Yep.
And so I'm with you on that. But the move has to be to increase connection, not take it away. And that has to be done not through I've got this huge...
Okay, gay and retarded.
Twins, but these guys are hilarious and they're quite the icon in the fitness industry, the Zoomer fitness scene. I don't know what you want to call it. They appeal more to the younger generation, but no matter the age, these guys are hilarious and they have charisma. Now, these guys can take a joke, okay? Not everybody in the fitness community is some try-hard that's roid raging at everybody. Eric Kanevsky went to them and he weighed them. He took their height, right? These guys are down to earth, but a lot of people freak out. If you're wondering, okay, well, what does this have to do with Strength Cartel? It's that Big Boy and Big Joe, the two salami couple, right? They freaked out when Eric Kanevsky went to troll him, and Eric Kanevsky is honestly the GOAT of trolling. He's trolled Wes Watson in the past. He is hilarious, man. That guy really makes me laugh, but you get the point, right? Strength Cartel, they whine and they complain. They're the
Oh, great. There's something wrong with Streamlabs. I'm gonna try restarting OBS.
My boss asked me how he can accommodate me as a vegan. He chuckled and said, well, no meat in your mouth, but what about mine? I said no, and he said, you ain't gonna eat it, nigga, and it's my red rocket, not food or an animal. I went to HR, he is gone now.
Okay, well that's good. Thanks for the donation, employee.
The hardest felons in the world are the toughest gangsters, but when it comes to making a joke, they just freak out and go Karen Teta mode, okay? They freaked out on Eric Kanefsky. Now, Big Boy, he got wind of this, and I'll roll the clip for you.
I seen I didn't watch the whole thing. Those Trend Twin fools, they talked about Strength Cartel on their booth.
Oh,
look,
really?
Yeah, look.
Hey, bro. I'm trying to get that again. Hell yeah. Strength Cartel or some shit. Do it. Hey, you're gonna find Larry, bro. Oh, no, don't go to Strength Cartel. They got, oh, yeah. But Larry doesn't lie, so he's already fucking jacked. Crazy last time you did push?
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking about just going up to Big Joe by himself.
I'm going there right now. I want to see.
See what they like. They just want to get a reaction. He said, I want to go up to Big Joe.
It was 218. Mine was 220.
But, yeah. Yeah. No, they didn't talk shit. They're just laughing about it. Cause
So whenever Big Girl is smiling like that, Joey Stacks has talked about how that is when he's on his demon time. That dude is seething, okay? And you know how he's...
Trump seems to have cut a deal with Eric Adams, who was caught accepting cartoonish bribes from Turkey.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Today we are seeing the most significant act of principled defiance against Donald Trump's lawlessness since he retook the Oval Office. It all kicked off when Donald Trump's own acting U.S. attorney for the Southern District, appointed by Trump for New York, resigned after less than just a month on the job. Her name is Danielle Sassoon. You see her there. She stepped down this afternoon after Trump's Department of Justice ordered her to drop the federal government's corruption case against New York City's Democratic Mayor Eric Adams, something she...
This is weird. Like, this is a Democratic mayor. So, like, is Trump getting orders from foreign nationals to do this? Like, why would Trump want the Eric Adams case dropped unless he thinks there's some sort of evidence that can be tied to him?
She refused to do. And to be clear about the context here, Sassoon is not...
Out of it all, he had the nerve to tell me that my vegan food is more expensive and care about equality when I'm the one fighting for equality and not to be excluded, lol. I will say that he did get me vegan chocolate for Valentine's Day this week, smile.
Well, that's kind of nice. If I was working at an office or something, I'd tell people to not get me any food, not get any birthday cakes, don't get me any presents, nothing. I don't want anything from anybody because usually people get me horse shit that I don't like or don't want to eat. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Appreciate it.
Not a what you would call resistance liberal. She was appointed by Donald Trump 3 weeks ago. She was a member of the right-wing legal organization, the Federalist Society. She clerked for the late Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, one of the fathers of modern conservative legal thought. But today, Sassoon put her loyalty to the rule of law ahead of her ideological affiliations. In a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Sassoon said in no uncertain terms that the deal to halt Adams' prosecution, with the possibility of reviving the charges at some future date, was part of a backdoor deal to get Adams to support Trump's immigration crackdown in New York. Sassoon recalls a meeting with the acting deputy attorney general.
This is so fucked, dude. Trump is literally ruining every fucking institution. Will Mage donated $2. That guy from the Humanist Report is live right now. I want to ask him to do a debate on the war in Gaza. Show that Marxist fanboy.
That's
who's
beholden to Donald Trump, because he himself is
Give me 1
afraid
second.
he will be jailed for crimes he actually committed. So please, if you hate the Democrats even, register as a Democrat.
Well,
Vote in the June.
they're not doing open debates. Like, I don't know what you expect me to do. Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage.
Emil Bovee and the mayor's lawyers, all right? Everyone's in the room. And here I quote from Sassoon's letter. Adams' attorneys repeatedly urged what amounted to a quid pro quo, indicating that Adams would be in a position to assist with the department's enforcement priorities only if the indictment were dismissed. Adding, rather than be rewarded, Adams' advocacy should be called out for what it is, an improper offer of immigration enforcement assistance in exchange for a dismissal of his case. Now, a lawyer for Mayor Adams denies those allegations, saying in part, the idea that there was a quid pro quo is a total lie. We offered nothing and the department asked nothing of us. But I got to say, that's complicated by the letter that Emil Bovee himself sent to Sassoon back on Monday, which we covered on the show, in which he ordered her to drop the charges explicitly so that Adams can more effectively enforce Trump's immigration policy. Because, as Bovee argues, the pending prosecution has unduly restricted Mayor Adams' ability to devote full attention and resources to the illegal immigration and violent crime that escalated under the policies of the prior administration. Crime, by the way, is down in New York considerably over the last few years. Now, realizing the optics here, right, of putting this to paper, Bovee then hastily added one of the most incredible footnotes I've ever seen in a government document. After laying out, like, we want you to pause the prosecution so that the mayor can help us on immigration, he then added a footnote, just to be clear, that there was nothing untoward going on. As Mr. Bovee clearly stated to defense counsel during our meeting, the government is not offering to exchange dismissal of a criminal case for Adams' assistance on immigration enforcement. No, obviously that's not what they're doing, right? Now, in another letter to Sassoon today, Bovee then accused her of going on a political witch hunt, specifically pursuing a politically motivated prosecution despite an express instruction to dismiss the case. But that witch hunt argument does not hold water when you recall this case was, let's remember, brought against Adams, a Democrat, by Joe Biden's Department of Justice and his personally appointed U.S. attorney, which alleged the mayor abused his position to solicit bribes and illegal campaign donations, allegations Adams denies. So Sassoon basically writes a letter to Bovee. She says, I can't do it in good conscience. Like, I cannot uphold my oath to the Constitution, my professional duties, and walk into court and do this. I'll resign instead. Sassoon is now gone. The case has not been dropped. Things get even more complicated from here. Listen up. So after Sassoon resigns, the case is then transferred.
Israeli donated $2. Let me see.
No longer be able to justify violence by claiming homophobia, which has been used as a legal defense tactic. It's known as gay and trans panic defense.
At a time when hate crimes against the LGBTQ community are rising in New Jersey, repealing a law like this is an important step forward. And we saw that as it moved through the legislature with unanimous votes, that our elected officials understand the importance of this as well.
The bill that was signed by Governor Murphy today prohibits a defendant from using a victim's actual or perceived gender identity or sexual orientation as a heat of passion defense in New Jersey courts.
All they have to do is
That is insane that that's a law.
persuade that one juror somehow that you can blame an LGBTQ victim for their murder.
Thomas Prohl is partner at Sills, Cummis & Gross and says the gay panic defense was used in 1985.
So in State v. Affinito, which was a particularly gruesome murder in Carteret, New Jersey, at a bar called Stash's Tavern, Mr. Affinito actually killed his victim, and afterwards, when questioned by the police, claimed that he killed him because the victim had made a pass at him.
On the other hand, if someone is in a more intimate kind of sexual relationship with somebody,
Something that I'd like to add is that I'm the only worker who's willing to go above and beyond at my work to help out, and was fine with telling me that vegan food is expensive and challenging to find. My work is in Nashville, Tennessee. Lol, it's not hard to find them.
They're probably just a bunch of fucking dickheads, dude. It's simple as that. They just don't want to support your vegan stuff because it makes them feel bad and crap like that, and they're just giving you a hard time. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Perhaps it's an ongoing relationship, and they discover that the person's sexual identity is different than they might have thought. Arguably, that.
Well, at least they're repealing the law.
Didn't stop being transphobic.
You're rude. Absolutely not. Don't ever call me transphobic. Ever. You do not know me.
You're being transphobic, Karen. Now get out.
Do not call me transphobic.
You are transphobic. Now get out.
I want a refund.
You're not having one. Go to the police. Hi, get out.
Absolutely.
You are trespassing now.
They've got cameras.
You are trespassing.
They've
Get
got
out.
cameras.
Get out. You are trespassing.
Apparently, we said something transphobic.
You actually, you bastard.
Yeah.
Now let's start with a preschool teacher who appears thoroughly confused, and no doubt the poor kids she's teaching will be just as mixed up as she is when she's through with them.
I am starting a new job on Monday, and it's a teaching job, so the kids are going to call me either Mr. or Mrs. Jamie. It depends on what I want, but I, as a non-binary being, I don't know what to pick. I feel like Mrs. would be easier for the kids, but Mr. makes me feel better, but I also kind of want to try mix, but I don't know if the kids can do that. I don't. And then what do they do when they ask me if I'm a boy or a girl? I'm not. I don't know.
Explain that it's young kids, too.
It's young kids. My class is going to be 4-year-olds.
Dude. I don't have a problem with the non-binary stuff, like, my position, but I mean, these are not adults you're dealing with. Like, these people are, like, entitled children, and they never develop out of that age. Like, my God, she's dealing with 4-year-olds. Like, who cares what they think? Just tell them to call you miss. Like, holy shit, bro. Male to female, female to male. I mean, there are trans women that are passable. Yeah, these are all trans people. Thanks for the donation, though, Israeli. Dodo donated $2. Can't believe a law like this exists us in the 21st century. Yeah. It's pretty fucked. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To the DOJ's public integrity section based in Washington. Bovee clearly being like, screw these.
Nah, don't bother wasting your money. Those people are just a waste of time. Gray Knight. Just whatever.
People in the Southern District of New York will do it here at Maine Justice. Well, guess what happened? That section's acting head, a guy named John Keller, also refused to drop the case. He also resigned. The case was then transferred yet again to Kevin Driscoll, the acting head of the Justice Department's criminal division. Driscoll, too, refused to drop the case. He resigned as well. After that, 3 more senior members of the DOJ's public integrity section, these are the people that investigate corruption, resigned as well after meeting with Bovee about the Mayor Adams case. If you're keeping track, 6 resignations today alone in response to the blatant corruption of Trump's deal. When push came to shove, they stood up for the rule of law in the face of an increasingly lawless Trump administration. In her letter to Attorney General Bondi, Sassoon noted how her time clerking
Like, dude, this is just a fucking joke. Like, Trump is just pure AIDS.
for Justice Scalia instilled in me a sense of duty to contribute to the public good, uphold the rule of law, and a commitment to reasoned and thorough analysis. Donald Trump, I would say, doesn't really share those commitments. What he cares about is wielding raw power. In this case, appearing to dangle conditional freedom to Mayor Eric Adams in exchange for Adams' cooperation with his planned mass deportations. Something Adams has seemingly been angling for, I mean, as we all watched this happen, right? He flew down to Mar-a-Lago to meet Trump last month. So when Bovee ordered the charges to be dropped this week, it seemed nakedly obvious what was happening. And now we know Trump's own prosecutor thought exactly what we did. You may be wondering, where was the mayor of New York?
Well, even with how they'll feel about my choice to be vegan, it won't matter anymore since I'll be leaving them to go back to school to be a nurse. I won't care if the next one doesn't accommodate since I'll be making too much money to where I can buy vegan food, lol.
Based. Sounds like a plan. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Eric Adams, where was he today as all this unfolded? Well, I'll tell you what he was doing. He was doing exactly what Donald Trump wants him to be doing. First, Adams met with Trump's so-called border czar earlier today. Shortly after, in a reversal of the city's long-standing sanctuary city policies, Adams announced this afternoon he would allow Trump's federal ICE agents into the Rikers Island prison complex. And Trump's border czar isn't exactly hiding the fact that he told Adams to do so.
So I left today with some good things. I left today with a plan to incorporate some other things we're putting in place. I'm asking, give us a presence back in Rikers Island. That's something the mayor committed to today. Won't take moments in having an ICE presence at Rikers Island.
Trump's guy asked for it. And guess what? Mayor Eric Adams obliged. Would you look at that? Christy Greenberg serves as a federal prosecutor in that very same U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York. Harry Litton's a former U.S. Attorney and former Deputy Assistant Attorney General at the Department of Justice and Main Justice. Ryan Riley is our ace justice reporter for NBC News. They all join me now. Ryan, I want to go to you because I don't think the story is complete here yet. For a few reasons. The case has still not been dropped. As far as I know, right? No government lawyer has done the thing that Bovee wanted Sassoon to do, which he said, I just cannot in good conscience do, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'm glad I got our pre-write in order, like when the hours went by after that order came down from the Deputy Attorney General saying drop this case and there was no action on the docket for so long. It was clear that something was bubbling behind the scenes here. And, these are the sort of moments I think that federal prosecutors are prepared for. It's not something that they seek out. But, in the case of the Public Integrity Unit, you literally had prosecutors who had integrity in their job title. So the idea that they're just going to sit down and go along and to get along is sort of absurd, right? This isn't something that they walked in thinking that, oh, this is the day that I'm going to, draw my line in the sand. But I do think it's kind of shocking how quickly we've gotten to so many lines being crossed. Because that's something I just thought coming into this administration is you're going to have all of these lines. People are going to be able to have to find their line where their line is. And today, a number of people inside the public integrity section decided that this was their line. This is not something that they could do. So that's really how this is played out, but it still hasn't been dismissed. The real, I think, crux of this is just why hasn't the Deputy Attorney General just filed the motion himself, right? And that's something I put to one of my sources. And their point was, well, the public integrity section was awfully involved with those criminal cases against Donald Trump that we had going in up until a few months ago. And this was sort of a way of sort of clearing the decks there in a lot of ways, right? They already forced out the head of the public integrity section. This was, a few weeks, but it feels like years ago, by saying that he had to join this sanctuary city task force, sort of closing the loop on all of this Eric Adams stuff. They tried to pivot him to that, something that had nothing at all to do with his background or experience. And that's what they sort of did to anybody who they didn't like or wanted to put in a certain role. So they tried to dump him there. He resigned. And then you had the acting head in, and now now we're in the situation where, it's not that big of a unit, but pretty quickly we're getting it's narrowing down how many people are left there in the public integrity section.
Yeah, I mean, the other side is I don't think Donald Trump's going to shed a lot of tears if the Office of Public Integrity Unit in the Department of Justice is totally gutted. Christy, you were on this program on Monday when this letter came out. We sat right here. I think both of us were kind of in shock, and in shock both at the brazenness of the letter, but also that it seemed that no one was reacting with the correct level of alarm. How are you feeling now after this has happened?
I mean, look, obviously, I'm incredibly proud of Danielle Sassoon and her team to have exactly the right reaction here. I mean, Emil stated his arguments in the letter. I mean, which happens in.
That is some retarded shit, man.
Smiling and he's giggling that people are talking that these boy worth. Yes, I
cortisol, low estrogen, low hormones, because cholesterol is the building block of all hormones, which it is. Absolutely, without question, the first step towards making any of your hormones, whether it's cortisol or androgen or adrenaline or any of them, any of the signaling ones or the non-signaling ones, the gonadotropic or steroidogenic ones, like estrogen.
Yeah, nursing is a good field to get into. Way back in the day, I was actually considering getting a nursing degree because they had just legalized, assisted suicide in Sweden. And they actually had a really hard time looking for nurses to kill people. So I was actually thinking of getting my nursing degree and then trying to get a job in Sweden where I'd put people to death. And they're paying really fucking well. It was something like $200,000 a year. So I was considering doing that.
estrogen, progesterone for females, testosterone for males. People say, well, what if you get your numbers so low? Doesn't that lower your testosterone? There is no good data or evidence that shows that. And not only that, first of all, if you understand the physiologic ways in that the body makes cholesterol, every cell in your body makes cholesterol, including your testicles, your ovaries, your adrenal glands. Every cell, any cell that makes every cell in your body makes cholesterol. All you need is a citrate and acetate molecule. Those are the first two building blocks of cholesterol. A citrate and acetate, which is available in every single cell in your body. You don't need to consume cholesterol. You don't need to eat anything. You just existing have citrate and acetate in your.
Dodo Donatillers, how close are you to finish playing Ghost of Tsushima? Also, I didn't like that game in the beginning, but your commentary is funny, like when you have to look for smoke 20 different times or whatever. Also, nigga, buy Life is Strange on Steam, so there's no going back. I'll do that later. I don't know how close I am to finishing the game. We are on the, second island. There's, 1/3 island to go. So we're at least halfway. I think we're probably 2/3 the way through. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dogfather Donatillers, hey VG, watch Aaron Raw. Not really. I watched some of his videos here and there.
That you said that, but it's also a fact that your claim is false. In other words, a lie.
Of this video, and so instead of actually responding to the main points that I made in the video, people just spammed a bunch of comments. You say evolution.
None of this is interesting to me. I was watching The Atheist Experience when I was in high school. So, I've seen all this shit for, decades. I'm just not interested in these, stupid religious debates anymore. I don't care if there's people who deny evolution. The debates are the same as they been back then when I was in high school. Thanks for the donation though, Dogfather.
In your body, and you can go down. It's like a 32, 37 step process, and you'll make cholesterol. And then that cholesterol can be used to make any number of other things: vitamin D, testosterone, estrogen, whatever you can think of can be made out of it.
Is this separate from circulating cholesterol?
This is cholesterol in your cells. So,
okay.
So your cells make it. Even your brain makes it. Another thing people say, well, don't you need cholesterol? Your brain is made.
That was my next question. Do our organs need circulating cholesterol?
Maybe we'll get to the brain in a second. So just remind me because I'm going to lose my train of thought.
Okay.
So your cells, every cell in your body, including your eyeballs, your skin, hair, maybe not hair, but everything in your body, every cell makes its own cholesterol. You don't need excess cholesterol. The excess cholesterol gets trafficked in these lipoproteins back to your liver. The yellow inside is cholesterol. It gets trafficked back to your liver to be eliminated. And it gets dumped into your intestines. And unfortunately, what happens in your intestines is most of that gets reabsorbed. So we have medications that block absorption, and we have medications that block synthesis. So what happens is, let's say we get your numbers super low. We get your LDL cholesterol down to 10 or 20 or 5 even. All the studies that they've done on people with super low LDL, it has zero effect on their testosterone, whether we drove it down with medications and therapeutics, or they were genetically born, with super low LDL cholesterol. Now, the reason for that is.
God damn it. Gummy, think turned my camera off or something. Let me take a quick look. Oh, Gum. Did you turn my camera off? Yeah, you did, didn't you? You unplugged the cable. Gum. What the hell's going on here? Where's the cable? Can you get... Hey, you're gonna have to move. I can't see where everything is. Gummy. Oh my god. Oh, great. That's great. Fuck. Yeah. Get the fuck back on, bitch. Give me a second. This stupid camera. Fuck. There's something wrong with the motor in this lens. There we go. Ugh. Uh. There's something wrong with my camera lens where the motor squeals, so I had to fuck around with it until it stopped doing it.
If your body, so first of all, your body doesn't need to have high cholesterol to make testosterone. Like I said, your testicles can just make it. But let's say you were in a state of an acute illness. You were super sick. You're in the ICU. You need more cortisol. You need more testosterone, whatever it might be. You're like in an acute illness and you're very, very sick. There's a receptor on your testicles called SRB1. That's also a chapter in the book. But the SRB1 receptor actually gets your HDL, not LDL. It'll actually take your HDL and acquire the cholesterol that is in that to then make extra cortisol or testosterone, whatever it might be. There's way more HDLs in circulation. There's 27 times more HDLs in circulation than LDLs. So when we take out like a deciliter of blood, there's 27 times more HDLs than LDLs, and driving down LDL has obviously no effect on HDL. So if you were in an acute illness and you're septic, or you're sick, you're in the hospital, you need, let's say, more vitamin D or cortisol or estrogen, whatever it might be, your cells that need that extra cholesterol have a receptor on it called SRB1 that can grab the HDLs, and then you delipidate it or take out some of the cholesterol that's in it, use it for whatever reason, and then it goes on its way. Now, this is incredibly rare and almost never happens. So people who are worried or concerned about this, don't worry. There is a backup system that does that. Now, in addition to that, even in the studies where we've driven people's cholesterols down to almost nearly zero, like, the Fourier trial where people were already on statins, already on Zeti, already on, bempedoic acid, already on whatever, they were on everything. Their LDLs were like in the 60 to 70 range to begin with. You added Repatha to it. That's the Fourier trial.
No.
You added Repatha to it. 10% of people in that study ended up with LDLs below 15.
Absolutely.
Below 20. And some ended up with LDLs, I think a small percentage, I think under 6 or 7%, I forget the exact number, ended up with an LDL cholesterol of 0.2 millimoles, which translates into 7 milligrams per deciliter. So some people ended up in the single digits of LDL cholesterol. There was no incidence of hemorrhagic strokes. There was no increased incidence of lower testosterone levels, losing libido, any side effects, lack of energy levels, any of that stuff. But what we did find, and this is even true in the open label extension, they call it the Fourier-Olay open label extension. This is the one where they continued following them even though they had super low levels. They found, and that's still ongoing, obviously, they found that those people with the lowest LDLs had even less vascular events, less heart attacks, less strokes, no increases in any adverse side effects at all whatsoever. So there's this myth where, having super low LDLs causes hemorrhagic strokes or causes this, or it might reduce your libido or might reduce that. Turns out none of that is actually true. And there have been studies that looked at those exact things where, correlating super low LDL levels, whether driven down or naturally born that way versus.
Chances are everybody should be on cholesterol lowering medication if it has no downsides.
Testosterone levels, and there's been almost no correlation. Now, your audience would like to know this. If you have really low testosterone, your lipids may be slightly higher, which is not good, generally speaking. When you have higher LDL or higher total cholesterol and your testosterone is low, they have found that putting people on testosterone replacement therapy actually improves your lipid markers.
Because the testosterone helps oxidize fat mobility a little bit more efficiently. Would that be the reason?
Well, we're not really sure the reason. I mean, it's also something like with your thyroid too. If your thyroid is way off, your hypothyroid, and we replace that, your lipid numbers get lower. Your total cholesterol goes down, your LDL goes down. So we generally don't treat people with thyroid issues. We don't treat their LDLs or their cholesterols until we get them euthyroid or, back to normal thyroid. Same thing goes for people with low testosterone. Once they're on testosterone replacement therapy, then we check their lipids and make sure, yes, this is a problem, or no, this is not a problem. But generally speaking, the effect is not huge. So if somebody's
Love your debate with not Dr. Bart K. Very funny. Yeah. That guy is like fucking deranged, dude. And he has no epistemic standards. Like, he just talks complete fucking bullshit constantly.
testosterone, let's say, is like 50, which is obviously incredibly low. And then you put them on testosterone replacement therapy, and now it's like 500 or 600, which is considered, pretty average, pretty normal. Nothing you would be like, oh my God, that's really low. You're not going to have like a massive decrease in their LDL cholesterol.
So it's clinically insignificant, you'd say?
I wouldn't say it's completely clinically insignificant, but it's not to the point where you're not going to end up on medications. Right?
Okay, I got you.
Say your LDL is like 135.
Dodo donate $2. This is a metaphor for how the next 4 years are going to go. Yeah, pretty much.
And I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class. Suddenly I could sit still and I could read.
I started doing heroin and it fixed my grades and I could finally read. Who the hell takes this whack job seriously? On today's episode of Yep, That's Chinese. Oh, that's fucking disgusting, dude. Oh my God, that's horrible. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Plus, with Trump's promise on no taxes on overtime pay, I can't wait to be collecting all of that overtime pay as a nurse. I know that I would start out at $30 to $40/hour plus overtime lol.
That'd be pretty sweet.
These are the tax priorities of the Trump administration that the president has laid out for members in that meeting today. No tax on tips, which is obviously a very public campaign promise that the president made. No tax on seniors' Social Security. No tax on overtime pay. Renewing President Trump's 2017 middle-class tax cuts. Again, these are the president's priorities. Adjusting the SALT cap. Eliminate all the special tax breaks for billionaire sports team owners. Close the carried interest tax deduction loophole. Tax cuts for Made in America products. This will be the largest tax cut in...
It's probably going to drive up the national debt again. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
And you're like, yeah, but my testosterone's 100. So we treat your testosterone, now it's 400 or 500, 600, whatever, pick a number. It's not like your LDL is going to be like 60 now. You know what I mean? It might drop to 110, 115, 120, but it's not going to go from 135 to 35, right? So that's just not possible. So for people looking to optimize their health and longevity, just being put on testosterone is generally not going to lower your cholesterol enough. So we do want to make sure your cholesterol levels are within normal range or the range that you prefer or feel the best at, given, but it's not going to be enough, generally speaking, to lower your lipids that significantly. It might be a 10 to 15% change, but like you said, maybe not enough. So clinically significant, but not enough if you're trying to optimize for long-term better health.
So the benefits of these very, very low LDL levels, is this independent of triglyceride HDL levels?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. So they've done those studies where they've looked at HDL levels and triglycerides. Now,
gas increased by 60 cents where I live because of Trump's stupid war with Canada. Holy fuck, dude.
I've done long videos on triglycerides because I think there needs to be a lot of nuance in how we explain it. If we artificially lower your triglycerides with, say, medications, right? Fenofibrate, fish oil, maybe. There's a few medications that almost just target triglycerides. You're not going to see like a huge, improvement in outcomes. There might be a little, but it's generally not like a significant, it's not going to move the needle a huge amount. However, if we lower your triglycerides with lifestyle changes, for example, you lose weight, you stop drinking alcohol. Alcohol is a huge one for triglycerides. If you are diabetic and we finally get your diabetes under control, which is the most common. The most common reason nowadays that people have high triglycerides is generally they are diabetic and don't know yet. They're like pre-diabetic and haven't been told or aren't under control, or they're diabetic and have not been controlled at all, or they need tighter blood sugar control. So those are kind of the main ones. Chronic kidney disease is another one that raises triglycerides. So we have found, though, like if somebody makes the necessary changes to lower triglycerides naturally, like start weightlifting, cut your calories, lose weight, stop drinking alcohol, get on metformin if your diabetes is out of control, whatever, diabetes medication there may be, and sometimes weight loss alone will improve diabetes. If you make all those changes, your triglycerides will go down. That will improve outcomes, but not because of the triglycerides. It's more so because you did all the other things. You're doing cardio, you're, cutting out alcohol, you're exercising, you've lost a ton of weight, whatever it might be. So it's independent of that. There have been studies that have looked at us artificially lowering triglycerides with statin medications, right? Because statins do lower triglycerides. Look at, let's say we put somebody on rosuvastatin 10 or, whatever it might be, and their triglycerides go from 180 down to 80, but their LDL drops from 135 to, let's say, just 35, right? I'm just making up numbers here. The risk reduction is absolutely there, but it's concomitant or commensurate with the drop in LDL, has nothing to do with the triglycerides.
I think that was shown, improved in the Prominent study with fenofibrates.
So fibrates too, yes, and there was a study, I forget the exact name, but where they use a whopping dose of a fibrate. They use fenofibrate.
And it did not decrease the events or death. That was a prominent study, I believe.
Right, but if you, that may be the prominent study, but the other trials where they put people on a medicine like fibrates or others that reduce the triglycerides, the only time it would show outcomes benefits is if it also reduced the LDL, and they found that across the board it matched the other trials. So for example, we know for every 1 millimole reduction in LDL, which in American is like 38.6, for every 38.6 milligram per deciliter reduction in LDL cholesterol, you get about a 23 to 26% reduction in all cardiovascular outcomes, right?
Wow.
So let's say you put somebody on a medication.
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Moment a Chinese tourist was sexually harassed by a Muslim taxi driver in Egypt.
بقول لك ايه رأيك نروح البيت عندي my house.
我告诉你，你觉得去我家怎么样？ No, never.
صديق ليه يور انت حلوة كده يعني.
What?
Good, beautiful woman. No, don't understand. No touch.
No touch, please.
لا, no touch, please.
I remember Bald and Bankrupt. That guy's a fucking sleazy scumbag himself. But I remember he had his girlfriend, a Lin chick, and he was traveling through Africa. And they hired a taxi driver. And the taxi driver was literally not looking at the road while driving. And he just kept, like, staring back at his girlfriend. Because, like, they're not used to seeing really pretty women there. So, yeah, I guess... Don't go to shithole countries where everybody's ugly and has a unibrow. If you're a woman, you might get creeped on. More, yep, that's Chinese. Can we nuke China yet? Where the fuck is Blaha when you need him? Oh, dear God. Fuck China. Yeah, I don't want to watch these videos, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, nuke China.
Medication is supposed to lower triglycerides, and their LDL is also like 135. If it drops by, or let's say 138.6, their LDL drops by 38.6, which is 1 millimole, and their triglycerides drop a little bit too, and now you get a 23% reduction in all cardiovascular outcomes. It's not because you lowered triglycerides, it's because you lowered the LDL by the expected 38.6. So unless that happens, you don't see an independent signal by just lowering triglycerides unless it also comes with lowering LDL. Now the HDL is a little bit different.
Which is another myth, because there's a lot of people that think that, oh, well, my LDL is high, but my HDL is high, so that counteracts it. Why is that a myth?
You're absolutely correct. We used to think, based on the Framingham data, and this is like back in the 1980s and 90s, we used to think that people with high HDL were somehow protected from heart disease. Well, they never corrected for ApoB or LDL. They just noticed that people with higher HDL sort of didn't have as many events, but it also turned out they had lower LDL, and they never, thought of it that way. So they've gone back and analyzed all the data on HDL. The last time we really cared about HDL, I would say, is probably like 2011, 2008, maybe. Yeah. We now know that HDL is not protective.
That was like niacin. There was other studies where they raised it, it didn't do anything.
Exactly. The NISPAN study, the AIM too high, or they
that was it. Yeah, AIM too high. Yeah.
No, I've never been interested in card games. So never into Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon. I'm just not into card games.
It's called AIM high, but we call it AIM too high.
Right.
It ended up having no benefit, and it actually caused harm. So the NISAN trials, which like pushed people's HDLs through the roof, like people go from like a 30 or 40 to like 140, which we've never seen before, ended up having worse outcomes.
Wow.
Not only no benefit, but
was it liver toxicity?
Liver toxicity. Okay. The metabolites of niacin itself were pro-inflammatory. That's a whole chapter.
Ball game. That's it. Yeah.
The metabolites are pro-inflammatory. Not only that, here's the kicker: it actually makes your HDL particles, these phospholipids.
Dodo Donatellers, when the fuck are you making a video on China? They turn a blind eye to animal abuse. I mean, it's no surprise since it's not like they care about human rights, but still China's an absolute fucking shithole, pretty sure. Pakistanis care more about animals than Chinese. Yeah, that's probably true. I'll make it eventually, Dodo, but thanks for the donation. Bend over, donate $2, let me see.
Indians want to live in India. Facts. That's a little racist, but I'm gonna let it slide.
I don't care.
As being raising
anti-India voice, calling about separation, terrorism activities in India. Do you think that should continue here in the US as well?
You're going to have to go louder.
Mr. President, people in India would be welcoming your decision to extradite Tahabur Rana to...
I can't understand a word he's saying.
It's pretty easy to understand. Culture shift. Google calendar removes Pride, Black History Month, other DEI dates. Yeah. Well, they're trying to adhere to Trump's kind of thing. Kremlin's trying to wipe out Ukraine off the map. Homicidal state. Disappearing books. How Russia is shuttering its Ukrainian library. Yep. Ukrainian language near banished in Donbass schools. Yep. Russia did that before. Ukrainian language to be banned in Mariupol even during school breaks. Yep, that's what Russia does. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Dodo donate $2. If you were president, would you, instead of threatening trade wars, threaten to nuke any country that doesn't ban animal agriculture? Or realistically, how would you push veganism to the rest of the world? Start with bullying smaller countries. What would you do? Yeah, I'd probably, I'd probably either tariff or sanction any animal products sold in other countries. So either put tariffs or sanctions. Probably do that. Or, nuke them if that doesn't work. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Lipids on the outside of your HDL particles, it made them atherogenic.
Yeah, so it's interesting you said it because I had a lipidologist that once told me that, and I had never heard of HDL being atherogenic, so she caught me by surprise with it.
Not atherogenic at all. Like you said, we used to think it was protective.
Yeah.
But it turns out niacin actually made it harm. So, all the good cholesterol now became horrible cholesterol. But not only that, it increases insulin resistance. It causes that darkening of the skin, the acanthosis nigricans, which means you have really bad insulin resistance or like end-stage insulin resistance. So it has a lot of bad effects. There was these other class of medications called CETP inhibitors.
Biscotrib? Yeah.
Yeah. There was a few that have come out, back in the 2000s. There's 3 or 4 of them they tested. They ended up causing more harm than good. But they raised people's HDLs to astronomical levels.
Yeah, it was very high. Well, it did a lot of good. It raised HDL too high. LDL dropped by, I think, 30%. The LP(a) dropped too. But the problem was there was some risk.
Liver failure and people died.
Yeah.
So they got rid of that. They have a new CETP inhibitor, a couple that are like.
You're talking about the Brooklyn study, which just got finished.
Yep, and they don't seem to be causing harm. And they do seem to be helping lower LDL and reduce outcomes. We'll see.
Those are a ways out. You're looking at probably 2028.
All of these things are like, yeah, we'll see. The mechanism of action makes no sense. The CETP inhibitor, I'm sure you know it, but maybe your audience doesn't. In circulation, an HDL molecule. So this is why calling these bad and calling these good makes no sense, right? This is an HDL, all right? It has these blue things on it that are A1s. They're called apolipoprotein A1. It can have up to 5 of them. I only have 2 on here, but it can have 1 to 5 of them on here, whereas a low-density lipoprotein molecule only has 1 ApoB. But these take cholesterol out of your arteries and in circulation give it to LDL, and this takes it to your liver to be cleared. So a huge portion of an LDL particle's lifespan is helping you clear cholesterol out of your arteries. Now, the molecule that connects these two together is called the cholesterol ester transfer protein, the CETP, which the only reason that LDL lipoproteins have cholesterol in them is to hold them. It's a structural protein to hold them open so they can give their triglycerides, the turquoise parts, to an HDL for its cholesterol. It's called a cholesterol ester transfer protein. Oops, what happened to my screen here? Can you see me still?
I see you fine.
Oh, some big window opened up on my screen. There we go. So the cholesterol ester transfer protein makes the HDL that had collected cholesterol out of your arteries give it to the LDL in exchange for triglycerides to then take this and go dump it into your liver, which then dumps it into your intestine so you can poop it out. So the only function of cholesterol inside an LDL is actually to hold it open, to keep it inflated. Otherwise, it would be like a deflated, like a paper bag that's deflated and empty. It would kind of be like collapsed on itself. So the cholesterol in an LDL, the main purpose that it serves is actually to make it a fuller volume so it can collect more cholesterol and collect more cholesterol from the HDL. So that's the main purpose of it. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah. Debunk this next myth, because we always talk about what comes first, the chicken or the egg, be it the inflammation or the LDL. And there's a lot of talk saying, well, my LDL's high, it's okay because my high sensitivity C-reactive protein is really low. Okay. Where do we go with that?
So this is another really good myth that a lot of these influencers online say. Well, they say it's not the cholesterol, it is the inflammation that is the first step towards causing atherosclerosis. Well, it turns out that has been tested. Or they say cholesterol is just the good guy coming in to fix the damage. Well, it looks like that's been tested too. So back in the early 70s, like 73, 74, that's what we thought. And there are these online medfluencers, healthfluencers, I just call them idiots. And there's online idiots that want you to believe that, cholesterol is this nice little friendly thing that comes in to patch up the damage that has been done by other things, smoking, hypertension, sheer stress, whatever. Well, that was called the response to injury theory. And like I said, all this is in the book. If you want to go in there, read that chapter and, click on the actual studies themselves. Every single one of these things is a study, if not 10. So they thought that was the case, and they actually tested it. Tobias and Williams were like, hey, let's go in and damage arteries. So they went in with catheters, scratched up arteries, and said, let's check back in a few hours, and then a few days, and then a few weeks, whatever. Yeah, it's wild. The part that they scratched up did not form atherosclerosis, but the part right next to it did. So you need healthy, intact endothelium to actually form atherosclerosis. The part that they denuded, where they scratched up, that's the medical word for it, they denuded it, they scratched it up and damaged it physically, did not form atherosclerosis. It kind of like scabbed over and healed. So you need intact, super healthy endothelium to form atherosclerosis. All that's required is high, low-density lipoproteins. When they're too high in concentration, they go into your arteries. Now, once they go into your arterial wall, once they get into the intima, that's where they connect with reactive oxygen species and start the whole damage inflammatory process inside the arterial wall. This is not something.
So that's where the macrofoam cell fatty. Okay, so that's where it all. Okay, I got it.
Exactly, and that is not something we can measure. That is not something that there's a blood test for. The only way to measure it is on autopsy.
Yeah, right.
And we have, and that is how we found out that this happens, is because Vietnam War veterans and children that died in car accidents, when you do autopsies on them, the higher their cholesterol, the more fatty streaks they had, the more plaque they had in their arteries and whatnot. Even it starts in your teenage years. They also found that mothers who had really high cholesterols, they had miscarriages. Their fetuses, if they had cholesterols of 300 or more, their fetuses had fatty streaks in their aortas. So this is not like some weird theory that we're just making up. I mean, this is actually, the scientific method tests these things. So we have tested this, and it turns out to be true. Now, the other question is about inflammation. Well, what about if you just have high CRP? They have done those studies as well. Inflammation is not required. There's actually a chapter in the book called You Don't Need Inflammation. No. Inflammation is not required to have atherosclerosis. All that's required is one single thing. And that
I gotta get that book. Yeah, I'll definitely order this.
Is really high LDL cholesterol. If your LDL cholesterol is high, it's going to cause atherosclerosis whether you have inflammation or not. In fact, the Jupiter trial was that exact study. They compared people with high CRP to low CRP, and they crushed their LDLs down into the, like I said, some of them below 60. But these were all people who had generally an LDL that was like in the 100 to 70 range, and they crushed it even lower. And they found that, yes, the people with the lowest inflammation and the lowest LDLs did the best, but that for whatever reason, the rosuvastatin seemed to lower the CRP in and of itself. So it seemed, at least for a period of time, that lowering LDL lowered inflammation for whatever reason, But CRP is not something like we go and randomly check on people. The other big myth that
it's part of a lipid. It's part of a comprehensive lipid panel.
CRP?
Yeah.
No, it really shouldn't be. I mean,
it shows your total cholesterol, your HDL, your LDL, your VLDL, your triglycerides, and a lot of times they'll show your HSCRP.
I mean, you have to order it separately. You could, but it's generally not part of your normal.
So we can conclude that the number one cause of death, which is atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, ASCVD, heart disease, heart attacks, and strokes. Can we conclude?
Retire, donate $2. Let me see.
And this is literally straying even further away. You talk about being upset. Harambe, who is the gorilla that was killed at the Cincinnati Zoo. You on Twitter talk about caring so much about him, that the life meant so much. The Cincinnati Zoo has come out and asked people to stop using memes, and you've used a lot of memes in social media. How is that respecting Harambe by doing that when they're asking to stop in order to honor him?
Sure. So as a sort of moonlighting scientist, I work a lot with non-human primates. We call them in the labs NHPs. So any rhesus monkeys, capuchins, all the way up to the higher order species. I have, my brother and I especially, have this deep fondness for animals that are so close to humans, so remarkably close. In fact, there are bonobos that can even communicate with you on a one-to-one level and tell jokes and be sarcastic and funny and even flirt with you. It's unbelievable how human-like these creatures are. And the idea that we just shot this animal in cold blood, and we don't have to debate, whether or not that was a good idea.
To save a child is the argument.
Yeah,
just to, if you're going to say you shot him in cold blood, to save a child that was.
To be honest, it's painful to even talk about this. But let's get back to the issue, which is that in this country, I don't think we value non-human primate life the way we should. I think these animals actually should have rights, believe it or not.
But if they did, Martin, they wouldn't be able to be used in the pharmaceutical industry, which is what you were talking about.
I don't think they should be. I do a lot of I've overseen the death of thousands of these animals, whether they be dogs or rats, and many times non-human primates.
Wow, you've overseen
absolutely
the death
every
of these
single
animals?
pharmaceutical executive has. Pfizer probably kills 1 million animals a year, and it's painful. If that doesn't eat at you, I don't know what will.
When you talk about that, it feels like it is it's a moral decision. It's how you feel morally. And yet when you talk about drug prices, when we were talking earlier, and I know you're saying it should go to the insurance companies, it's
Martin Shkreli is a really weird dude.
It's up to the insurance companies. But why not have that same moral compassion for the way the system is right now?
I have more moral compassion. You know, I mean, I think that there's, for instance, 7,000 rare diseases. There's only 5 or 6 companies in the world that care about those diseases. The Pfizers, the Mercks, the AstraZenecas, they care about the big sellers. But there's dying kids, friends of mine, like the Kulzer brothers, 3 kids with pecan. I invented the first drug ever for pecan. And these 3 kids, they're staring at their death sentence. They're teenagers. And I'm fighting my butt off to save them, and I need money to do that. Investors don't care for these little diseases and so forth. So I think I have a lot more compassion than most people think. That's why I'm in the drug business. But at the same time, non-human primates are kind of these pretty precious animals, and that's why we care so much about Harambe. You know, this is he's so human-like and so close to our hearts that you know, I think we should honor his memory, and this is a good time for activists to think harder about, you know, should some animals have rights.
So are you going to stop memeing Harambe?
I think what I'm trying to do, no, is a short answer. But what I'm trying to do is elevate the respect we have for these animals. They are truly our cousins. And you can see that in their eyes. And to me, the idea that we're going to bring in these animals into our world as peers, I think is a good thing.
Huh. Not sure if he's being sarcastic or cynical about this, but thanks for the donation, retard.
Include that the lower we tank those atherosclerotic LDL particles, we can prevent heart disease completely.
Oh, we could absolutely completely eliminate heart disease. In fact, like that's the subtitle of the book. You can read it right there.
There you go.
Right, it says that we can completely eliminate heart disease. I mean,
so this is one of the real keys to longevity.
It's probably the number one thing you can do that is modifiable, right? If you look at the top 10 causes of death in the United States, number 1 is atherosclerosis, heart disease, right? Number 2 is cancer. If you eliminate alcohol, obesity, and smoking, that's like 70 to 90% of cancers, you know, improve.
And that's what we really focus on testosterone. We have what Dr. O'Connor's dubbed the ABCDs, all right? A, A1C, B, blood pressure, C is cholesterol, and we're big on that. And this is what this falls on is C, is cholesterol. And so go ahead, don't keep going.
I want to finish the thing on inflammation because I don't think...
Oh, say it.
They might not be fully convinced. There are children that are born with insanely high cholesterol. You know, these are the familial hypercholesterolemias, the homozygous.
Dodo Donatellers, which of these is the most good-looking and most disgusting?
Welcome to China's most extreme breakfast. These are intestine noodles, and this is just one stop on this video. Oh my God, I can't believe you said some lungs. Either this pig was an adolescent or...
that is horrific.
I just looked at this after frying.
Literally, it means pot helmet. About 2,000 years ago, there's a general. He used to use the helmet to heat up the bread.
That's what I love is that there's so...
I like fried bread. That's cool. Intestine noodles, that's fucking horrific. I'm not the biggest fan of noodles, like whatever.
If the cuisine is so...
to treat on different
broad, then how do you identify something as being Sichuan and not just something else from some other part of China?
So our signature flavor is called mala.
Tofu flour street food.
Salesman.
20 years.
20 years? Why did you never just set up in one spot and sell from a stall?
He says it's not economic to rent a store because he needs to pay for the rent, and he can keep the cost for the food low.
And you serve them up this.
Tofu flour.
Yeah, this guy's probably serving gutter oil.
Tofu flours?
Yeah.
Tofu flour, or Sichuan tofu, is a type of silken tofu made by blending soaked soybeans, then straining them through a cheesecloth. The extracted solution is cooked over high heat, then mixed with a concentrated salty solution to help it solidify, turning the mixture into a delicate tofu pudding that has a silky soft texture, but could use some help in the flavor department.
Step 1, he gently scrapes delicate layers of silky tofu into this container.
Chili oil, green onions, fermented mustard, mung beans, MSG, peppercorn, soy sauce.
Oh, thank you very much. I was hoping
that looks good.
in coming here we would get a break from the heat, but evidently not. Mixing it up doesn't really change how it looks that much because all that sauce, the chili oil, it rises to the top. Oh, it's so delicious. Oh my God, I can't believe it. With the mung beans and looking at this odd assortment of ingredients, I was thinking, I'm not sure what the draw is. I'm not sure why people are so addicted to this. Now, as we're eating it, I can't stop. It's
something for everyone, from mouth-watering fried pork and fresh oysters to awesome bean, Sichuan peppercorn, and soy sauce is poured over the brain.
The flowers are beautiful and the roots are delicious. No matter if you're looking for like nature.
Noodle, a don.
Say the fried bread and the tofu are the best. Everything else is just fucking horrendous.
We are so screwed. Did you see the Chinese New Year gala? The robots that came out and did the synchronized dance, threw handkerchiefs up in the air. I mean, the press is telling us that China's out there to overtake the world of robotics. The technical prowess that was shown on that stage proves that China's leaps and bounds ahead of us. All at the same time that this deep-seek AI is out there that can run circles around very expensive established AI models. This massively efficient...
The DeepSeek thing is so fucking overblown and stupid. They just made a more simplified model based on other AI models. It's a joke.
Code that they figured out suddenly allows them to use these inferior chips to do just as well, if not better, than the best of the best. China is out to take over the world. They're leaps and bounds ahead of us in technology. I'm sorry, guys, I can't keep doing this. It's nonsense, and I've just got to talk about this. I have to throw some water on this, and I have to quell some of the hype. Europe, the States. Traveling is something I can recommend to everyone. It opens your eyes. Let's talk about these robots. Okay. Fine. There's nothing wrong with them. It's cool. They did a nice dance. It looks nice. I'm going to say it's entertaining. Let's look at these cutting-edge robots that have been thrust out and that the press is telling everyone is the best in the world, the most amazing, most biggest technological breakthrough. And let's look at some Boston Dynamics robots from about 4 or 5 years ago. Hang on. Cutting edge Chinese robots?
Yeah.
Boston Dynamics from a couple of years ago. Let's go back to those Chinese robots. Hang on a second, because remember, you're supposed to be impressed by them. Dynamics again. By these Chinese robots that came and did a pre-programmed synchronized dance. I'll tell you why. It's because they were told to. Because you were told to be impressed by all the news outlets, by all of the propagandists on social media. I wasn't impressed. I was amused by it. I thought it was cool. But you know what? I've been following robotics, and I know if they could do anything close to what the Boston Dynamics robots have been doing for decades now, and currently in this year, yeah, okay, I would be impressed. But it's not impressive. It's mediocre at best. But somehow the entire world is duped and whipped up into this like fervor to say how incredibly technologically advanced China is. And remember, this happens often. Do you remember that whole stem cell nonsense? How about that nuclear-powered battery that we keep hearing about every couple of years? Pops up and everyone's like, wow, look what China's invented, a nuclear-powered battery that can power your cell phone forever or whatever. Been debunked countless times, but people still fall for it. China always does this. Remember the Huawei Mate 60, this phone that was supposed to be so incredible, China's homegrown chip, better than 5nm technology. It can do everything. It's so good. It's better than Apple. Like, throw your iPhone away. Guess what? It's garbage. Nobody's using it anymore. It overheats. It's slow. It's crap. People just got rid of them and got iPhones again. I mean, this is like a cycle that keeps repeating. China always comes out with something that's supposed to be groundbreaking and so much better than the West and at a fraction of the cost. And it always turns out to be nonsense. It always turns out to be a very bad copy or fake or some kind of underhanded thing where they've taken an existing product, scraped the name off and silkscreened their own on top. This New Year Gala, where they rolled out the robots, is a very important event for the Chinese Communist Party. In fact, it's the most important event every year because they showcase their achievements. I mean, you get the taikonauts or tachnauts.
Dear Techno, dear Techno, dear Techno.
Up in the space station. They call down as part of the gala. You've got all the latest technological advances. They talk about the high-speed rail. They have all these synchronized dances where they show off all the best new things China's done. They have the People's Liberation Army dancing and singing like the big boy band that they are. Just a big extravaganza, but most importantly, it's a massive big advert for everything that China's done. I got a little test for you. Can you try to find one skit or one scene in that entire gala that doesn't have like a Huawei phone or a financial product or a drink or something being advertised? You won't be able to find one. In fact, Chinese citizens have come up with this game where they try and count how many adverts are on screen at a single time. It's kind of a running joke. But here's the thing. It's effective. It's impressive. There's a lot of pomp. It's really spectacular. And I guess people fall for this every time. Because take away all the flashy lights and the choreographed dance and the other choreographed dances, the real-life human dancers, and you're left with a rather unimpressive, clanky bunch of robots doing this and this and this. And a floor in a car factory with its robotics looks more impressive and fun. So not to get down on the whole system too much, but I just am rather disappointed to see how quickly and easily people are manipulated into thinking that China has always suddenly made a breakthrough when they never have. And the fact that people always take what China says at face value, because everything the Chinese government puts out is doctored and it's a lie and it's there to suit what the Chinese government wants. Seriously, everything, their GDP numbers, their crime rate statistics, everything is just rubbish and a lie. The amount of people that died from COVID.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth brought Jack Posobiec with him to the NATO conference. He's a huge Russia cuck. Defense officials leaked this info to WAPO. Skip 15 seconds in.
To put more diverse voices in front of people. That's not going to work with everybody.
More questions? You want to go ahead?
Yeah, so when Biden came into office, it seemed like his goal was to turn the temperature down on the American political discourse. I noticed that we're talking a lot about radicalizing Americans, but suspiciously we haven't really seemed to talk much about Trump's contribution to the constant egging on of the American people against the media, against the three-letter agencies, against the government, against people at the banks, against people in other countries. How much responsibility do you place on Donald Trump for constantly dialing up the rhetoric when it comes to attacking like every other institution that exists in this country? And were you guys calling him out as viciously as you are Democrats now when you hear the random senator or congressperson say something on the news that's vaguely threatening?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Thanks for covering my gap there, Steve.
Can you repeat that last bit? We have not great audio here.
Are you guys, were you guys as vigilant calling out Trump on his inflammatory rhetoric as you are now whenever you hear a Democrat say something that comes off as inflammatory? Because it seems like...
What inflammatory rhetoric?
What about what?
Like what specifically?
What inflammatory rhetoric did Trump get? The one about the stolen election, the one about how every single three-letter agency is corrupt and out to get him, the one where the...
Wait, are you in support of the intel agencies?
Are you not?
I literally served in the intel agencies.
Okay, as an American that served in the
I think I have a pretty good position on this.
Oh, sure. So which intelligence agencies do you trust over the American ones?
Wait, which do I trust? None of them. You shouldn't trust these things. Like, don't.
So how do we make foreign policy decisions? Who do you trust?
Who do I?
Not
to
the
make
government.
a foreign policy decision?
Yeah, am I stuttering, or can you understand me?
No, the audio really stops
we
up
have a lot of noise.
So, as somebody that worked in intelligence, you're telling me you don't trust the American intelligence agencies. Which intelligence do you trust?
What?
What part of that didn't make sense?
It's just with your mask and the noise.
If you
here.
worked for the American intelligence agencies, and you don't trust the American intelligence agencies.
Yes, because they're stupid and corrupt.
Yeah, so who do you trust?
Who do I trust? What do you mean? Who? Like,
what part? I don't
your
understand
entire
why that doesn't
question
make
is
sense.
ridiculous.
My question is, no,
like
so
you're saying, am
we
I
live in a
supposed to
world-
trust? No, hold on. I'm answering your question. You're like, who do I trust? I trust actually looking at real sources. I trust people that don't use confirmation bias. I trust people that don't have 50 to 60 to 70 years of corruption, like the Central Intelligence Agency.
What
and
do
the
you work at in
FBI,
intelligence? You don't
right?
have access to DoD reports if you're not working in intel. What do you mean? You can't verify that information. What are you talking about?
Like, you really think I don't have access still?
No, an average American citizen doesn't.
Like, so you're just wait. So you're saying like I'm going to spin this back. You actually think that the CIA and the FBI and the rest of the three letters are all, and the NSA are all out there just telling you the exact truth, and they have the best intentions in mind, and they're not interested in going and starting, these forever wars in Iraq and Syria and spinning up
the ones
stuff
that
with
Donald
Russia,
Trump advocated for.
And the ones
I never said any of that actually.
wars,
What I asked
no,
you.
I'm asking you specifically.
Oh, okay.
Like, you want to trust them and take their word. The people who have lied to the American people for generations.
Donald Trump told over 30,000 lies.
I just think it's funny that you're saying
the intel agencies from a position like I'm telling you, like, I'm a guy who was in the intel agencies. They lie a lot. They lie to Congress. They spy on Congress. They spy on staffers. They dig up dirt on people. Like, you should not trust them.
So
Never
who do
trust
you
them.
trust?
Who do this is a silly
What
question.
are the alternatives? I'm actually interested to find this out. What are the alternatives?
Who do I trust?
What did you work at for intelligence? Who did you work for? Were you like a private contractor? Did you work for the government? Or it's just an incredibly paradoxical answer for somebody that worked in intelligence to say that we need to do our own homework. You know that the average person doesn't have access to the same level of data that anybody working
Right, that's why I'm saying
gets.
it's a really easy cheat to not trust the intelligence agencies.
So do you just do the opposite? You trust foreign intelligence? Do you trust Saudi Arabia?
Again, there you go. You're like putting words in my mouth. Oh, you must do. This guy must say you were trusting the
Just
foreign
following a
intelligence
logical conclusion of
agencies
what you're saying.
because
I'm sorry
he
if that makes
says
you
that we shouldn't
uncomfortable.
trust the American agencies. No, I'm telling you, they're corrupt. They're pushing a certain agenda. They're pushing interests. They have an echo chamber that they believe in. It's called the Blob in the United States government. It's very tied to Foggy Bottom, State Department interests, right? They shape intelligence to fit certain interests, to push agendas that then lead towards foreign policy outcomes. This is the reason we've been in Afghanistan for 20 years. We're doing nothing. This is the reason that we knocked off Gaddafi in Libya for no reason whatsoever. This is the reason that they lied about Saddam Hussein having weapons of mass destruction.
If the three-letter agencies were so invested in foreign wars, then why did Bush and Cheney need to make their own special division to get unfettered intelligence in order to justify going to war in Iraq? Like, everything that you're saying is completely ahistorical. It's not how any of these agencies work with each other.
Bush and Cheney
no, you're
are
not
bad
with me.
people.
You're saying the exact opposite.
Like, I'm totally with you. Bush and Cheney are bad people, man. Like, if you're gonna don't point a gun at your head, dude. Like, you're just wrong. And maybe you'll be educated at some point. I mean, I can tell that you have
clown mode. Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if that guy's like a pro-Russia cuck. Like, this sort of narrative works for Russia, right? For the U.S., American citizens not to trust their own government and institutions. Thanks for the donation there, retard. Dodo $22. What would be cool is if you could interview Serpenza, maybe because he's a China expert, and you could probably come up with some pretty interesting questions to ask and make it part of a video. But anyway, I need to see your amazing China expose. All right, Dodo, I'll consider that. Thanks for the donation. Dodo $22. As far as I know, China has still not made any cartoon as close to as good as this. I knew you were going to send me that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It all a lie. It's very straightforward and it's been proven again and again. So why is it every
Sheffield is the biggest powerlifting.
Dodo, donate $2. Can you get yourself on a fucking debate panel already? We would all love to see you on a debate panel, just sweeping the floor, steamrolling everyone. Debate panel on politics, geopolitics, Israel, Russia, veganism, religion. I mean, IRL debate panel like that one. Nobody really wants to deal with me, dude. So I don't know how easy that would be. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Event in the powerlifting calendar. And at the 2023 edition of Sheffield, Jesus Oliveira's put up probably the most insane performance powerlifting has ever seen. He totaled 1,152.5 kilograms. This included a massive 370 kg squat, a massive 272.5 kg bench press, and he had a massive deadlift of 410 kg. Why was this performance so crazy? Well, this was the biggest powerlifting raw total we have ever seen. This is regardless of federations, which makes this performance so insane because it meant that he managed to total more than any raw lifter, tested or untested, which means that he beat even powerlifters on steroids. So this was insane. This also put him number 4 of all time, including lifters who are wrapped lifters. What does that mean?
Yeah,
well,
that is insane.
these lifters are untested. They are also allowed to wear knee wraps, which really help increase someone's squats. And they are...
Sorry bro, but you skipped the best part. Go back to that Destiny clip 6 minutes in. Bro melts down getting called out for stolen valor.
Oh, okay, cool. Alright, thanks for the donation, retard.
Did you serve in the... Wait. No, seriously. Like, you just accused me of stolen valor. You just accused me of stolen valor. You've just accused me of stolen valor. No, shut up. Do you see this, dude? Like, do you see this? Like, how do you think I got that? Like, you don't even know, like you're just sitting here saying, well, I'm just some guy who has these ideas and I've got confirmation bias, but of stolen valor. Yeah. No, shut up. Yeah. Did you accuse me of stolen valor? You literally derided every single intelligence agency in that. Yes. Did you accuse me of lying about my military service? Yes or no? Shit. Like, this is my opinion on it. So just admit it. Just admit that you're attacking somebody for lying about their military service. That's what you're saying. That's your position. Because you disagree with my opinion, you can't handle it. You can't handle that I have a different opinion because of my lived
Among Us.
Spending time in the intel agency because your feeble, weak-minded attempt to attack somebody using like Wikipedia articles and BS that you looked up on Google because you never served a day in your life. You never put up your hand for this country and did anything, or else you would have. So I'm sorry. If you're going to attack my service, attack the fact that I stood up and wrote that check to the U.S. government, that I actually served, that I actually deployed, when you don't know a single thing you're talking about.
God, I wish I got on this fucking panel so much. Holy shit.
And with that, I'd like to thank you for coming to the Better Discourse Conference.
Okay. Well, thanks for the donation, retard.
Also allowed to use a deadlift bar when deadlifting, and deadlift bars really help because they kind of lower the amount of ROM needed to deadlift the weight. And so Jesus's performance is ranked number 4 of all time, even against these kind of lifters.
Dodo, donate $2. You should make a file and start saving clips like this. Global superpower.
哎，老板你好。
哎，你好。
来一份这个爆炒鹅卵石。
好的。
怎么卖的呢
？16一份，一半辣椒一半，石头香又香啊。
这个是哪里的特色呀？
这是湖北的特色。
那我吃完这石头还要还给你不？
不用了，可以带回去做纪念。一时船三代，人走时还在啊，回去可以继续做啊。
好好。哎，老板你好。
哎，你好。
Yep, that's China. We're afraid of people who are eating rocks. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So this was insane, and Jesus was only 24 when he did this performance, so a lot of people expected Jesus to be able to completely smash this performance, and the next step was to total more than 1,182.5 kg. This was a special number because this would beat Dan Bell's performance which he did in 2021 and would put him #1 on the list against lifters who were wearing wraps. However, since 2023, Jesus Oliveira hasn't really been able to come close to his world record total of 1,152.5 kg. At Sheffield last year, he started off the day really well. He did a 478 kg squat, a massive squat that went massive on social media. I think it has like 30 million views right now.
That is
However,
an
it all
insane
fell
amount of weight.
apart on his bench press. He only got in his first attempt on his bench, and it meant...
You see how many dollars I donated? I think you know what you need to do. This might be my last dono for tonight cause expensive to support.
Okay, well, I very much appreciate that, Dodo. Yeah, I know what I need to do. Thanks again, Dodo. Timmy is an average kid that no one understands. Mom and Dad and Vicky always giving him commands. The doom and gloom up in his room is broken instantly by his magic little fish who grants his every wish, cause in reality, they are his odd parents, fairly odd parents. Wands and wings, floaty crowny things. Odd parents, fairly odd parents. Really mod pea, pod, puff, obtuse, rubber goose, green mouse, gobble juice, giant snake, birthday cake, large shake, chocolate shake. Odd parents, fairly odd parents. It flips your lid when you are a kid with fairly odd parents. Alright. Well, thank you, Dodo. Very much appreciated again.
That he really had no chance of being able to break this total. He ended up with a 380 kg deadlift because on his third attempt he went for a massive 429 kg, but he just did not have the strength for that on the day. However, fast forward to Sheffield 2025, which just happened 2 weeks ago, he also fell short of this performance. Unfortunately, he did not have the squat day that he wanted. In the IPF, there is a rule that you cannot let the bar go down during any part of the ascent of the lift. And during the 465 kg squat, he managed to get it up. However, the bar did dip and he was given a no.
That is so stupid. That is the dumbest rule.
Lift. Unfortunately, his bench looked
Especially
really
for
strong.
squat.
He managed to bench 272.5 kg. However, it fell apart on the deadlift once again. Unfortunately, he just didn't have the grip strength to do 411.5 kg. He failed that weight on both his second and third attempt and ended up with a total of 1,112.5 kg. And now the question on everyone's mind is, can Jesus Oliveira improve on his world record that he did at Sheffield? And a lot of people are saying that he can't. They're saying that Sheffield 2023 was probably just a perfect day where the stars aligned and he managed to get an insane total that he will never be able to match. However, I am here to say that yes, it is possible that he won't be able to beat this total. I mean, we are talking about some insane numbers. No one in the world has ever been able to go over this total in raw powerlifting. So we don't really have a reason to suggest that he can go over that record. We don't really have evidence of anyone ever doing that. Also, we don't know how long a powerlifter can sustain that kind of strength because we've never seen it before. Maybe his body just can't handle it. And that was the peak on each one of these lifts that he did in his 2023 performance.
These people have their first heart attack at age 5 and continue to have them and are dead by 13, maybe 20 if they get lucky. Now that we have modern therapeutics, if they're caught young enough, they might live past 20. These kids have no inflammation. I mean, these are like 5-year-olds that are, brand new kids that have, zero inflammation. They've checked every inflammatory marker you can imagine, not just CRP, IL-6, IL-1, homocysteine, uric acid, TNF. I mean, there's a million inflammatory markers you can check, and these kids have none of them. So that just adds more data. The other thing I was going to say is that, people say, well, I'm young and healthy and I did a calcium score. I'm fine. Do I really need to take something? Well, that study was actually done too. There was a study called the Prevention of Early Subclinical Atherosclerosis. This is called the PESA, PESA trial. They looked at that exact group of people, 40-year-old humans, men and women, 40-year-olds, was the median age. So half were below 40 and half were above 40. These were people with like mostly zero calcium scores. BMI was not overweight, non-smokers, young, healthy. They ate well. They did everything right. If their LDL was 110, 45% of them had subclinical atherosclerosis. If their LDL was 130, it was 55%.
Despite the calcium scores being zero.
All their calcium scores were zero.
Key finding right there.
Yeah, no.
So this goes to all the people who have calcium scores of zero that believe they don't need to be on a statin because their calcium scores are zero despite their LDL being high. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll show you like a graphic or a visual that'll even solidify that more. People with an LDL in that same cohort that had an LDL of 150, 68% of them had atherosclerosis. Not only that, if you took all those people, the 110, 130, and 150 group, you took all comers in that group, of the ones that had atherosclerosis, 63% of them had it in more than one arterial bed. So they had it in their carotids, their femorals, their aortas. They had it in more than one arterial bed. Now, they used super fancy imaging. They used like 3D IVUS, MRI, and SPECT, and all these like fancy imaging to detect subclinical atherosclerosis. This is not like, we did a CT angiogram and we found blockages. Yeah. This is like way before, like decades earlier.
Wow.
I'll show you.
No, that is, show this, yeah.
I just want to show you this visual because
yeah.
This is what a normal endothelium looks like. This is early. This is where the PESA trial was detecting. We have no way of detecting this in normal studies. If we inject dye and do a CT angiogram or a cardiac catheterization, you're injecting dye in here and it looks wide open. You have no way of seeing inside the walls.
Wow.
It starts to happen over here, right? Late stage is where calcium starts to happen. So what I usually tell people is, do you really want to wait until we see calcium on the CT scan to finally lower your LDL cholesterol?
I like your analogy where you said that's like, you might as well keep smoking. It's like smoking. Just wait to stop smoking until you get cancer.
Well, no. So some people like just think of this logically. Would you ever tell your friend, oh, it's okay to keep smoking? The CT scan they did last week on you didn't show lung cancer. And then 5 years later, oh yeah, you can keep smoking. The scan was clear. And then like when they're 50, it's like, oh, dude, you got some nodules. Oh, dude, you got cancer. Now you can quit smoking. Like that's just insane. You would never tell someone to keep smoking until we found lung cancer on their CT scan. That's kind of the same thing with a CT angiogram or these calcium scores. People think, well, I just did a calcium score. I'm clean. You're not clean. Do you really want to be that person that waits till here? And now you get the calcium. And look, the lumen is still open. Like the inside of the artery is still pretty open up until late stage where there's no more room for it to go. It remodels outwards. See how the artery over here is kind of skinny and it remodels outwards? The artery remodels outwards in the beginning phases to keep itself open because it's trying to preserve you. It has like the self-preserving property where it's trying to keep you alive. Eventually, it starts to get narrower and narrower, and that's kind of when you start to see the calcium. And then there's like really no going back. Once you have atherosclerosis, there's no way to make it go away. But if we catch it early, let's say you're still here, we can stop it from progressing. You don't want to keep your LDL high and keep going to here where it's like too late and it's kind of narrow. And now when you jog a mile, somewhere at the halfway point, you start to feel chest pain or shortness of breath. We want that to stop, decades before, so that you can keep exercising, even though you have some plaque. It's just not going to get worse. If we drop your LDL below 60, below 55, we know that for most people, they'll no longer be building plaque. 60 is kind of that cutoff. The PESA trial showed the same thing. The PESA trial showed above 60, you had atherosclerosis. Below 60, you didn't. The European guidelines that were published a couple years ago, their cutoff was about 40. Above 40 milligrams per deciliter, you had plaque, and below, you didn't. So it just depends on how strict you want to be. But the number one way you can improve your lifespan that is modifiable, there's a few things that are modifiable that we can change. And when you look at actual longevity, data and things that actually kill us, then the number one most modifiable thing is lipids. Number two would be like lifestyle stuff, like eating a healthier diet, quitting smoking, exercise, more fruit, more vegetables, socioeconomic status. Obviously, if you have more access to resources, and
nowadays we have the pharmacological interventions that can get people to LDL levels to where atherosclerosis should not even be a concern.
One of the biggest publications that I actually published word for word in the book was by these three cardiologists, Peter Toth, Michael Shapiro, and I believe Maciej Banic out of Poland. They said that we're not doing a good enough job, that we now could completely eliminate heart disease. They're saying that with today's current guidelines, we've eliminated about 70% heart disease.
Well, we could if everybody would cooperate. The problem is people go against it. People are like, oh no, it's not the LDL, and they listen to carnivore diets, spiking people's LDLs through the roof. I mean, it's bad out there.
If you have the book, I know you do, flip to that one chapter, but it says, like, you know, we've reduced the burden of atherosclerosis for heart disease 70%, but that's not good enough. What about the other 30%? Why are we allowing 30% of people to still run around with heart disease when we can completely eliminate it? And I actually published their public that part, like word for word, because it was so good. I didn't want to summarize it. I didn't want to do it. So I just took their example.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the patient trusting in what the cardiologists are saying.
And part of it is the doctor even knowing this. How many doctors you say you talk to every day?
A lot, like 10, 12.
We could eliminate heart disease completely.
Right, but I think another big problem, I think an obstacle is that the internet has really has really prevented that, because the internet has given people a voice that are talking about this disease state who have no idea what they're talking about.
Absolutely. And I think the internet is the democratization of knowledge. Anybody can flip their camera open and start talking. It's hard for the public to reasonable, but then it's like they don't understand, which is aspirin.
Yeah.
Is oil of wintergreen.
Metformin, French lilac plant. I mean, we could go down the list.
I mean, the new weight loss meds, Ozempic and all that.
Comes from a lizard.
The saliva of a lizard.
ACE inhibitors come
due to side effects, and no one stopped the statin. There was no side effects from the statin because it is like the cleanest, most pure, cleanest of all the statins. It's the most synthetic, has almost no side effects. But all the other things, the garlic and the whatnot, they all stopped it due to GI side effects, diarrhea, bloating, couldn't tolerate it, headaches, weird, rashes, whatever. They stopped all of the more people in the.
Well, assuming you're healthy, man. If you had somebody with like CKD advanced, you'd give them a low dose of Rasuva, right?
No, it doesn't matter at all. There's no reason to adjust the dose of statin for kidney problems.
Okay.
Rosuvastatin is one of the preferred ones. Pravastatin and rosuvastatin are preferred in kidney problems.
Okay.
Because they have the least liver metabolism.
No, I think it's interesting because I would be willing to bet that probably, this is a bold statement, that probably a good majority of the patients in your practice who've already graduated, unfortunately, to a cardiologist that have to talk to one involuntarily, as opposed to I'm talking to you voluntarily, they'd be dead if it wasn't for pharmacological medications. You could, in my estimation, and when you talk to these longevity experts, like Charles Brenner and some of these people, you should actually get Charles Brenner on your show. He's fantastic. Right. But when you talk to longevity experts, they estimate that modern therapeutics, modern medicine, modern whatever you want to call it, has added 30 to 50 years to our lifespans. And I want to hear that again. Modern medicine has added 30 to 50 years to our life. That is a power statement right there. I like that. And now bold statement. I like it. So you have just addressed.
Ryan Reynolds, the guy from Deadpool, was signing some autographs, right? Cool. Psych, not cool. Because, see, Ryan Reynolds had a problem. People were quick to point out that this whole thing seemed staged, that maybe Ryan's team called professional autograph grifters, people who sell autographs, and said, hey, yo, Ryan finna be in this spot. You better show up. And then Ryan looked like Mr. Big Money, Mr. Please, no pictures. But the question remains, why would Ryan have to do this? Well, you see, Ryan had a bigger problem. And his problem stems from what happened between his wife, Blake Lively, and a guy named Justin Baldoni. Okay, now to understand this, we're going to call the shots. Blake report.
All right, today's topic.
People are very annoying.
So apparently this guy's making the rounds, so let's take a look.
Hey, Queen.
Hey, man,
you better
watch how you talking to me, man, for real. Aaron the plumber. So apparently, he was caught up. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. TV show with Erica Mena. And listen, this thing happened like a year ago, because I remember they'd already put out press releases about this whole thing at the time. And I guess now it's releasing the actual episodes, and now they're all coming out. But yeah, this is a clip from that, and I guess he got a little problem with somebody.
Hey, Queen.
Hey, man, you better watch how you talking to me, man, for real.
Did you care about that when you were trying to kiss me? Aaron.
What you want to do? Keep it in 100, bro. What you want to do? Come on. Goddamn.
What the fuck? Was that a trans girl?
When you were trying to kiss me? Aaron.
Jesus, they were fucking swinging.
The switch of voice, the shirt, you guess? Hey, listen, I don't want to judge. Some people look manly. That's all.
That had to have been a trans girl. Dude. She fucking squared up to him. And it's funny, he ended up on his back on the fucking couch.
Is what it is. but she was swinging. Her wig came off, and,
mad at it.
And she went right back to factory settings. She reset that bitch. She did a hard reset. She reformatted her hard drive.
Control Alt Delete.
Yo,
escape. And
she came out with the default settings.
Yeah.
Sup, nigga?
Aaron, you keep calling me a man.
You had to bring the man out. Now the man's here.
What the fuck you want to do?
Keep it in 100, bro.
What you want to do? Come on.
You know, you didn't really care when I was trans. Yeah, you didn't really try to. Sup, nigga?
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yay! Yeah, you was trying to kiss this nigga. Yay!
God damn.
That's what Chuck was crazy.
That's what Chuck was.
Hey, look at Aaron just out here fighting, just swinging for the walls.
And the swings were good.
Were they? I mean, that's the time he spent in prison. Yeah. He used to fighting dudes.
That motherfuckers are haymakers right there.
Yeah. They were swinging for the fences. And I guess there was a couple other clips. Here's another one.
I'm talking to the 304. You know what I'm saying? Not the nigga that's getting dope. I can't stand no aggravating, especially I just want to to a bunch of females. Like, what's up?
In the beginning of time, right? God ordained a man to be having multiple women.
Yo, God did not ordain multiple women. Sarah couldn't get pregnant.
Bro, I ain't even talking to you. I'm not even talking to you, bro. They gonna talk to you. What you turning up for, bro? You know what I'm saying? Bro, don't be doing all that shit. I'll turn up on both of y'all.
What does that mean? What does that even mean, bro?
It can mean whatever. It can mean whatever you
I'm
want
just
it to
asking
mean.
you a question, bro. What the you were in, bro?
Okay.
I love the comment that you made about us always trying to resort to
straight to violence. Oh yeah. This is behavior.
A nigga moment.
Yeah.
Watch closely. You're about to experience a nigga moment.
Right? You remember what Chris Rock said? There's black people and there's and because this is okay, this is exactly what I was thinking. The moment he get up and take off his jacket and those two are still sitting, in my head I'm like, what is y'all doing?
Yes.
If you're not getting ready to get punched by this point after a man is... Because here's the thing. When a man goes, yo, what the f*** did you say? And he starts doing this shit, what that translates into is, I challenge you to a duel. That's what that is. Okay, he's selecting his Pokemon. Pikachu, I choose you. He getting ready to throw hands. You should already be like in a mindset where you're either backing up because you ain't want none of that, but you just sitting there. Yo, I'm just talking, bro. He done talking. He started moving already. Yeah.
My bagel don't fit that shit.
I'm just saying, bro.
I'm asking you a question, bro. What the you were in, bro? Tone it down then, homie. On me, I'll punch on both of you right now. What? I know.
Let me see. You know what?
What you mean?
What do you know?
No, dude. I know now.
The twins, they running their mouth, and at this point, I'm like, bruh, matter of fact, since you're a man, let's get G, man, in a real way.
Aaron taking his little Steve Harvey suit off.
Yeah, let's trip
Little
first.
Steve Harvey suit off. He taking it off his neck.
Yeah. You taking all your clothes off. You already done took your jacket. You gonna take the shirt off. Boom, 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 boom.
And you in a limo? That shit gay.
He taking it off his neck that he don't have. I'm like, what he trying to do? Show his little muscles?
They still sitting. Nah, bro. If you get punched out at this point, that's your problem.
No, because I'm not trying to engage.
Nah.
Wait a minute.
See like two cats
How is this guy not in jail? What the fuck?
come together on like a cartoon. It's
Brody, I pull out 100,000 right now, no cap, in the real life. Hey, bro.
And Yanni up, she yelling and shit, and it's just like, I feel like they was bogus as because obviously, he can't hit you.
No, we don't know anything. Apparently his record says he hits women, so. I would not have been shocked if he her up too. And then there's another fight between him and another dude on the show. So,
you just, what it means? It means that you were right.
About
whenever you saw the dude just
Oh my god. Sadie N-word donating $2. Let me see.
The red are the executives that are Jewish at these companies.
That's not autism, that's just retardation. At family event, out of the blue, turn to my brother. There's only one type baby that can't recognize self in mirror. Guess which size? I don't know, Jacob. Black babies? I smile. Yes, it's black babies. What the fuck? Faith Office will bring Christianity back to America and end atheism. Oh my god. Well, America had a good run. Would you rather live the rest of your life on an island with 1,000 black people and no one else, or 1,000 Indians? I'd probably choose the Indians too, not gonna lie. Thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word.
Like,
he's off.
He's off, and it screams and it screams like this guy is off. He's like, I'm not. I think you said something in the lines of, I wouldn't even be surprised if that guy was violent with that girl. Oh, that's me.
I was like, is that my phone? That don't sound like my phone.
Oh.
Help, she screamed.
Help, she screamed. I don't know what that is. Anyways,
I don't even know what that
that's
is.
what we're gonna want to know. Just keep going. I don't know who sent you that text. I don't know what they were talking about. Help, she screamed. If you got a dead body, I'm turning you in. Next.
They gonna throw me on the butt like that? That's
crazy.
Yeah,
murder? You think I'm going to jail for you?
That's crazy.
Hey, I'm
surprised if he would hit woman.
Yeah. This is the thing. All the guys were defending him. Oh, there's no proof. Even though there's criminal records that were pulled up, extensive history, pimping, all this stuff, found guilty of this stuff, did time in jail, came out, and then you got multiple different women saying he beat me, these guys really, and guys are still like, bro, these bitches lying. Then you got him on camera fighting 3 people for very little. And you guys don't think someone who's that hyper aggressive would, okay. But this is what I'm saying. All the red pill crowd, they're not logical as they claim.
No.
Even when you show them all the evidence,
is like, nah.
Even when the most likely, like 99.9% scenarios that this dude definitely beats women, they'll still be like, nah, bro, nah. Why? Because as long as it goes against whatever they believe with women, that's all that matters. Yeah, this dude's like a violent felon. Why do you think he was on the show? The producers probably telling him, yo, fight is good for ratings. I will also say, him aside, I think it is pretty disgusting how these TV shows and these reality TV shows monetize violence so much.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
They know what they're doing.
And here's the thing, right? People will say violence is unacceptable, right? Then they'll monetize like a man hitting another man, but God forbid a man hit a woman, then all of a sudden they all lose their minds. Then it's too far. So wait, I could punch out another dude, give him brain damage, him up, whatever it might be. Nobody cares. But then if I do it to a lady who may instigate in this situation, all of a sudden it's bad. Just saying. This is what I mean when I say people don't actually care about violence the way that they claim to. They only care about it when it's perpetrated against.
I don't look like a bitch dude. But I do wanna suck some dick. That's why I do look a Mongolian cheese merchant nigger.
Alright, that's good. Appreciate the donation, Cat Daddy.
Groups that they care about.
Yeah.
Right? So people say, oh, women are victims of violence. Men are overwhelmingly the victims of all violence, right?
Yeah, but it's
done by other men.
Yeah, exactly. It's done by other men, so
yeah.
Check your people.
Yeah. Just as an aside, I just think the fact that we can be on national television and watch 2 randoms, not in a UFC setting or nothing, just punch each other out and everyone thinks it's great and the producer's like fantastic. But anything else unacceptable, I just think is interesting.
Ooh, we got TV.
Yeah. Anything else you want to say about this guy, Aaron?
No.
No? Yeah. What do y'all think? Y'all think Aaron the plumber?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, you think
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah. Y'all think Aaron the plumber is a decent, upstanding dude? Y'all think he was trying to get with that trans woman? Ooh. What do you think? What?
He's trying to get all of it done.
Slaying infants.
Under some circumstances, if you needed the civilian population in war to yield, you would actually have to concede that this is true.
You would have to kill babies. Okay.
If you're going
But we're against abortion.
If you're
right.
going to attack a civilian population, infants are gonna die, sweetheart.
Andrew wants to kill babies and pregnant women.
No. Wait. Hang on. Where do we get to want? Where did want come in?
Oh, well, you condone it.
No. Oh. So that's not want. That's just saying that
Okay,
there
so
could be
you think it's fine if it happens.
under
All right,
certain.
sorry.
Wait. I'm saying under war it's okay if it happens. You're saying if I just get pregnant because I took too much dick, that's okay.
Yeah,
So like,
we
what
get
are you
it. You want
talking
to
about?
you want to stab a sword through a pregnant woman's stomach. We get it.
There could be
All right, next one.
necessity under warfare for the civilian population. Yeah.
What necessity? In what situation would you need to kill a child with a sword?
Maybe the child also has a sword.
Okay, let's assume they don't have a sword.
Then maybe you're
They
riding.
don't have a sword.
Then perhaps you're steering your horse and you move to the
Isn't
right.
it interesting
So
how you
I'm
have
answering
to, like...
your fucking question. Please be quiet. So perhaps you have to move your horse too quickly to the right, and your horse is fucking huge, and you trample a child while you're in the middle of fucking combat. It happens.
The fact that you have to add these hypotheticals to make it seem more
You
moral
just asked me
it
how.
just goes to show.
You literally
it just goes
just
to show
asked
you
me
know
how.
that this is an immoral act, and
What's
you can't
immoral
possibly
about it? Tell me
condone
why it's immoral. Tell me why.
because it infringes on someone's personal autonomy.
Okay.
Yes, trampling a child while you're in battle, as one does.
You got it.
That's
Even
a
though you're
perfectly
fighting a
fine
war with
answer.
them because they're infringing on your personal autonomy. Okay,
A
got it.
baby. A baby.
Yeah, sometimes babies are going to die in war, sweetheart. Sorry.
Yes, and you'll be the one with the sword.
Sometimes that's going to happen. You could be upset about it, but you're the beneficiary of it.
The beneficiary of you stabbing babies with swords.
Yes,
All right.
yes,
We'll
you
move
are the
on to the next
beneficiary of
question.
that. You may not like it, but the truth is that if you're in a war,
What a great
little
moral system
babies-
you have where it makes sense to slay babies.
why do you think that when you're in combat and you're defending yourself in combat, and perhaps the other person's the aggressor, if you were riding through with your horse, okay, and you needed to get at a target and you trampled children on the way because the civilian population was arming your enemy, is that okay?
I like how you have to come up
Can
with
you
this
answer
like
my fucking
imaginary
question?
story.
Can you answer my question?
Because you
Can you
know
answer my question?
that it's
Can you answer my
morally
question?
reprehensible.
Can you answer my
to stab a
question?
child
Can
with
you
a
answer
sword.
my question? Is it
Your question
okay?
that-
Is it okay if you're riding your big giant horse through a village to get at the head of the village in order to defeat him so that the civilian population stops arming your enemy and children get trampled on the way? Is that okay for you to do or not?
So that
Can you
is not
answer
what
my
this quote.
fucking question? Answer
that
my
is not what
question.
the quote is saying
Yes or
at
no?
all. You are pivoting.
Yes or no?
You are pivoting.
Yes or no?
You are pivoting.
It can't be
yet
morally
again.
reprehensible if that's okay to do, lady.
Hold on. We've got a lot of questions.
Can't
It's
be
morally
morally
reprehensible
reprehensible.
to stab babies. Yes.
Yeah, is it morally
But you think
reprehensible
it's
to
fine.
trample them?
You think it's fine.
Can you answer my question?
Yes.
Okay, so it's morally reprehensible to trample them in order to stop them from arming your enemy.
A baby.
Yes, there could be
What?
babies who die that you need to get through. Yes.
What, babies like in battle with sword and armor?
Yes, that's
riding
right.
on little ponies?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
No, they're not
We'll
riding.
go to the next
they're
question.
not riding
Ryan.
on little ponies, but there could be infants in the street. There could be children out in the street. Your horse tramples them. Things like that. Is that okay that happened because you're trying to stop them from arming your enemy, or isn't it?
We should not kill babies with swords.
You're not answering
That is my final
fucking
answer.
question. See now. Never again say.
Depends on if the babies
Andrew.
have swords.
Andrew's bad faith. Most good faith. I'm only matching your energy, and this is exactly what you deserved. Just
You're
saying.
asking me about babies riding into battle. Yes.
No, I
okay.
didn't ask you about babies riding into battle. It's absurd.
I'll happily move on, Ryan.
I would too if I were you.
Because you conceded that you would slay children
So,
needlessly.
yeah, but you just refused to answer if you would.
Yourself. These guys can help themselves. They're so into it right now, guys. And I don't mind. Like I say, I inject and then I just kind of pull back because it's like, okay, fine. Let's let them cook for a little bit longer. But you guys have your thoughts too in the live chat, and I want to get them out here. King of All Pixels says, how does she still not get? She has no basis for her argument except her preference. Let's do 30 seconds and let's try to move on at the most.
So again, the difference between us is that I'm happy to admit that mine is based on personal preference. He can't because he obviously believes in God, even though earlier on in the debate he conceded that anything is morally right simply because God commands it to be.
Never happened.
Which makes it just completely arbitrary and based on his own personal whims.
Literally
so-
never happened. None of this ever happens. Complete fan fiction, which came out of your
Fan
brain.
fiction.
It's what we like to call headcanon.
It never happened.
Never happened.
It's fiction. I
Sure.
was gonna say, you know what
It
I'm
did.
referencing when I say that, right? Like,
No,
oh,
in
man,
fact,
I can't.
okay, then you want to take the Pepsi challenge on the bet?
The what?
$5,000?
The Pepsi challenge? What is
Yeah,
that?
well, it just means you want to take the bet.
No,
Oh.
no bets. We're not doing
I
the
don't
Piers
care.
Morgan thing where he's always trying to make money and betting people. My God. What is
Yeah, I'm not. I'm
what's
not a
with that?
better. I've never gambled in my life. I
Would
don't
that
like games.
Maximus.
First time for everything.
Maximus says, "How many crystals is Diddley hiding in her room? See, now you're making me do it. Chat, I swear. Stop typoing on me. How many crystals is Diddley hiding in her room? Do you subscribe to the Salt Rock stuff, or do you think that's all like?
No, I don't believe in religion or astrology and every other made up thing. No.
All right, fair enough. Jason Sazelle says, Diddley, do you really not understand what Andrew was doing? Are you that ignorant?
Yeah, no, I
Jason
answered
says
this
that,
already multiple times that I did. I offered him multiple opportunities to actually give me his real position. Never did. So
Yeah, let's just say let's just say that I was hiding a position from you, right? I was just hiding it. If it is your position that my position can't actually be wrong, why the fuck are you debating at all?
why is it? Wait, is it my position that what?
If it's your position that no position I have, even if it's hidden from you, is immoral, except by your own standard, why are you even bothering with the debate to begin with?
This is going back to where you asked me, like, if I think it's immoral for you to simply think a certain way versus state enforcement of what you believe.
No.
Those are completely different things. I would think
It
it
has
is
nothing to do
immoral
with
if
what
you
I just
actually
asked
tried
you.
to enact banning
Nothing to
pornography.
do with what I just asked you, so I'll try again. If it is the case,
I don't believe in thought policing,
if
so I
it
don't
is
think thoughts
that
are
has nothing to
immoral.
do with
No.
my question.
It does.
If
That
it is
answers
the
your question.
case that you think that all morality is just a set of substandards that comes from an individual's brain and everybody's their own arbiter of what is moral, which is your actual position that you stated a million times, then even if I had a hidden position from you.
Now, in my last video, I said this was going to be a critical week for Ukraine. And indeed, it's a critical week for NATO, as Trump in the Ukraine war tests the NATO alliance. So how's the week going? Surrender and betrayal. US and EU officials condemn Trump and Hegseth's comments on Ukraine peace negotiations. In this video, we're going to go through all the stupid and evil things that Trump and Hegseth said. But there actually is one piece of very good news. There's one thing that Donald Trump said that isn't getting a lot of attention. We're going to cover that in the video. So for all you doom and gloomers out there saying the war is lost and Russia has won, you can put down the razor blades. You can put the pills back in the medicine cabinet. Ukraine has not been defeated, and I will explain why in today's video. So what set all this off? Trump holds phone call with Putin, says negotiations will start immediately. So here's the wall of text Donald Trump put out, and let's go through this together because there's some points I want to highlight. I just had a lengthy and highly productive phone call with President Putin. We discussed Ukraine, the Middle East, energy, AI, the power of the dollar, and other subjects. We both reflected on the great history of our nations and the fact that we fought so successfully together in World War II. Remember that Russia lost tens of millions of people, and likewise we lost so many. We each talked about the strengths of our respective nations and the great benefit that we will someday have in working together. The United States and Russia don't really work on anything together aside from arms control, but whatever. But first, as we both agreed, we want to stop the millions of deaths taking place in the war in Russia and Ukraine. The war can stop if Russia just stops attacking, but let's keep going. Putin even used my very strong campaign motto of common sense. We both believe very strongly in it. We agreed to work together very closely, including visiting each other's nations. So Donald Trump claims he's going to travel to Russia, and Putin is going to come to Washington, D.C., and I'm going to tell you right now that just isn't going to happen. This is definitely one of those things Donald Trump is just saying that's never going to happen. Vladimir Putin is never going to get in a plane and fly to Washington, D.C., but this was stupid of him to announce that. We have also agreed to have our respective teams start negotiations immediately, and we will begin by calling President Zelensky of Ukraine to inform him of the conversation, something which I will be doing right now. I have asked Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Director of the CIA John Ratcliffe, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, and Ambassador and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff.
No, Andrew Tate didn't convert to Islam to live in Dubai. You don't have to be Muslim to live in Dubai.
to lead the negotiations, which I feel strongly will be successful. The first weird thing about this tweet is, where is retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg? Is he no longer the special envoy to settle the war between Russia and Ukraine? Because Donald Trump didn't mention him. Kind of weird. And instead, he mentioned his Middle Eastern envoy, Steve Witkoff. I wasn't paying attention to this guy because he's the special envoy for the Middle East, not Russia and Ukraine. So this might be bad news that Keith Kellogg is being pushed out or not used, or maybe this was some weird oversights, but hopefully Keith Kellogg has not been fired, and he will be leading the negotiations, and Trump just forgot about him. But Trump then tweeted again, after speaking with President Zelensky, the conversation went very well. He, like President Putin, wants to make peace. We discussed a variety of topics having to do with the war, but mostly the meeting that is being set up on Friday in Munich, where Vice President J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio will lead the delegation. I am hopeful that the results of that meeting will be positive. It is time to stop this ridiculous war, where there has been massive and totally unnecessary death and destruction. God bless the people of Russia and Ukraine. Once again, where is Keith Kellogg? We don't know. So let me give you President Zelensky's diplomatic response to these two tweets. I had a meaningful conversation with POTUS. We long talked about opportunities to achieve peace, discussed our readiness to work together at the team level, and Ukraine's technological capabilities, including drones and other advanced industries. I am grateful to President Trump for his interest in what we can accomplish together. No one wants peace more than Ukraine. Together with the United States, we are charting our next steps to stop Russian aggression and ensure a lasting, reliable peace. As President Trump said, let's get it done. So what has the United States announced prior to any negotiations with the Russians occurring? All that's happened is a telephone conversation. Pentagon chief rules out Ukraine's NATO membership, says liberating Russian-occupied territories is unrealistic. Here's the clip from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. I'm going to first play this clip.
We want, like you, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective. The United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement. Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops.
So what the Secretary of Defense has announced is no NATO membership for Ukraine. The United States will never put boots on the ground to guarantee the peace or secure Ukraine. Russia gets to keep all the territory they've taken, and Ukraine has to give the United States $500 billion in rare earth metals. Where are the concessions from the Russians? What are the Russians giving up? The Russians are just going to stop killing people, and then we give them basically everything? Like, that's how it sounds, and that's how it feels. Shame on the Trump administration. Former security advisor slams president's surrender on Ukraine. This is former national security advisor in Trump's first administration, lifelong Republican John Bolton, and he claims that Trump basically gave up before the negotiations even started. This is the CNN anchor asking, what do you expect from these negotiations?
Well, I don't have any expectations anymore. I think we know exactly what's going to happen. President Trump has effectively surrendered to Putin before the negotiations have even begun. The positions that Defense Secretary Hegseth announced in Brussels, which I'm sure I'd be stunned if Trump didn't convey them directly to Putin in their phone call, constitute terms of a settlement that could have been written in the Kremlin. Maybe they were written in the Kremlin and got out in propaganda channels. But it's a complete reversal of the U.S. and NATO position on a number of issues. For example, up until today, the official American position was that Ukraine should be returned to full sovereignty and territorial integrity. That's gone. The question of NATO membership as far back as 2008 had been that ultimately Ukraine would become a NATO member. That doesn't look like that's around anymore either. Putin has scored a whole series of victories today. It's hard to encompass them all, but I think one, in addition to these substantive concessions, is he has now, it seems, exactly what he wants. Putin doesn't want to negotiate with Zelensky. He wants to negotiate with Trump because he thinks he'll get more out of him, and he's absolutely right.
Yeah, negotiations haven't even started, and Trump is declaring no U.S. boots on the ground in a post-settlement agreement. Ukraine can never join NATO. Russia can keep all the territory they want. And in future negotiations, Ukraine is not invited. It'll just be the United States and Russia. John Bolton continues, it is unconscionable to allow Russia to assault Ukraine's sovereignty, recruit enemies like North Korea to aid in their fights, and then sell out the Ukrainians by conceding the loss of their territory and NATO security guarantees or membership. Making these and other concessions before negotiations even started, Trump has effectively surrendered to Putin on Ukraine. This is the bad. We're getting through the bad. I promise you I still got some good news coming up. But I want to share some more information. Here's the parody account Darth Putin. What is he saying? Had a call with Trump. Apparently the art of the deal is to just give me everything I want. Yeah, kind of feels that way. The time has come to work together. Trump says he and Putin will meet in Saudi Arabia soon. So we now know the location. Putin and Trump are going to meet in...
Like, by the way, this isn't anything new for Trump. He did the same thing with Afghanistan. He just completely capitulated to the Taliban, and they didn't meet any of the negotiation demands.
Saudi Arabia for this negotiation, or summit. And the Europeans are not invited. Ukraine is not invited. And this is because Trump wants the attention. This is going to be a spectacle. Donald Trump craves and lives for this kind of TV nonsense. Trump gets to travel to the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the mafia boss of Moscow and St. Petersburg is going to meet him there to hang out, to take some photos. Maybe they'll swing some swords around. I don't think any kind of Yalta conference, post-war planning, we're going to divide up the world conversations are going to happen. I think Trump just wants the attention, all on him. And it's going to work. I mean, just think about how Donald Trump is going to think and feel being in Riyadh, having the Saudis hosting him, and Donald Trump gets to meet with Vladimir Putin, the dictator of Russia, to talk about peace. Does this not deserve a Nobel Peace Prize? Like, that's how his brain thinks. Zelensky warns, though, against U.S.-Russia negotiations without Ukraine. There's nothing that Donald Trump and Putin can do to force Ukraine and the Europeans to give up on this fight without their agreement. So let's not worry about this negotiation in Saudi Arabia. I don't think anything's going to maniacally or secretly happen there. Donald Trump just wants the attention. And Ukraine is rightfully upset. They should be. Donald Trump has basically demoted them to a not even secondary partner, like a tertiary partner. And he was point blank asked, do you view Ukraine as an equal partner in the peace process? And he couldn't even fake a good answer.
Do you expect Ukraine?
Say it, what?
Do you view Ukraine as an equal member of this peace process?
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace.
We will continue to
I said that was not a good war to go into, and I think they have to make peace. That's what I think.
I say that was not a good war to go into for Ukraine. They were invaded. There was nothing President Zelensky could have ever done, because the thing that Putin objected to the most was the fact that Ukraine was an independent democracy, freely electing their own leaders, who are not corrupt and beholden to the Kremlin and Putin. That is the primary reason why this war began. And then it got dumber and more evil. Donald Trump said this, and this is indefensible. This is inexcusable.
Sir, just to be clear, do you see any future in which Ukraine returns to its pre-2014 borders?
Well, I think Pete said today that that's unlikely, right? It certainly would seem to be unlikely. They took a lot of land, and they fought for that land, and they lost a lot of soldiers. But it would just seem to me, and I'm not making an opinion on it, but
the Russians should be allowed to keep this land because they fought for it, because they lost a lot of soldiers taking that land. The rules-based international order has officially collapsed, guys. No nation in the world has sovereignty. Borders are not inviolable. We are back in the age of empire. Xi of China is in favor of this. Let's redraw the maps. Putin of Russia is in favor of this. And Donald Trump is in favor of this. This is the age of empires. And when I listen to my own president as an American citizen, I can't help but think of the world map in the dystopian novel George Orwell's 1984. This book was written in 1948, and George Orwell predicted a future in which there were three superpowers that balanced each other out and were continuously at war with each other. Oceania is the United States. This is basically the Western Hemisphere and the old British Commonwealth. There's then Eurasia, which is the Russians controlling the European continent and the Northern Asian continents. And then there's East Asia, which is led by China. And this is half the world's population right here between Southeast Asia, India, and China. This is fiction. But fiction is becoming reality, as the three most powerful militaries in the world, Russia, China, and the United States, are talking about redrawing the maps. As long as you send your soldiers in there to die and take it by force, that land now rightfully belongs to you. That's what the President of the United States just said out loud. And this should shock and horrify everyone in the world, because this means that more wars are coming. And ordinary people like you and me, we're going to be the cannon fodder in these wars when these dictators start clashing, when these dictators start gobbling up their smaller neighbors, like Greenland and Panama and Canada, which Trump is talking about doing. So all this was positive news for the Russian stock market. Russian stocks surge, ruble strengthens after news of Putin-Trump talks. Here is Trump getting off the phone call with Putin and giving the Russians almost everything they want. Gazprom was up 8% in a single day, so this is a boost for the Russian economy. Let me give you Ukraine's reaction. This is Ukrainian journalist Ilya Ponomarenko. So we are supposed to give up our national territory, vow never to join NATO no matter what Russia does to us, and also give Donald Trump our rare earth metals. That's a very interesting deal from an aggressor and a partner that was supposed to support our security in exchange for giving up our nuclear weapons, missile armaments, and strategic bomber fleet under the Budapest Memorandum. So this is the question you might now have next. U.S. Treasury Secretary met with Zelensky in Kyiv to kick off a rare earth peace deal. Why is Ukraine giving Donald Trump $500 billion worth of rare earths? Why would they do that? And here's the picture of Zelensky meeting with the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And Zelensky's a diplomat. This is what he posted on Twitter. I had a meeting with Secretary Scott Bessent, his first international visit, which was to Ukraine. We value our partnership with the United States, are grateful for the support in defending our independence, and strive to expand our joint capabilities, especially in security. We received the U.S. vision for deepening our cooperation, discussed the substance of these proposals today, and are working towards a strong agreement. We expect to make progress at the Munich Security Conference. So Donald Trump sent his U.S. Treasury Secretary to have Zelensky sign this $500 billion rare earth deal, and Zelensky refused to sign it, as he should. What is he signing for? Especially if he's not even invited to Saudi Arabia to be part of the peace talks. So here's the good news. Here's the twist. Ukraine and NATO is impractical, according to Trump, but U.S. aid will continue to flow to Ukraine. The United States, very quietly under Donald Trump, is still committing to sending military aid to Ukraine. So here's the part of the press conference that I don't think a lot of people noticed. And Donald Trump is using confusing language to conceal what he's actually doing from his own supporters. So let's listen to the clip and then break it down.
So we're getting security on our money. We're going to have it secured by, they have rare earth and they have oil and gas and they have a lot of other things. And we're asking for security on our money.
So does it mean
They've agreed to it. Ukraine has agreed to it.
What does he mean, security on our money? That's a weird way of saying we're still giving military aid to Ukraine?
You are not sending any more aid to Ukraine?
No, we are, but we want it secured. And the money is going to be secured.
When will the U.S. stop sending money? When will the U.S. stop sending money?
Because if we didn't do that, then Putin would say he won. We're the thing that's holding it back. And frankly, we'll go.
So the United States is going to continue sending military aid to Ukraine, and Donald Trump just admitted, well, if we stop doing that, then Putin would win, or Putin would declare that he won. That's interesting. So because MAGA is divided, and probably half of Donald Trump's supporters want to cut off all military aid to Ukraine, Donald Trump is being weird about the language, saying we need to secure our money. But he's basically saying, if Ukraine signs this mineral rights deal, then the United States is going to keep providing military aid for as long as it takes, or as long as this mineral rights deal is good, and the United States will get all of their money back. In addition, the United States is now pushing European allies to buy more arms for Ukraine from the United States. The United States is not saying they're going to cut off any military purchases from allies if they then want to donate U.S. military stockpiles to Ukraine. So the weapons are never going to stop flowing. That is what came out of this press conference. And I think that Donald Trump is doing a negotiation in his head, saying we're going to give the Russians this, this, and this, but we're going to continue doing that, that, and that. And this is critical because this is the number one thing Ukraine needs. More military aid, more U.S. weapons coming from U.S. inventories. Here's some analysis by Fabian Hoffman. I do believe he is Norwegian. 2 key points I emphasized in calls with journalists today. Strategic balance. The overall balance of power remains far more favorable to Ukraine, even with only European support. So even if the United States abruptly ends military support for Ukraine, if Europe wants to continue on, they can. And they will, as far as I believe. I do believe maybe some more right-wing governments will take control of individual EU partners, but I don't see that happening in any of the Nordic countries or the Baltics or Poland. Ukraine will not lose this war, defined as capitulating to most of Russia's demands, because Russia outcompetes or outguns it. The only scenario in which Ukraine loses is if it determines that the costs of continued resistance outweigh the costs of concession. That is a political decision, not a material inevitability. If necessary, Ukraine could sustain a drawn-out insurgency, turning the war into a supercharged Vietnam for Russia, even in the absence of US and broader European support. The notion that Ukraine's defeat is a function of military exhaustion is misguided. Europe's role. Europe still possesses the industrial and economic capacity to ensure Ukraine's victory, defined as preserving Ukraine's ability to reject Russian demands. Europe's minimum theory of victory should be to demonstrate to Russia that no matter how long the war lasts, European support will sustain Ukraine's resistance. As long as Ukraine is not left to fight alone, time works against Russia. Russia grows weaker every single day. Gary Kasparov continues, the simple question is, why do Europeans need the United States at all? France and the UK have nukes. It's a moment of truth for the European Union. To survive, they must grow a spine. Stop talking about preparing for war and prepare. Being strong is the only guarantee against Putin's next attack. What are the Europeans saying? And I can share with you a clip from the NATO Secretary General. And this is what the Secretary General is saying this week.
I agree with him that we must equalize security assistance to Ukraine. But to really change the trajectory of the conflict, we need to do even more. The stronger Ukraine is on the battlefield, the stronger they will be at the negotiating table. The greater the chance of getting a good deal for a lasting peace. And that is what we all want. For Ukraine, for our shared security, and for our global stability. We are intensely coordinating with President Trump's team at all levels, and these are very good conversations this week. We have many senior American officials visiting Europe, here at NATO, but also, of course, in Munich at the Security Conference. And there is a convergence of views that we have to make sure, 1, that Ukraine gets in the best possible position to start talks. 2, to make sure that whatever comes out of those talks, and when that will happen, that we have to be sure collectively, and assure collectively that what comes out of it is durable. So no repeats of what we had with the Minsk agreement in 2014.
We're not doing another Minsk agreements. There will be no Minsk 3.0. That's what the Europeans are saying. That's what they should be saying. But Europe has a serious problem. Russia's military spending surpasses Europe's as Putin ramps up his war budget, according to a study. So the combined military budgets of the European Union plus the United Kingdom this year will be $457 billion. And the military budget of Russia this year will be $462 billion. This is despite the combined economies of the EU plus the UK being 10 times larger than Russia. And Russia is still militarily outspending all of Europe combined. This is a problem. Russia may find opportunity to launch large-scale war on Europe within the next 5 years, according to Danish intelligence. And this might be the deal that Donald Trump is trying to strike with Putin. Don't attack Europe while I remain president. Either wait for me to have a heart attack and die, or for me to leave office in 2028, and then you can launch your full-scale invasion of Europe to get the Russian Empire back. Putin's never going to stop. He's never going to demobilize these men until at least he gets the Baltics back. The fact that Kaliningrad does not touch Belarus, Belarus is going to be formally absorbed as well, but to my European partners, to my European friends, how do you defend this? How do you explain this? Your economy is 10 times larger than Russia, and Russia is still militarily outspending you. There's also this.
Retarded cuck countries, dude. Europe would rather give free money to like fucking Afghan, Pakistani refugees to commit terror attacks and live in an apartment for free than, you know, commit to military spending.
Yes. Russia moves to silence military bloggers amid Ukrainian advances in the Kursk region. Russia doesn't want to talk about this. And I don't think we're going to get a ceasefire or an end in the fighting until Russia takes back this territory in Kursk. This is a hiccup or a complication that the Russians are pretending doesn't exist. And I actually think holding on to this territory is more important now than ever, because it is embarrassing for the Russians. It makes them look weak. That it's been over 6 months, and with the help of North Korea, they can't even liberate the city of Suja. What is saving the Western alliance today is that the Russians are so corrupt and so incompetent, and they're so terrible on the battlefield. These horrendous losses they're sustaining are not going to end anytime soon. And as far as economic relief, Trump hasn't officially lifted any sanctions. And I do believe more sanctions could come if the Russians do something terrible. I mean, it's all been horrible the last 3 years, but now that Donald Trump is in charge, I don't know what it would take. Putin is definitely not going to use a nuclear weapon. I still think this war is most likely going to end with some kind of political or economic collapse of Russia. And talking about NATO membership in the future or Russia holding on to territory in the future, none of that changes the problems that the Russian military and their economy have today. This has to be resolved this year, and it still can, as long as the United States and Europe keeps sending money, keeps sending weapons, which at the moment they're going to continue doing. So here's the game plan. Ukraine has to go after as many of these refineries and valuable sites in Russia as they can. Rosneft refinery and Engels Air Base targeted Ukraine's massive drone assault. This was 2 nights ago. These nightly attacks continue. Ukrainian drone attack sparks fire at the Saratov region industrial sites. And for fun, Russia's metal major Norilsk Nickel's profits are down 37%. Your nickel profits are weak, Russia. They're weak. Let's get to the good news for Ukraine. Switzerland commits $5.5 billion to Ukraine's long-term reconstruction. Thank you so much to the Swiss. Germany pledges 100 Iris-T missiles for Ukraine's air defense. Thank you so much to the people of Germany. And the final clip I want to share with you, I think everybody knows this famous picture of Neville Chamberlain, the British Prime Minister returning from Germany, claiming peace in our time. But I've never actually listened to the broadcast. He's quoted, but how many people actually listen to the broadcast? And that's what this is. Given that Donald Trump or Ukraine or the Europeans are going to sit down and negotiate with a mass murderer, yeah, I think these historical parallels should be observed and learned from. This is what Neville Chamberlain said in
Wouldn't surprise me if it's because of feminism.
1938, after surrendering Czechoslovakia to the Nazis.
Unbelievable, but YouTube said this clip was copyrighted and I could not show it. Wow. What in the fuck? That sounds impossible. Like, that was... There's no fucking way. How could anybody own the copyright? That's crazy.
Because the West decided to appease a mass-murdering dictator, this led to World War II. Over the next 6 years, more than 50 million people would die because the West appeased a dictator. Lessons to be learned from history.
Well, the world is retarded, but what can we do? Alright, let's play some video games. It's Ghost of Tsushima time.
What were they? Red leaves? No, it has petals. Ah, a flower. No, not that. Oh, mother, I wish you were here.
God damn it. Really? Dark Knight's okay. It's not great.
Leaves? No, it has petals. Ah, a flower. No, not that. Oh, mother, I wish you were
Little,
Let's go,
yellow
Lulu.
bird.
Heal.
$0 donated $2. Let me see.
Hey, Jason, thoughts on Nick Gurr's advice on camber bar Bulgarian split squats? Well, my thoughts are I've never heard of Nick Gurr's. I have no idea who he is. Camber bar Bulgarian split squat sounds a little bit
Does he not get the joke? Nick Gurr?
unstable. As someone who does split squats off and on or has in the past, who prescribes them also, who owns a cambered bar, I don't know that I can really endorse this. This is going to be a hell of a stability problem. Split squats are already hard enough on stability. We really want to add a swinging bar. I'm not sure that I understand the logic here. Not that I don't know who Nick Gurr is either, by the way.
Yeah, he doesn't get the joke. What a retard. Thanks for the donation, $0. That's pretty retarded.
A journey awaits. Gilded armor splashed with red.
Steve Kerr, the retired NBA basketball player, has a son named Nick. Nick Kerr? Parents give their kids the stupidest fucking names. Dick Butt Kiss was another good one.
Looking for me? Shoo! Yeah! God, so.
Oh. Oh my god, what in the fuck? Dude, that enemy is bullshit. Thoughts on Super Nintendo? I never had a Super Nintendo as a kid, and haven't really ever played any Super Nintendo games. I remember I played Castlevania 4 on an emulator a little bit, and wasn't my favorite Castlevania title. Another little yellow bird.
You're mistaken. That does not sound like Kajiwara.
Then you're a bigger fool than I thought. Jin, a word, please.
I saw a family of deer.
Masako, what's wrong?
A man named Kajiwara recruited the men who killed my family. His name is on the list. He lives in this prefecture. That monk knows where, but he won't tell me.
Junshin means well. I'll talk to him. Junshin, it's good to see you.
And you, Lord Sakai.
Lady Masako and I are looking for Kajiwara. You know where he is.
She accused him of terrible
We'll play
things.
Contra later.
I fear for his life if she finds him.
Masako has good reason to believe he recruited the men who killed her family.
He would never do that. He is a humble fisherman, a loving husband and father. I think she is blinded by rage.
Junshin, I need to talk to him.
As long as it is just talking.
How can I help?
Bro, your name is literally Sneed Burgess, which is short for Sneed Abdul Waleed bin Laden Kumar Richard Burgess. How are you feeling since Jasmine walked out on you? Have you seen her? Are you sad and lonely now that she's moved on? Richard? Kumar?
I'm feeling great. I have more peace and quiet, and I get to keep all my money. But thanks for the donation, Yellow Pizza Wakanda.
Take the road from here to the coast. Kajiwara's hut is on the beach.
Nafuda will not smile fondly on these.
Well?
We'll take the road to the coast.
Thank you for your help, monk.
Peace be with you, Lady Masako.
I can't imagine what you said to Junshin that I didn't. He doesn't even try to hear me. It's like talking to a stone.
I think he's afraid of you.
Afraid? Why?
You can be intimidating.
In our world, that is not a bad thing. We're hunting a cruel and vicious man. He was a retainer for our clan. Dependable and skilled, but quick to anger. We excused his behavior until the day I caught him beating his wife and daughter.
The coward. Hurting his own family.
I dismissed him immediately. I offered his wife and daughter refuge in our house. Within a day, they'd gone back to him.
It's not always easy. Especially when you think they'll change.
This path should take us to the beach. We'll leave the horses to avoid being seen.
We should approach with caution. I don't want to put Kajiwara's family at risk. That must be Kajiwara's fishing hut. The Mongols found it.
They may have already killed him and his family.
There's a chance they're still alive. Let's go. Challenge me!
Don't see any more Mongols.
House for Kajiwara and his family. New rolls of cloth.
Not cloth. Silk. More than a humble fisherman could afford.
Yeah, I might play Contra after this game.
This blade is covered in blood.
It doesn't look like a Mongol weapon.
It's a fisherman's tool. This must be Kajiwara's wife and daughter.
I always feared this would be their fate.
Maybe the Mongols killed them?
Then where is Kajiwara's body?
Masako, footprints. Leading away from the hut. What if Kajiwara survived?
Ran like a coward.
Let's follow the footprints.
Kajiwara!
Lady Masako! The Mongols attacked my wife and daughter!
Quiet, snake! We know you killed them.
Out of love. Better me than the Mongols. It's what they wanted.
You sick...
Jin! You recruited the assassins who killed my family! Who hired you? Tell me, and I will end you lovingly, like you did your wife and daughter.
All I know is he understood.
Understood what?
Kill him.
How it feels to be ruined by you. How I was driven to poverty. The toll it took on my family.
Yeah.
I couldn't stand to hear another.
You know, I really wish this game was more violent. They should have shown scenes where, like, if you cut somebody's stomach open, their guts spill out and shit. I don't know why, like, everything has to be so toned down and pussy today. Like, I want fucking brutal, hardcore fucking violence, you know?
A word.
Everything you said was a lie.
Except about being ruined by me. I know Sadao
Yeah,
felt
Last
the
of Us
same
2
way.
was
The conspirators are bonded by hate.
like one of the
The
few
attack on your
games
clan
that
was
really
personal.
went to that level.
Organized by a rival samurai with a deep grudge. But I can't think of who.
We'll find him.
We still have business.
No, I'm not
in
gonna play
Toyotomi.
Hotline Miami again.
I'll
I already
find you
played
when
it.
I know more. Thank you for your help, Jin.
Okay, can I play the fucking game now? Holy shit. Oh my god, it just keeps going on. Alright, shows another mission here. I really want to finish that, I don't know why those duels still show up. There should be like a check mark so you don't get confused. I really want to finish that one mission with that archer dude. There's like one left where we can finally kill that one bitch we've been hunting down. Where are we going again? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, speaking of, we just need 3 gold for the fucking katana. Where the fuck do you get gold? I think showing less violence is better. Enjoyment for most people doesn't have much to do with how much violence there is, though I thought differently when I was younger. That sounds fucking gay, dude. If you're playing a game about fucking samurai, guess what the samurai did? They fucking gutted and beheaded people. It's just fucking retarded. It's like playing, you know, shooting game like Call of Duty and expecting there to be no blood. It's just stupid. Like, what do you think happens when you cut somebody open with a fucking katana? Their fucking guts spill out, they bleed everywhere, limbs get chopped off. Like, that's just what it is. So, like, if you don't want to play a fucking samurai game, don't play a samurai game. Like, that's just what it is. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me when people are, like, complaining about a shooter being too violent. Yeah, that makes sense. That made perfect sense. What in the fuck, dude? Oh, and then you can't even get anywhere. Right. Uh-huh. Fucking Spider-Man or shit. Kushi bamboo strike. Where am I supposed to go here? Oh. Oh, there we are. Hell yeah. Not complete.
I'm sorry. I cannot help you.
I need information, not apologies.
Perhaps the farmers know.
Perhaps.
Lord Sakai, I am worried about her.
Junshin, what was that about?
Lady Masako is looking for someone.
Contra is a
Angry
fucking
I couldn't
2D
help.
game, dude.
Like you helped with Kajiwara the fisherman?
Did you ever find her?
Yes, after he killed his wife and daughter.
How could I be so foolish?
My friend can be harsh, but she speaks the truth.
This time, I truly do not know who she's after.
You have nothing to fear. I'll speak with her.
Thank you, Lord Sakai. And also for ridding this farmstead of Mongols. Now we can rebuild.
These people are lucky to have you. Be well.
Left toward the bridge, escorted by armed men.
Thank you. That will be all.
But more than that, it's cruel.
Did the farmers know who you're looking for?
Someone on the list. A thief.
I'll help you find them.
I need to handle it myself.
The farmer said they left with armed men.
Mercenaries.
Professional killers.
They could complicate things. I can use your help, but I need your discretion.
You can count on it.
The farmers said they went toward the bridge outside the farmstead. It's this way.
Who is this thief?
She looted Clan Adachi's estate after the attack. Stole valuable heirlooms, personal items. What makes it worse is that Mai was our former servant. 3 years ago, my husband caught her stealing. He wanted to have her flogged. I did what I could for her, but she had to go.
It almost sounds like you miss her.
She was a dear friend. Her betrayal stings more than the others.
You know, I really wonder. It's going to happen eventually where video games look indistinguishable from reality. I wonder if they're going to have laws about video game violence.
He'll sell those heirlooms himself. Now take us to them.
I'll pay you.
It's going to be a weird thing. Like that whole discussion about violent video games might change and be brought up again.
Pearl inlay.
That was a gift.
It might fetch a fair price.
No. He'd have our heads. Enough of this. Take us to the heirlooms.
We don't need the mercenaries alive for questioning. Just her. The more of them we eliminate, the easier it'll be to recover what's yours.
Just don't be seen, or they might hurt her.
How come I don't have any black powder bombs?
You'll give us away.
Oh, Mai's being killed. Fuck. Okay, I guess I can't do it that way. Follow Mai to the stolen heirloom. So I can kill the Ronin, it's just that I have to make sure she doesn't die.
You'll give us away.
Oh, so... Well, then why the fuck... Why doesn't it tell me that I have to hide? It just says, follow Mai to the stolen heirlooms. So you could just force her, you could kill the Ronin, and then force her to take you. Why isn't that an option? That makes no fucking sense.
Look, he's distracted.
I'll take him.
How far is your hiding spot?
A fair distance. I'll tell your story to pass the time. Once there was a girl who worked in a tea house. Her life was hard and had no color. One day, a monk from
Too
far
close.
away came to the tea house, and the two fell instantly.
I'd probably fart or sneeze while doing this. Is she gonna help me take these fuckers out?
The monk gave her gifts.
Someone's up there. Your head was a fortune. We've been followed.
I don't... Like, I just don't get it. Why the fuck wouldn't she also take the two guys out? She was right there. That's so dumb. That's so fucking stupid.
Too close. Look, he's distracted.
I'll take him.
A fair distance. I'll tell your story to pass the time. Once there was a girl who worked in a tea house. Her life was hard and had no color. One day, a monk from far away came to the tea house, and the two fell instantly. The monk gave
No, it's him.
The girl was heartbroken. And learned how to turn herself into a demon.
You'll give us away.
My wife knows that magic.
We all do. The girl flew as a demon to the monk's house. But the monk saw her coming and hid under a bell. She was clever though, and cast fire around the bell, melting it and killing the monk inside.
Lady Massacre and her dog have followed us. Kill them! You fool!
I... What the fuck was that shit?
His sword!
So, why in the fuck? I don't... Why did they see me? Like, the stupid bitch, the AI teammate thing, told me, oh no, you can't kill him now. You're too close. Why did it tell me not to do it, and then I fail an optional objective? This game is so fucking stupid.
Jin, I need to speak with Mai.
I'm here if you need me.
You stole my family's heirlooms for those murderers. How could you betray me?
Kill this bitch.
You betrayed me. Turned me away.
I saved you. My husband wanted you flogged. He knew.
Then you should have left with me.
I was the lady of Clan Adachi. And you were a thief.
Kill her. Currently binge watching all
still
your
love me?
debates. I don't get why people ever said
Then
you were
tell
particularly
me who
aggressive. You were mostly
served.
very polite and
He
patient during
killed my
debates.
family.
Well, there are some old school debates where I got pretty fucking pissed off. The worst one was Amy K, but she was being a complete fucking cunt. Like, I'll go off on somebody if they're being a fucking manipulative dickhead and just lying and trying to piss me off, but yeah. Like, if somebody's just being stupid, I'll keep my cool, but yeah, I mean, if you're a complete jackass, I'll go off.
Me. I won't let him touch you.
How you doing, though, Rafaela?
I'll take you to your family's things.
Kill her. Kill her. Die.
We know
Oh
the
my
man you
god.
work for is a samurai.
I don't know his name. Never saw his face. He communicated only through
Hey,
notes.
Bosman, what's up?
He knew about us, my lady.
How?
I don't know. He said he knew what it was like to love you. That he understood my pain.
Masako.
Mai was my only... has been the only...
He was anxious about the heirlooms. Concerned they get broken.
He's eager to sell them.
Their value is purely sentimental. He won't get the money he seeks.
Then perhaps he has no intention of selling. It's possible they're personal to him too.
He was possessive in his notes. Spoke as if they were his.
The heirlooms belong to no one but my family. I am the only one who remains.
Your heirlooms are in the brush.
Jin, will you gather them? I need to say goodbye.
I don't know why she doesn't just kill that bitch.
Keep the calm with you. I promise.
Thank you.
My lady.
Where's Mai?
She's gone home. Jin, I want you to know, I'm not...
You don't owe me an explanation.
Yeah, a lot of people also think disagreeing with somebody
cared
is being
for my
aggressive because they're just
But
pussies.
I cared for Mai, too.
You still do.
I think I always will.
The man we hunt has feelings for you.
Other than my husband and Mai, I've had no romances, no admirers.
He could have been lying, feigning sympathy to gather recruits.
I just don't know who would do that.
We'll keep searching. It's only a matter of time.
My work in Toyotama isn't finished. Meet me when you can.
The grass in this game looks really nice. Like all the foliage. least on PC, on console, it just looks like a fucking blur. I don't know where that bird's going.
Ever seen how giraffes fight each other?
Yeah, they whack each other in the neck with their necks. That's not nice. That's mean. That's not good. They're being mean to each other. Giraffes should be friends. That's not a nice thing to do. You don't do that. No, that's not good. That's not good. You guys be nice. You don't do that. You guys stop. You be friends. No. Absolutely not. You don't do that. That's not good. No, that hurts and that's mean. Oh, poor giraffe. Oh, I really feel bad for the giraffe. I really like giraffes. Oh, the hell's this? Get fucked, fucking asshole. Ah, fucking stupid eagle. Is this jackass gonna get off his fucking horse? There we go. Fuck! Let's see. Does she have any more? Tale of Yuna. That one looks interesting, and we haven't explored that area of the map, so I think we'll travel there.
Here! That's my noble. Quickly, noble!
That might be a Mongol camp. What? What sees me?
Hope for you.
Oh, shit. You gotta be fucking kidding me. What a load of horse shit. Fucking dickhead. God damn, that's annoying. Yeah, it's a Mongol camp. Okay, let's kill everybody here. Get fucked, asshole. How do you like that? Fucking pussy.
Oi! We don't get... Just ready?
Sweet. Another camp liberated. I really need fucking gold. I just need 3 more fucking gold to upgrade the katana. Alright, nice. So that's another fast travel point. Oh.
We'll get some rest soon.
Faster, Nobu!
Are both you and Jasmine still taking care of Jake, or just the one, just Jasmine? It's her horse. That looks like another Mongol camp, maybe? Oh, it's not. That's good. That was quite a leap. Okay, so the horse jumps automatically. You don't actually have to jump.
Let's go, Nobu! Here.
Lord Sakai.
Jin.
Yuna. I thought you were in Yarikawa.
I can't go back yet.
Who did this?
A Mongol warlord, Altan. I heard stories coming out of Otsuna. He's terrorizing everyone, stealing food, medicine, slaughtering families. If anyone fights back or tries to run,
They get butchered. Like animals.
an old friend of mine runs the inn down the road. I can't leave her with them.
We'll find your friend. And put an end to this warlord.
The inn's this way.
Who's your friend?
Her name's Ichi. I've known her since I was a child. She taught me how to survive.
Have you seen her since the invasion?
No, I haven't seen her in years.
We should scout the inn.
We'll have the best view from over here.
That man might tell us what to expect inside.
Better talk to him before they come back.
A samurai. What do you want? We've come to help.
You shouldn't be here. If they see me... We're looking for Ichi. She runs this inn.
Have you seen her?
God, help!
Kill him.
Get ready.
Kill him. Ah, come on. There we go. You're dead. Fuck you, bitch.
Ichi! Ichi, where are you?
Yuna! Ichi, you're alive.
Jim Bob is doing another
Why are you
Evolution of
here?
8 tomorrow with Planet
Came to save you.
Peterson.
You've
Oh
killed
god.
me, Yuna. I was keeping the
Guy
invaders
is like
drunk and
actually
distracted.
retarded.
But when Altan hears about this, about what you've done, you were working with the Mongols to survive. You should have fought back. And you should have run away, like you always do.
She risked her life to save you.
Do yourself a favor, my lord. Keep away from that one.
Ichi, we can protect you from Altan. Just tell me where to find him.
No one knows where he is. Not even his men. But if you really want his attention,
Tell me.
find his most valued allies. The Japanese slavers who do his bidding. Make an example of them. And Altan will find you.
Who are these slavers?
Ask Yuna. She'll remember.
I don't know what happened between you in the past, but she only wants to help.
Yuna had her chance.
What did she tell you?
Not enough. If we want to draw Altan out of hiding, we have to earn his attention.
The ghost can manage that. Where do we start?
We hurt Altan's closest allies, Japanese slavers.
The Momoshi brothers.
Ichi said you know them.
I bet she did. Those three bastards run a farm near the river.
When you're ready, meet me there. We'll do this together.
I will. Thank you, Jin.
Okay. Oh. Hey, new duel. Let's do the duel. Alright. Let's get this fucker.
Ryuzo said you're the greatest swordsman he ever met. I had to see for myself.
You'd be better off taking his word for it.
I've trained with the blade since I could walk. There's no one left to challenge me but you.
Damn it, it does the double thing. I don't know why you people keep asking me if Jasmine's dating or not. I have no fucking idea, and I don't care.
Ryuzo's stories don't do you justice.
They never did.
There we go.
You fought well, but we're finished. I need to face the man who sent these Ronin after me. That musician in Umugi Cove may have an idea where Kojiro is.
Oh, hey. Sweet, another duel? Said something about some cove. Let's go to the middle here just to kind of fill out the map. 6 Blades of Kojiro. Yeah, this is part of like a quest. I'll just fast travel. No, she is not trans.
Has anyone seen Kuma? Kuma! Where are you?
Lord Sakai! Thank the gods!
The Straw Hats that Kojiro wanted me to duel are dead.
He already knew, my lord. I told you, he is no ordinary man.
You saw him again.
He came back. Told me you earned death by his hand. He'll wait for you in a cave at Omi Monastery.
My own clan's territory. He'll regret that insult.
You mustn't face him. With that demon-blessed armor, he'll never tire in battle.
We'll see about that.
I'll pray for your victory.
Hell yeah. Sounds like some good shit. See if we can fast travel there. We can, sweet. No, I have not piped Stefania yet. She lives in Australia and I'm in Canada. It's literally the opposite side of the fucking world. It's not like I can go down the street. I have no idea if we'd even really get along, so...
Lord Sakai, at last.
The musician told me your armor was blessed by demons, Kojiro.
Do you believe him?
I think you should have stayed a legend.
Fuck.
What a disappointment.
What a bitch. Damn it.
I haven't enjoyed killing this much in years.
Oh, give me a break. I timed
I
that.
haven't enjoyed killing this much in
Fuck right off. Fuck.
Not a demon or a ghost. Just a man.
Yeah, can you 10-year-old retards in chat stop asking me if I've had sex with anybody?
I've killed 1,000 men. Every death was sweet.
The musician was right. You are a demon.
Damn it. Aw, man, I was doing good.
What a disappointment.
I can't believe that.
Not
Oh my
a
god.
demon or a ghost. Just a man. I've killed 1,000 men. Every death was sweet.
The musician was right. You are a demon.
Are you the one who finally killed me?
Is that what you want?
Damn it. Aw, fuck.
Not a demon or a ghost. Just a man.
God damn it.
What a disappointment. I've killed 1,000 men. Every death was sweet.
The musician was right. You are a demon.
Damn it. Ah, fuck.
What a disappointment.
Fuck.
What a disappointment.
Fuck. Ah, what a...
What a disappointment.
What a load of shit.
I've killed 1,000 men. Every death was sweet.
The musician was right. You are a demon.
Are you the one who finally killed me?
Is that what you want?
Hell yeah, bitch. Gotcha. What do you think about lying to people and telling them being vegan gives you psychic telepathic abilities? People equal too retarded to be reasoned with, just retarded enough to be tricked. Well, once they don't get those abilities, they're just gonna quit. Okay. So what is this thing we got? Increased resolve, ghost weapons deal 15% more damage. Eh. I find in the hardest difficulty, oh, you get gold from that. Find with the hardest difficulty, the armor you're wearing doesn't really make that much of a difference, and you pretty much take just about as much damage. Okay. Let's go to Una. Hate it when it's fucking dark.
Someday we'll go for a peaceful ride.
So I just need one more piece of gold. Yes, this is Fortnite. Where am I supposed to fucking meet her? Oh, there.
You made it.
Looks like a fortress.
The Mamushi brothers don't want anyone to see what goes on behind those walls. They're running a slave camp.
You've been inside.
Taka and I are the only ones who ever escaped.
When were you imprisoned here?
A lifetime ago. Taka and I were still children.
Do you remember what happened?
Every moment. Kichizo's beatings. The stink of Manzo's breath. And Taizo's filthy little hands.
If we kill them, we'll send a message to their master. Draw Altan out of hiding.
You met the Eternal White Sun on 5 Mio yet. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Let's go.
Those are nice deer.
What is this?
A statement to anyone who thinks about escaping.
Mamushi brothers were always cruel, but never like this.
Altan brings out the best in people.
Jin, I can't do this. I can't go back in there.
You don't have to. Stay here. I will deliver your vengeance.
Make them suffer, Jin. Taka. For every scar they gave us.
Nighty night.
For every head they collected.
Lawless.
From the tired workers who just asked for more water. Make them suffer for me.
I can repay their cruelty.
Happy Valentine's Day, VG. Is this how you're going to celebrate this once-a-year holiday now that Harry Potter is out of the picture?
Valentine's Day is not a holiday.
Quiet money. Silence and money.
Yeah, that's how I celebrate Valentine's Day. Thanks for the donation, Wilma.
Take their heads.
That won't be enough. Not after Altan pushed them to this.
I will kill them where they sleep, without being seen. Show Altan that no one is beyond the reach of the ghost.
The Mongols won't sleep for a week. Do it. Jin, if it goes wrong in there, don't let them take you alive.
You killed a guard. Yeah, I figured that would sort of be the point. What? Don't kill the guards. Sneak into the farm. Why? Why? Is there any particular reason why I can't kill the fucking guards? Oh my god. Oh fuck, this is stupid. Great, for no reason. Yeah, alright. That's just wonderful. So who am I supposed to be killing? Who in the fuck? What? Kill Kijimo Musashi. Who are they? Where are they? What in the fuck?
Our Mongol friends are hungry and need to be fed. If you can't produce today's ration,
take your head. Leave the rest for the insects.
It doesn't even show you who the fuck the targets are. Oh my god. Okay, I collected his head.
2 brothers to go.
Why is there this arbitrary requirement where I can't kill anybody? Other than the dickheads I'm supposed to assassinate? Like, wouldn't it make it a little easier to kill the target if I could kill whoever gets in my way? Like, what's the point of this?
With a Mongol.
Head for your cruelty. One brother left.
Oh, great.
It's samurai!
Yay, this is fun! I don't get to kill people! What a good mission! I might just put trainers on for this one. Like, this is fucking stupid. Okay, at least it saves. Oh my god, this is fucking dumb. Where the hell are the targets? Where's... This is insanely stupid.
Negium Harsinta. Yasambe. Negium Harsinta. Let's go.
Was it that hut that I was just in?
Medele Humalak.
Okay, I'm assuming he's in that one hut.
Negium Harsinta. He's near.
You deserve worse. Now for your head. That's the last.
Don't be seen, don't be killed by the guards. Why would that matter at this point?
Please, I won't tell anyone.
You're safe here until I deal with your captors.
Oh, great. Hey, Gum Gum.
Is it done?
They'll never take another slave.
Tell me they suffered.
Not as much as they deserved. But all of Otsuna will know what became of them.
All the horrible things they did. For years. And I knew. But I never did anything.
You can do something now. It's time we sent Altan a message.
Written in blood and covered in flies.
Let's draw the Mongols out. Send our message.
I want to watch.
We'll hide in the tall grass.
I'll get their attention.
En Gatsar Haral Shulgilj. Oistan Metek Herekte.
Look at them. Running like scared dogs.
Altan will hear of this.
But it won't be enough. All the slaves in that farm came from one man. The Black Wolf.
Then we'll hunt him down and bury another one of Altan's friends.
I'll find the Black Wolf along the coast, near his old hunting grounds. Look for me there.
Back in hell.
Faster, Nobu! Hey!
In the Torsan! Here!
Jin.
What is it?
A child's doll. Stained in blood.
The Black Wolf enslaves children?
Yes. And he sells them to the Mamushi brothers.
Where is he?
His camp's down this path, but it's crawling with Mongol guards.
Then they will die with him.
I need to be the one to kill the Black Wolf. I had a chance a long time ago. But I couldn't.
I can help you. We'll attack head-on. Let him know we're coming.
I want him to feel helpless. Paralyzed.
He will. And by the time we're finished, Altan will feel the same.
Vnig 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 you vnig 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 vnig.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, 9014. Appreciate it. Excellent spam as always.
This way. A Mongol. If he sees us, he'll warn the others.
Leave it to me.
The Black Wolf's camp is through the trees on the coast.
Let's go. You know this place well.
Taka and I came here after we left Yarikawa. I thought it was a refuge. I was wrong.
Bezpasla! Arci! Ternikami! Zateki! Musho! Docho! Alekosic!
I don't see the Black Wolf.
The coward likely fled.
He can't get away.
Wait, that Mongol ship offshore. He may be inside.
Where is he?
Mongol screams will draw him out.
Yeah, the controls just locked up and stopped working. So that's good.
Whatever you think I've done, Altan forced me.
You enslaved children!
No,
You've done it for 20 years! You held me and Taka captive, sold us to the Mamushi slave farm.
Taka. He was my favorite. But the way I remember it, you brought him to me.
I didn't know.
You know, he's yours. Are you alright?
Let's get off this boat. Burn it.
Altan will see this and know we're coming. He'll be forced to act.
Jin. What the Black Wolf said was the truth.
What do you mean?
I met him when we came to Otsuna. He offered me food and a place to stay. I asked if I could bring my brother. He got us drunk.
Not much is up. Naka Yaya Plaza. Just gaming.
Taka
That's
doesn't
it.
remember. But I do. I was frozen. I could have killed him. Saved Taka. But I was too scared.
It's not your fault. Because of you, he'll never hurt another child.
I have a job really like, but the money isn't all that great. Any advice? Genuinely
Need some
happy at this
time.
job. Kind of twisted between whether
I'm
to
going
move
back
on.
to the inn.
I'll see you there.
There's no right or wrong answers, dude. Just follow your desires. That's it. 4 of 4. So that'll be the last one. Do I still not? Oh my god.
Hiya!
Hey, Gum Gum.
Send your best warrior. Yumhige samurai.
Silence system bad.
Gummy. Gummy, get out of there.
Help! Over here!
You'll be free soon.
They almost killed me, my lord. Thank you.
You're free. Find a safe place to hide.
There isn't one. The Mongols caught many of us at the crossroads nearby. They control the whole area.
Not for much longer. I'll see to it. You deserve the best, boy.
Well, that's a bear.
Hey.
Ата өргөдөр чар шиг гурвыг алсан.
Мир турнууд чинь.
Gummy, get out. No. Oh, what the fuck? How do I get up to the second floor? Oh god. Why? All I want to do is go inside. Oh, great. Why is it so fucking complicated to just... It's just upstairs.
What happened?
Altan got our message. This was his answer. He said to meet him at a camp near the Kushi border.
He'll pay for this. We will bring him to justice.
You've brought nothing but death.
It is our duty to exact revenge. We'll take it from Altan or die trying.
That's the duty of a samurai.
Yuna's just a thief. And thieves have no honor.
We'll make this right. I swear.
Your promises are just like you. Worthless.
Let's get the horses.
You know we're riding into a trap.
I know, but I owe it to Ichi.
Our focus has to be Altan. Whatever happened between you and her, it can't get in the way.
You don't understand. Ichi was a slave at the Mamushi farm. It's where we met. She looked out for me and Taka. Shielded us from the worst. She's the reason we escaped.
She chose to do that. You don't owe her anything.
That's not all of it. We swore to get out of that place together. One moment, we were all running. The next, Ichi was screaming. And I kept running. I abandoned her. I owe her my life.
You were right to run. I saw what kind of men those brothers were. If you tried to fight them, they would have killed you.
Is running part of the samurai code?
You were children. Sometimes running is the only way to survive. What's done is in the past. You have to let go of your guilt. It will only get in the way when we face Altan.
I don't let anything get in my way. This is it.
Be careful. We don't know how many men Altan brought with him.
Or where the bastard's hiding.
Looking for me?
Twing!
Okay, are they all dead now? Kill the Mongols. Oh, looks like there's one over there.
Altan! I can cut down your men all day!
Jin, someone's coming. It's him!
Altan.
With another pack of dogs.
Altan. Face judgment for your crimes.
You cannot judge me. You murdered your own people.
The Mamushi brothers and the Black Wolf are traitors.
Is that your excuse? Your reason to become the ghost and kill? No wonder the Straw Hat Ryuzo turned on you.
Enough! It's time to finish this.
You do what you need to survive. And yet you despise others for doing the same. I kill in service of the Great Peace.
Damn it. Ah, come on. A little bump from the shield.
So much for the ghost. You do what you need. And yet you despise others for doing the same.
Damn it. Ah, fuck.
So much for the ghost. You do what you need to survive. And yet you despise others for doing the same.
Fuck you.
For all the pain you've caused. You do what you need to survive. And yet you despise us. I kill in service of the Great Peace. You kill in service of yourself.
Oh, what in the fuck happened there?
Samurai.
Oh my god. I'm not playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's just a lame ass game. Great.
Samurai dog.
Okay, can we get on with it? Holy fuck. Oh my god.
For all the pain you've caused.
Hey bro, you claim to be this great gamer who loves the challenge, but why do you fail to handle a little bump of the shield from some fat slow tubester with an obnoxious amount of armor on? This proves you're a shit gamer. We have more evidence now. Faggot.
Well, you got a point there.
And yet
Thanks
you
for the
despise
animation,
others
literal
for
races.
doing the same. I kill in service of the great peace. You kill in service of yourself.
Damn it! Fuck! Oh, you cunt. What a dickhead. Fuck you.
You do what you need to survive. And yet you despise it. I kill. I kill in service of the great peace.
No more lies, Altan. I know what you are.
Fucking dickhead. Speak with Ichi.
You killed Altan. But our people know what you did to the others. Now they're afraid the ghost will come for them next.
Good people have nothing to fear from me.
What do you believe, Ichi? Are we monsters?
I think you did what you had to. Goodbye, Yuna.
Don't let what Ichi said bother you.
I don't want our own people afraid of me.
You can't expect everyone to understand what you're doing, or why.
No. But I wonder if I've crossed the line.
If we have. We are on the right side of it.
Why do we still not have the gold for the fucking sword upgrade? Holy shit. Let's travel into the center just
You're a good horse, no?
just so we fill out some of the map.
I'm right here!
Яг л алуулсан бох шиг хөдлөхгүй юм.
Oh, what in the fuck? I did not see that dog there.
Over here!
Hold still.
They killed my whole family, my lord.
I'm so sorry. Where did it happen?
The crossroads. They stop everyone. If you're too weak to be their slave, they kill you.
Go and mourn your family. Leave the Mongols to me.
Why not?
Hiya!
Who will fight?
Cholok Chinakturna!
Okay. That's good enough. Let's take out one of the camps. Oh my god. Again? At least it's one of these dipshits. Give me a break. Great, yeah, sure. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. Holy shit.
Hindman, Yago!
It's not letting me... Yeah, it... For whatever reason, it does not let you change stances whenever the fuck you want. Sometimes it just doesn't let you. Okay, there we go. Captured the base. Steel. Still no gold. Hey, more steel. That's your dumb mom or something, or grandma. There's some grandma mission there. Farmstead. I'll skip that for now. Alright, let's play main story mission. Oh wait, can I fast travel there? Yeah.
Jin, you made it.
Why are these people outside the town walls?
The Mongols have surrounded Yarikawa. No one can get in.
Recruiting Lord Shimura's old rivals was never going to be easy. But now...
Now they need allies too. Think about it.
we help them drive off the Mongols, and they help us. I need their word before I fight for them. And we can't even get into the city.
Yes, we can. There's a hidden entrance.
From when we were children. Even if it's still there, we can't reach it.
It's worth a try.
I know a place we can scout for a way around the Mongol siege.
It's strange being back after so many years. Everywhere I look brings back memories.
And try not to look so hard.
You both left years before the rebellion broke out. For Otsuna.
You told him about that, Yuna?
I had to go to Otsuna. Jin helped me.
Did you find Ichi?
We'll talk about it later.
That doesn't sound good.
They're heading for town.
Let them pass.
They're clear. This way.
I don't want to see this.
We've seen worse.
But this was home.
I had the same fears about returning to Omi village. But you have to face your past.
Our home.
Surrounded by the enemy.
Yarikawa doesn't stand a chance.
Yuna, where's the hidden entrance?
See that river near the town walls? Get us that far, and I'll do the rest.
We can't sneak past an army. And even if we find an entrance, what if the Mongols see us? We'll sentence the town to death.
Taka, I stake my life on your metalwork. Now it's your turn to trust me.
Yes, my lord. I don't see how we can make it to the river.
We'll find a way. The walls won't keep this many Mongols out. Azamo Bay fell. Yarikawa will too.
I know these people. They'll choose death before slavery.
Could take the fight to the Mongols. Draw them off.
Please, no.
Taka's right. Too risky. The hidden entrance used to be over there, behind that white tree.
Let's hope the Mongols haven't found it. We just have to find a way through the camp.
Once we reach the water, it should be easy to find the entrance without being spotted.
That's our plan? Sneak through the biggest Mongol camp I've ever seen? Then hope the secret entrance we used as children is still there?
Stay close, Taka.
Count on it.
Let's go.
Can't believe I'm risking my life coming back to this dump.
This was your idea.
I need to prove my worth to your uncle. Earn us passage off this island.
I loved it here.
You were too young to know how it really was. Jericho was an ugly place for a girl without a handful of rice to her name.
Is that why you left?
No. I got us in trouble.
It wasn't your fault.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Sorry. No, Gum Gum. No, Gum Gum.
Let's go.
Can't believe I'm risking my life coming back to this dump.
This was your idea.
I need to prove my worth to your uncle. Earn us passage off this island.
I loved it here.
You were too young to know how it
No, Gum Gum.
was. Jericho was an ugly place for a girl without a handful of rice to her name.
Is that why you left?
No. I got us in trouble.
It wasn't your fault.
No, Gum Gum.
No. Out.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
Be ready to run.
I can't keep going.
Just follow Jin to the river.
We used to catch dragonflies here, didn't we?
And make them fight.
We'd pretend one was a Yarikawa samurai, and the other was
a Shimura samurai. And Shimura always lost.
Interesting choice.
Under the waterfall.
It's still here.
And being put to good use.
Probably why they've held out this long.
What you doing, Gum Gum? You wanna come lie down? You being a silly kitty? Don't jump on my computer. Gum Gum, don't jump.
When we get up there, let me do the talking.
It's your hometown.
Who are you? How did you get in?
My brother and I were born here.
Did the Mongols see you?
No, but we're here to help you break their siege.
First, tell me the name of the dead samurai you stole your gear from. He's not a thief. He's the ghost. The ghost? I'll take you to Ujimasa. But mind your step. We're all armed here. Run and tell the steward! Right away!
No
Shimasa.
jumping.
That was the name of Lord Yarikawa's youngest son. And my uncle disbanded their clan when he defeated them.
The family still runs things here. Unofficially. Your uncle put down a rebellion and created a generation of people who hate Clan Shimura.
The Mongols are crossing the bridge! You three, follow me and stay close. What's going on?
A disturbance at the main gate.
That can't be good.
Gummy, what are you doing? Oh my god.
It's their leader. Are they going to attack?
Let's find out what they want.
No, Gum Gum.
Armarmins, people of Yarikawa, I am Temuge, leader of this war band. I learned your speech, so I may offer you a future. Open your gates before my camp flies the black flag, and you will know great mercy. Refuse, and you will know terrible misery. Choose your future, Yarikawa.
They're leaving. Let's go. If Yarikawa surrenders, Lord Shimura won't get his army.
Don't worry. They're too stubborn to surrender.
If they don't, it will be a bloodbath.
They need my uncle as much as he needs them. United, we can beat back the invaders.
People here have bad memories of Lord Shimura.
If they're going to survive, Yarikawa needs to let go of the past.
Easier said than done.
Ujima-san knows you're here. You two go ahead. I want to check on the swordsmith.
Gummy, no. Out. Out.
Lord Sakai.
Ujimasa Yarikawa.
I never thought Lord Shimura's nephew would be responsible for the ghost. You best be careful, or he'll punish you, as he punished my once great family.
For inciting rebellion against your Jito.
That was years ago. We've all got bigger problems now.
Who's this? Your servant?
I was born here.
Yet you're aiding Clan Shimura.
No, I'm fighting for Lord Sakai. For the ghost.
We can help break the siege outside your walls. In return, Lord Shimura requests your help.
The Mongols want to conquer the mainland. They will lose interest in us. And Yarikawa will survive.
We'll see.
Like we always do.
That could have gone better.
Let's find Taka. Ujimasa is a fool.
He can be convinced.
The whole island's burning, and Yarikawa's next. If that doesn't convince him, nothing will. Taka used to visit this swordsmith every day. If there was any leftover metal, he'd let my brother pretend to make swords.
The swordsmith remembered you?
Shinsuke passed away. That's his son. How did it go?
Ujimasa thinks they can outlast the siege.
The smith told me all the best archers left to fight the Mongols, against Ujimasa's orders. They've been missing for days.
If we find these archers, they may help us break the Mongol siege and win the town's support.
Meet me in Old Yarikawa when you can. We'll look for them there.
And show Yarikawa how to fight back.
Shinsuke's son still has the rock.
The one you used to hammer out your swords?
It's so small.
Keep your katana
In my
light
memory,
and
it's
sharp.
huge.
I'll see you
Always
again.
with him.
We still lack the gold.
We'll get some rest soon.
You think he's real? Of course he's real. A real man.
I'm sorry, Yuna.
No, you're not.
Remember the old fisherman with 6 toes?
Yuna, what's he doing here?
I told him not to come.
I wanted to help Lord Sakai. If I stayed in Yarikawa, I'd be useless.
Better useless than dead.
We're searching for missing soldiers. You're not trained for this.
I can learn. And I won't get in the way.
Fine. But be careful. And listen to your sister.
Yes, my lord.
Any sign of the archers?
Locals have seen them in this area, but we haven't.
Let's look around.
Forgot my namification when I told you want to react to some Marxist cringe I found. If it's like a 5-minute video, sure. If it's like an hour long, I'm not gonna bother. But you know, if it's a short video, sure. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Someone killed them.
Wasn't us.
Arrow wounds.
Where are the arrows?
Pulled out to reuse them.
Sign of a skilled archer.
You can't reuse arrows in this time period, by the way. Person who made this game doesn't really know much about this sort of thing.
Tracks. 3, 4 men.
Can you tell where they went?
Let's find out.
We used to come here to catch crickets.
At least once a week.
Then we'd weave tiny bamboo cages for them.
Do you remember why we came here to catch crickets?
No.
To get you away from our mother. When she was angry and looking for someone to blame, the crickets kept you busy.
The tracks lead to this house.
Didn't the samurai live here? You want to...
Taka!
I'm sorry.
You have to be more careful.
Poor little bear.
We should check the house.
I'll look out here.
The bear ate most of their food.
Maybe that's why I'm still alive. He wasn't hungry.
Arrowheads, bowstrings, hide to make adhesive. Gozan mats. They've been sleeping here.
At least the bear didn't get them.
The archers must have been here.
Jin! Taka! I found something! The firewood is still warm.
The archers were staying in the house. They must be close. They stole the Mongols' explosive barrels.
I like these archers.
Tracks here.
There they are.
Heading up the hill toward that ridge.
They're staying low for a reason. Keep your heads down and don't call out.
A samurai! Alive! Get over here!
You must be the archers from Yarikawa.
What's left of them? The Mongols caught us raiding a camp for supplies. We barely got away.
What about the others?
Captured. We tracked them here.
We can help you free them.
You look like you can handle yourselves. I'm Daikoku.
Jin Sakai.
Sakai, eh? As long as you're not the Shimura.
Let's have a look at that camp. Prison caravan. Looks like the Mongols are preparing to move.
Headed for a garrison on the other side of Old Yarikawa. We need to strike now, before they leave.
There's your archers. All in good health.
The sooner we free them, the better.
Bad idea to rush in. We know where they're headed. We can set an ambush along the route.
The terrain isn't good for an ambush.
What about Old Yarikawa?
Rooftops on both sides of the road.
We can even use your stolen explosives.
You found that, huh? I like the way you think.
Good. Let's move before the Mongols do.
The Mongols are headed this way. Taka, get inside one of the houses.
No. I'm staying out here. I can fight too.
Jin, tell him.
Taka can decide for himself.
Then you can watch out for him.
Are you scared?
No. Not really. A little. Yuna's never afraid. You're probably like that too.
I know it doesn't seem like it, but we're all afraid sometimes. Even Yuna.
Even you?
Yes. When the Mongols took my uncle, I was afraid I'd lose the
Yeah,
only
I don't
family
care.
I've
Let me
loved.
kill stuff.
That's how
Oh my
your sister
god.
feels about you.
Without her, I'd be dead.
So would I. There they are. I'll shoot the barrels when the Mongols get close.
Lord Sakai, I'm not ready.
You can do this, Taka. Just take your fear and use it.
Yes, my lord. Now, my lord?
Not yet.
They're close enough now, right?
No mercy!
Oh. That was a good guy I shot. Who the fuck?
Enemy archer! Where are they?
God damn it.
Lord Sakai!
Good work, Daikoku. Take your men back to Yarikawa stronghold.
Right away. I know you're a Sakai, but you didn't mention you're a ghost. Will we have your help breaking the siege?
If Ujimasa accepts it.
I'll make sure he does. The stories are true. I've never seen anyone fight like you.
Taka, go with Daikoku. I need a moment with Jin.
I'll see you back home. We did it!
Taka could have been killed, Jin. I saw him fall.
He's fine. He did everything perfectly.
I shouldn't have let him fight.
You know. I know you want to protect him, but you're holding him back.
Taka's not a fighter.
He could become one.
You don't know my brother like I do.
You can't always be the one to defend him.
I'll decide what's best for Taka. You look after your own family. I need to go back. We still need to end this siege.
I'll see you there.
That was a pretty lame mission. And I still don't have the one fucking piece of gold that I need for the thing upgrade. For whatever fucking reason. Alright. It is late, so I think I'm gonna head to bed now. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be streaming tomorrow night, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams.